morning. Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, surfboat fans of Australia. We are on air and coming to you live from the 2026 ASRL Open, held here at the beautiful Wanda Beach, New South Wales. Day 3 of competition. It's a packed day of racing today. It's very exciting. Conditions look a bit calmer than the last few days at the moment. I'm here and joined this morning with Tate Copeland. Good morning, Tate.
Good morning, Phil, and what a fantastic day we have so far. This is a 5-boat race here from the bottom of the screen. The Moruya Goonies, the Alley 2, the Currumbin Erics having a bit of a commanding lead coming out in first here at the moment. Alongside them, the Mollymook Loose Cannons. Alley 4, North Cottesloe Havoc with a bit of work to do, and in Alley 5 it's the Cronulla Hammerhead and the Cronulla Hammerheads.
Yeah, good call, Tate. We're straight into the racing here. Just flashed up the under-23s, but we're racing with the under-19 boys. And as you said, 2 areas, northern area and southern area. And it looks like the Currumbin crew going stroke for stroke with the Mollymook teams. So as we head out to sea in the first race of the day, you see in the background in the southern area, they've just started as well. Top right of screen. We're going into these turns. It's Currumbin just on the black tin from Mollymook. And as they go round, it's a good turn from Currumbin, but Mollymook boys also out of the turn there. Up in Alley 1, Tate.
Absolutely. So Lyle Clark and in Alley 1 as well, the Moruya, the Goonies, with Paul Hills there sweep. There's the Currumbin Erics with Lyle Clark and his son Max in the boat, pushing through here. But Mollymook, the great little club down in southern New South Wales, trying to go stroke for stroke here and catch them up here, Phil.
Yeah, it's a great race, and as you said there, it is Mollymook and Currumbin, 2 of the fancy junior crews featured last year in the results throughout the season. And as we look there, it's Lyle Clark on the back and Paul and Jonesy on the Mollymook boat. They've both got a run there.
Very, very solid run from these crews here. And Currumbin just falling a little bit, but Mollymook starting to get a little bit of life under the boat now. You see the Moruya boat has dropped off that wave, and it'll be up to the mercy of these 2 crews coming in for Lyle Clark. And
no, it's Will. It's young Will there from Currumbin.
Extra on the
Lyle busy with his Australian team, so he'll have a feeling just for now, and it's Currumbin over the front of the first wave of the day. It's a great way to start for the Erics. Holding it nicely, you see the swell there taking them all the way to the beach. And the Currumbin Erics getting the job done. Heat 1 of junior boys, it looks like. There they go across the line, and now Mollymook chasing for second place. All the points important. You've got Cronulla chasing on the finish line, but Mollymook will earn their second place there, with Cronulla into third. And then up in Alley 1, the boys from Moruya, the Goonies. It's a great effort from the Goonies. Moruya, several hours down the coast.
Well, we speak about the travel. Here come the Northcott boys from WA.
Absolutely. Well done, boys.
They're sweet. Jonah, Thomas, Max and Tom. Fantastic effort from those boys. Great to see a WA crew up and about.
Sure is.
Big clubs here in Sydney and Queensland that we see so dominate this event.
North Cottesloe, one of the strong clubs, or the strongest, I reckon, in WA for surf boats in the last several years. Shout out to our friends in the West. Be nice and early over there now if they're tuning in.
It would be, what about, just nearly...
Quarter 5?
Yeah.
Perfect. Some up for training. Pretty dark at the moment, though, over there at quarter 5. So we're going to bring you live stream today from the north and the south area. And the cameras will pan across. You can tune in on the live stream, the live heats, I beg your pardon, Tate.
Check on live heats for the results to see who will be rowing in each cruise. There's 2 separate areas, so just make sure to check which club you'll want to watch is in that area. As we look now to the round 1, heat 2 here in the northern area. But what do you say, Phil, as we're sort of waiting for the crews to line up? conditions for this morning compared to the last 2 days we've been up here? What's been the go-to? What are you thinking?
Well, the Masters had amazing winds and rain. It was bleak out here on Thursday. Yesterday the waves came up for both areas and a bigger swell in the northern area, so the ASRL's done a brilliant job to get us racing and push us further south in front of Allura Surf Club, beg your pardon. But there was a bit of carnage around. I raced yesterday with 3 of my crews. Shout out to the Bondi team. Danny Wiseman racing yesterday with his Bondi betweeners. I had the Bulldozers, the Boozers and the Buffheads all having a crack, just missing the cut in each of those divisions, and unfortunate for the 23 girls didn't get their full racing in, but as they learnt, that's the sport of surf boats. It's a great Pete Rogers there. Won his ASRL Masters Gold on Thursday. As we look there now on the screen, who we got, Tate?
It's Bill Gola on screen at the moment, who will be in Alley 4. But from the bottom of the screen, as the drone will start to go out, it's the South Curl Sandy Cracks. As these crews are out in the way, bottom of the screen, South Curl Sandy Cracks. In Alley 2, the Corrimal Blackbirds. Alley 3, the North Curl Ox. Alley 4, the Bilgola Beach, the Bilgola Chicken Legs. And Alley 5, it's the Port Campbell Team A. Fantastic effort to see. 3 states being represented in this race. Unfortunately, Bilgola's lost their sweep, lost their oar. They've had to do an early trail, and they'll lose.
Oh, they've lost the rower.
They lost the rower.
Yes.
Oh, no.
So we're looking out to screen now, and you see the leading crews at South Curl, leading from Corrimal, and the South...
And the North
Curl boys as well, yeah, beg your pardon. With the Port Campbell just drifting off into 4th place. But it's a great row there from the first 3 crews, and all pretty strong teams this season. You got South Curly there. I think Rob Lowry's on the back of the boat with Gus Pateri, also with Australian duties later in the day. And you have to stay tuned for that. The Tasman Test, Australia versus New Zealand in the surf boats. And we mustn't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very, very special day. It's Valentine's Day, baby. It's 14th of February. So if there's any surf boat love out there that you want to shout out, come and see us. There's a lot of beautiful surf boat romances going on, Tate, sport.
I think that you might be a little bit more on the expert, a little bit more on the nose there. We see Corrimal on screen at the moment with Travis down their sweep with Kai, Finn, Bailey and Thomas currently leading the pack at the moment.
Yeah, good story about Travis. He won the Aussie Gold in the 2001 Australian final. I was in the race. His boys did a beautiful comeback. You'll see it on YouTube. It's had many views, but getting around there evenly, it's the top 3 crews, and there's nothing in it. South Curl, Corrimal and North Curl with Sean Stacey there. The old school's turn from Stace. He switches around positions and then goes back to his regular stance. So that is an old school trick, and they're flying, but hopefully not going to be impeded. Is North Curl from Bugola there. Got there missing a rower, it looks like still. But it's Corrimal, Travis and his crew.
Yeah, Travis and his crew, the Blackbirds.
The Blackbirds.
Will be
There's
sitting
Travis.
on top
Look
here.
At him go. Steady. The boys have been training. I'm following them on Insta, Corrimal. It's a great story. I love it that he's having a crack and his team is building. But there's good run out to sea. You see there, you see North Curly in Alley 3. They're flying and they're on top of this run and they're going to milk it. But there's waves now building for the 3 crews all in the lead. And if they're good enough, they'll get it. It looks fattening up for North Curl. Corrimal in the middle are going to get it, and so are South Curl. And this is going to be a humdinger finish. South Curly got to work the hardest. A steep one for Travis. Is he got to hold it? It's deep there. He's got it back.
Fantastic.
South Curly dropping off there. So Sean Stacey's called North Curl back. Travis going to go down. He's calling back late. Steep one. Who's it going to be on the line? That's a great job, boys. All crews there. Great skills of surf boats. You can't beat that for juniors. Those 2 crews will go well today. You can guarantee. Unlucky for South Curly. They've just fell off the back of that run in a bit of a rip up here in the northern area of Valley 1 and 2. But what a race. That was an absolute special. Port Campbell boys. That's a great finish from Port Campbell. And now we have Bugola that are out to sea. See there, a man down. It's a tough position to be. They're going to take wave, though. Is he going to hold it? Oh, no, stay in the middle. Someone stay in the middle, boys. So what you want to try and do is maybe as a sweep, I know these guys are building their team, Bugola. Maybe have one of your rowers sit in the middle and two of your rowers row. Probably better for balance because there's a wave coming now. And they're all good. They're just going to nurse their way back to shore. This will show some sweeps and rowers what happens when there's a man down. It's hard on the balance, obviously harder on the one oar. But they're going to try and hopefully sneak their way back in safely. They'll still get points within the time limit. So that's important for Bugola because they have been training pretty good and they'll have another chance later in the day to get some more points, but they'll complete the course within the time limit and that'll allow them to get at least some points. So,
Bin Chickens on screen, still losing that row at the start, but they've managed to bring it in with 3. The rules state you need to have at least 3 rowers and 3 oars in control of the boat. Just cross that finish line and get the point so you don't get a DQ. But a great effort from that last little push for Corrimal and North Curl to get over the top. And just on screen at the moment, after the first round here competing, we'll be looking at the Trans-Tasman event between Australia and New Zealand, with the Australian team having their ceremony at Bondi on Thursday night, receiving the well-coveted green and gold jackets and their green and gold caps for later today. As we see there on screen now, the Palm Beach crew will be rowing in alley 4. Rory Egan their sweep. But from the bottom of the screen from South Australia, it's the Kyneton Rock Crusty Critters. Collaroy Cowboys currently not lined up, so it's a 3-boat race here. The Profits from Palm Beach in alley 2, and you see there on screen at the moment Ryan Gerg with the Mollymook Jacuzzis. Easy on the start line, looking for the moment for the nice clearing wave to come through. Collaroy Cowboys, who would be rowing in second in the second lane, out for this morning, representing. Well, they might. Did they compete for say 10?
Nah. Oh, potentially. Have to check on that.
Guns go up here as we see Mollymook getting ready to jump in. It'll be just after this wave here.
Second of the Mollymook junior boys teams, it seems, Tate. That's a great effort from that club.
Fantastic, as these crews are out and away. A 3-boater, Kyneton Rock, Crusty Critters in alley 1.
A few crews getting hit there now, no less than Mollymook, and they're going to come. Oh,
another one.
Kyneton Rocks, and they're going to get no one on the head up here in alley 1 if they're not quick. They're over. Mollymook also copping it, but there's one more for Kyneton Rocks to sneak over. And you see, there they go, just getting over that. But Palm Beach up the middle, pretty much unaffected. Great start from the Palmy team.
Profits there.
Profits.
With Will,
they're out of there.
Oscar, Max, Jackson and Rory at the back of the boat there. But just got hit. You saw the pumps working overtime in the Mollymook boat, trying to get that extra water out. But Kyneton Rocks, after getting hit on the nose in the first wave, managed to get over the second quite nicely. They've found their rhythm and they're going to try and catch up to the Palm Beach crew here now.
Yeah, the Mollymook Jacuzzis copping it up there in the third alley on screen there. You see that the team's going out to sea, but what a great display of surfboat rowing this has been so far from these young men. The division under 19's, and you know, you can be 15 or 16 to be rowing, so some of these guys are at the end of their junior careers, and some of the crews later on will be at the start of their junior careers, and you do give a bit of size and experience away even at this level, so they're doing well. Palm Beach always putting out a tidy outfit. You look at that road, those boys are going well, but Kyneton Rocks have rode back up into it after, you'd say, losing a couple of lengths off the start.
You've certainly seen, especially this morning, this northern end of the beach, so the bottom of your screen's getting a few nice extra runners in. We've seen for the first 2 races as the Profits go around their can here now. Holding the sweeps, holding the strokes all just to get that little bit of an extra pivot point and go around. Kyneton will go around in second.
It's Rory on the back of that Palm Beach boat, and he's out of there. Kyneton Rock's trying to turn and catch something. There's a few runs behind Kyneton, but now Palm Beach up in front with the Profits, a little bubble building, and they're going to increase that stroke rate and milk this runner. That's a good performance from Palm Beach, asserting their dominance on this heat. And you see again another little, the nose drops, the rate comes up. They've got to get through that coloured gate can, turn on the green, so they're going through with the green on their right-hand side. And it's a good domination from here, from Palm Beach. Kyneton Rocks chasing hard, coming through the gate cans now, and Mollymook also getting back into it. But like you said, there's lively water out there, Tate. It's good.
Very clean, especially compared to the last few days here at Wanda. As we see a little bit of life building under Palm Beach now, it probably will be enough to get them all the way in. Rory's brought up the stroke rate for the boys. That nose is starting to come down. There'll be a time when they call it easy, and there it is. It will be enough. Nice and cruisy for their first race here today, the Palm Beach Profits. A few extra strokes just to make sure that nose stays down. Fantastic effort from Rory and his boys there.
Great effort from the Profits. They're not done yet, though. They're going to have to work to the line, because that's the way Mother Nature had intended for them in this race. And there's a wave at the back here for Mollymook.
They might
be able... Kyneton not done yet, but Mollymook's still in the hunt for some minor placings, but they've got to get down this one. Kyneton should be safely home for second there, Tate.
Yeah, they've just caught in a little bit of dead water, but the wave won't catch up to them, so they'll be nice and safe, does the crew from South Australia. But Mollymook getting a nice little shoot from that wave there. Unfortunately, they couldn't probably get it a bit earlier. But a nice wave for the boys from the South New South Wales.
They got it a bit earlier. Don't worry about that, Tate. They got it on the head. And the Mollymook boys, welcome to Wanda. So that's a good effort there. And that's a great effort from their club, their top champions of people, the Mollymook team. It's a great part of New South Wales if you're getting down the south coast. But while we got a little gap in the traffic, we'll shout out to the local government council, the Sutherland Shire Council, and we thank them for their support of the ASRL here at Wanda. Their ongoing commitment to community sport, coastal activity and surf life saving plays an important role in making events like this possible and showcasing the Shire's incredible beaches and local community. And what a local community of surf boats the Shire is. This is the mecca of Sydney branch surf boats. I've raced a lot here, Tate, in my career, racing for various Sydney branch clubs, and back here again last weekend with Bondi. And you have the Wanda Surf Club, Allura, North Cronulla and Cronulla. All strong clubs, no stronger than this event last year, the ASRL Open, won by the Wanda Weapons. And they'll be in business later on today, the Weapons, on their home track. Absolutely. So we wish them well. But everyone's here to win it. We've got the A grade on later, but now we've got the under-19 females, Tate. Tell us who's in this one.
So Malaloo Mermaids on screen will be in Alley 2. Stockton Sirens will be to the left of them in Alley 1. The Palm Beach Propellers in Alley 3. The McMasters Team A in Alley 4. And the Currumbin Chaos in Alley 5. Strong boat clubs across these 5. A lot of them, Phil. And the starters are happy, waiting for that clearing wave to come through. McMasters on screen. Peter Norman, their sweep. Jessica, Rebecca, Lenkia and Sinead. Mermaids from Mullaloo, WA. Gun goes up. Wait for this nose to drop here from Mullaloo.
Good to see these Perth clubs here. It's a big trip. These girls will be ready to go. A lot of nerves. It's their time to get on the water. They've been down here possibly for a few days, some of these big clubs that have travelled. Conditions have changed every day, but this has been the nicest day of the conditions. You see a bit of an uneven edge there, but that's all right. That's what our sport's about. A bit of luck of the draw. round robin racing. You get 3 rounds, 3 races. They'll cut the points after your 3 races based on your results. So it's generally move around with the alleys. Sorry, Tate. Yeah, go ahead.
McMaster's on screen having a different type of ore. They've got the round Rolex, just so they can readjust their pitch, which will help in these conditions.
Rounds and squares. You've gone straight into that debate early, Tate.
Oh, I'm just not making any debate. I'm just letting the audience know.
Well,
it's all about the extra knowledge sharing here at the ASRL live stream.
Inclusion.
It's a nice clearing wave coming through here, waiting for that perfect opportunity for these crews. The gun has gone up and the gun has gone here. From the
water underneath all of those boats, and they're all going to have to navigate that first white water. And they do so well, but there's a second and third white water coming. You see Stockton on screen there now with the rate up high up in alley 1. They're going to get their nose over this green one. And then you see pretty much all boats out now, all evenly and safely there, the girls.
Fantastic effort. Currumbin getting the best run out of the lot here. They cement themselves looking to be in first, but it is a tight race for second here at the moment. Half a boat length between 1 and 4. With McMaster's just having a little bit of trouble getting out, but they'll try and row themselves back into it. A big green roller coming through. Stockton goes up and elevate alongside Malaloo.
Great catch there from the bow girls. And that's important skills to practice. Taking catch with your blades so you can get the nose down evenly. The bow pair's job. And it's great to see these young girls. This is a great display of rowing now. Palm Beach in alley 3 in the middle. And they're sort of setting an arrowhead there. But up in alley 5 is the Currumbin Chaos. They're one of the strong clubs as well, mentioned in strong clubs in surf boats. And the Currumbin Chaos in Palm Beach now.
Yeah, the propellers sitting in alley 3 from Palm Beach, who are sitting just a little bit ahead. They've managed to row themselves back into it. Stockton with a bit of work to do, but a very nice catch to go over that initial wave. It's a bit of that. And McMaster's Beach, who are falling behind a little bit at the start, have managed to row themselves back into it. Probably sitting equal third with Malaloo at the moment. It's very, very tight racing.
See the gate cans.
Yeah.
They've just gone through those gate cans. They're a long way out, the gate cans. So it's a bit of a race to the cans. It has been in the last few days, but there's water moving around everywhere, and it's Currumbin and Palm Beach there neck and neck. Great turn from the Palmy boat. That spun like it was on a spinning top, and they're out of there. And Currumbin also lifting the rate. On a run now up in alley 5. Milking that run, trying to stretch out at any advantage they can. So all crews getting around now safely and well, and it's up alley 5, the Currumbin Chaos.
Yeah, Currumbin, Brett Dowker, their sweep here at the moment. Palm Beach with Peter Spence as well, pushing to trying to get to the line. It's the propellers currently sitting in first at the moment, but closely followed by Currumbin as these crews go for the gate cans, and Currumbin will get a nice little bit of the run here.
Couple of big time sweeps there.
Absolutely.
Spencer Dowker, and they're both urging these girls on now with Palm Beach lifting the rate. And as we look behind them, there's a bit of green water starting to form.
Yeah, McMaster's is currently sitting on the wave. They'll fall off the back of it, but it will be a party wave for first and second. If Palm Beach can get their nose down, unfortunately they can't.
No, so you see now there's run for the 3 boats towards the southern of this arena. It's forming up for Currumbin. Palm Beach are in a sweet spot. If they can get down it, they may just do that. Lifting the tempo, working hard across the top is Currumbin as well. Not quite strong enough, either of those just to get it down it, but they're right out there in front now, those 2 clubs, Palm Beach and Currumbin.
Fantastic effort. That'll be 1 and 2. You would think Stockton on the bottom of the screen.
Hold the phone, Tate, because here comes
Stockton. Here they come.
And
kills them easy. Very, very nice wave.
Get down at first. One more. Yes, well done, girls.
Fantastically held from alley 1 from Stockton. So they might
spoil the party there, Tate. And it's Stockton, Palm Beach and Currumbin. So that just goes to show it's not over till the end of this race, and we'll leave it to the finish line judges. But what a row there from all those girls. Great rowing there. You see, just losing their ways. The crew from Where were we? McMaster's there, and then Mullaloo on screen now.
It was a good effort from McMaster's to try and get over through, but the Stockton Sirens spoiling the party for the powerhouse clubs in Currumbin and Palm Beach. So Gregory Ross there sweep with Olivia, Tilly, Ella and Dulcie rounding us out. Make sure to check live heats for the results. That was a very tight race. We'll hopefully be able to bring you the results on screen as well, as we now look to heat 2 of round 1 in the under-19 female event. And it's a big one in alley 1 with the fellow commentator Scotty Edwards and the Maxfield Scott's Head Fruit Loops.
Good luck to Scotty in the Fruit Loops.
In alley 2, the Coleroy Cutters on screen at the moment with Mark Reese in his very famous white jacket that we see in the red cap of Coleroy. Mullaloo Bin Chickens as well around us in alley 3. The Bilgola Silly Billies in alley 4, and the Janjuk Jets from Victoria in alley 5.
Yeah, and it's great to see Bilgola with a junior girls crew here. That's a good effort. You mentioned Mark Reese before. This is a new junior crew, the Cutters, but he holds the current junior girls championship of Australia with his Coleroy Cannons, who have stepped up this year. And they won the event last year, Mark Reese and his Coleroy Cannons. So those girls will be urging these younger new generation of Coleroy on. And it's great to see all of these clubs from near and far on the start line. As you said, Jan Juck there, Tate. You've got Maxville with Scotty. Mullaloo back out there. A couple of junior girls crews. It's great for the sport. It's an inclusive sport, surfboat rowing.
Absolutely.
And the girls' numbers are thriving, and we want more and more girls. So get down to your surf club if you're listening and you're not in one. Find the local boat captain.
And you see there from the previous race, Stockton managing to get the win over there as these crews go out to sea from the bottom of your screen. Maxville Scott's Head Fruit Loops in alley 1, Coleroy Cutters alley 2, Mullaloo Bin Chickens in alley 3, Bilgola Silly Billies in alley 4, and Janjuk Jets in alley 5. And it looks like it's going to be Maxville Scott's Head, Scotty Edwards and his girls of Claire, Abby, Darcy and Andy, who've managed to get the run, and they're going stroke to stroke with the new crew from Coleroy, Phil.
Yeah, it's a great start from the junior girls here, and Scotty Edwards up in alley 1. Big green lump to get over there. You see those girls catching on the back of that. And that's an excellent effort. And Mark, Reese and the Coleroy Cutters. And those girls have got the best examples to follow later in the day. The Coleroy Open Women's team representing Australia. And that is a shout out to Australian team for later on. And if you are new to the sport, you've got to be watching today. This is a day of days for surf boats. As you mentioned, Tate, it's Valentine's Day too. Don't forget your special someone. And I just love surf boats, so it's my sort of day, Tate. So as we're getting out to sea now, it's Maxville, Scott's Head going neck and neck with Coleroy. They're working their way through those gate cans that just don't seem to appear as you're heading out to sea. You often wonder where the gate cans are for reference to the turning cans. And you were just rowing and rowing and rowing to get out to those gate cans. Now the sweeps have to start lining up their turn. Look at Rishi. He is that steady. Is he awake? Dead set. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Calm, cool and collected.
One of the great guys, mate.
Absolutely.
Mark Reese, and he's going in front. He's just keeping these kills very relaxed. We did a training row with my Bondi team and his girls a few weeks back. It was fun. So you see Reese there getting around. Just behind is the Maxville team with a good turn too. Maxville, Scotty Edwards, our co-commentator. What a turn, son.
And a fantastic effort as well from Janjuk up in alley 5 to row themselves back into the race. It's a bit of a run from Mark Reese and Coleroy, a bit of an extra
looks
skew.
Like, wow, Scotty might have come out a little wider than normal. Reese's cut it in tight. Judges will maybe look at that if it affects the racing, because up in alley 5, Tate,
here
is
they
the blue
come.
boat.
Janjuk Jets.
Your friends from Victoria.
Absolutely.
Great club.
Girls from near the south of Torquay there, and they've just got to try and get through. Brett Mazuris make sure to get through the can.
Cans there, Tate.
And now he'll find the runner here. Maxfield Scott's Head will pick it up, but there's a bit of life building under the Mullaloo at the moment in alley 4-3. Bilgola will have the crack here now. And looks like Janjuk, they're trying to get their nose down on the wave in front of it as well. But they're currently sitting in front. But Coleroy, with a little bit of a mishap at the turning cans there, have rode themselves back in.
Well,
but Janjuk are out in front at the moment and pushing through here now, Phil.
Yeah, so there's party waves forming around. If they're strong enough, that all these clubs are going to get a little run out of it. Janjuk out in front slightly, and there's a little green one coming for Janjuk that they could turn into a wave. And there's a wave for Coleroy and Max and Scott's Head if they're strong enough as well. Janjuk falling off. Coleroy, Maxwell, who's on? Two more. Are they down it? Maxwell looks down it. This is an upping. The oars are nearly clashing. Perfect racing. Wow. And then Maxwell over the top. So it will be Maxwell. Muscled his way through, Scotty. And then for the minor placings, you're going to have Janjuk fighting out with Coleroy. And that is an absolute screaming race. What a finish.
Like you said, Phil, humdinger of a race.
It is, and so we might just wait and see what the judges say. Some argy-bargy in the junior girls early with a wider turn and fighting for the line. And as I said, those gate cans are a long way out. So once through your gate can, they're running with the at the mercy of the ocean, and that's what you want to do. And there is waves for north and south everywhere, but again, you see those waves, those oars nearly meshing. So, heat 3, we've got Morty Alec Manta Rays in 1, South Curl Runaways in 2, the Wanda Wedgies, shout out to the local girls, Barbecue Queens, the Wanda Wedgies in 3, and Bilgola Bombshells in 4. And that's a shame that they're not on the barbecue. They've been dominating that barbecue, the Wedgies. And shout out to the Wanda Surf Club. Get up here, try some of their deliciousness at the barbecue. If you're not racing, friends and family, the barbecue's up and running.
Results from that race. Maxville with that little bit of an extra fruit. The Foot Loop would take first. Janjuk managed to get that extra shoot over Coleroy, who was stuck in dead water to finish in second. The Silly Billies in 4th and the Bin Chickens in 5th. Oh, it's a great start for today's racing here, Phil. It's going to be, well, there's no other way to say it. It's been fantastic. We see the Wanda, the locals on screen for Heat 3 of round 1 of the under-19 women. Nathan Spinner, back of the boat there with Grace, Imogen, Olivia and Bonnie.
We've got a bit of a fan club, Tate. Shout out to our friend Timmy McFarlane, current under-23 champion of Australia from Williamstown last year, back at Fairy Meadow now, restarted. He's a top bloke. Shout out, Timmy. Good morning. So, yeah, on screen there now, the South Curl Runaways, and that is with Mr. Nathan Orhead Wilson and his daughter, and they're beautiful girls. We trained with them, my team, a few weeks back, mixed our Bondi girls with these girls, and they got stuck there now, but they're going to get away from it. All crews negotiating this hectic edge of Bilgola, just getting a little one on the bow. These northern crews, Morty Alec, the South Curly and the Wanda Wedgies just getting over one more, and they're out into the deeper water. Great rowing from the junior girls, and you see the 3 leading clubs, Morty Alec, South Curly and Wanda, just a length from Bilgola, who probably copped the heavier of the starts on that first edge there, which has been tricky all weekend, the edge, to be fair. Yesterday there was waves out the back, but the danger for the racing was on the edge.
Might do a bit of a shout out here for the Morty Alec Manta Rays coming up and representing the Kingston region of Victoria down in the eastern part of Melbourne. So we have a few rowers. So Christian Kelleher's their sweep, who's currently rode them into second. He's got his daughter in the crew, Matilda, alongside Charlie Squires, daughter of Gary Squires, and Jasmine Ray and Juliana Ball, who her dad Juliana rows in the reserve men's at Morty Alec. A fantastic effort to see them jump up.
Great effort, Tate. As you said, proud of you Victorians, and especially clubs that aren't super strong to be back out there in the water at the ASRL. It's a great effort. One of the strong teams that I reckon this season is the South Curl Runaways. They're proving why they're here to do business. They're one of the stronger clubs from last year. Aussie finals, They got 5th in this event last year, but a few of the crews around them have gone up division. And they'll be one of the stronger junior girls crews this weekend. So you've seen Mr. Wilson there going in on the green turn. Not his tightest turn, but they've got a little bit of room to play with. And there he is, getting it back out of the green can. Morty Alec getting around there now, just ahead of Wanda Wedgies. And you see Morty Alec lifting the rate, chasing South Curl's tail. And a wider turn there from Bilgola. And they might have got stuck on the can as well. So fighting for the minor places is Wanda and Bilgola, but out in front, Tate, you see they're the South Curl runaways with Wilson.
Runaways skipping away as they're heading towards the gate cans here. Nice 20-stroke effort between the turning gate cans to try and get the runners for what they were. If they'll go in first here, safe through the 2 cans with the green on their right. And they might just build a bit of life building under them here now as that nose starts to go down. But there's a bit of a wave out the back for Bilgola and Wanda to fight out for the minor places. Bilgola will drop off the back of it. Wanda will also drop off the back of it.
Yeah, they're a long way home from home though yet, Tate, because as you look out to sea, Wilson's still checking his line. And those gate cans, as I mentioned, are a long way off the shoreline. So the runaways trying to run away with this one. But as we say, when you're in front, the arrows are only coming from behind, and this is that sort of day where crews are not out of it. If they're within striking distance, there's waves and run for everyone across the course.
Fantastic.
As I say that, Bilgola.
What a wave from Bilgola to stay, calls it easy and lets them row, but it's the South Curl Runaways sitting in alley 2 with a nice little easy here as they'll just nurse it back in.
And a wave for your girls just off shot there is Morty Alec coming home. There they go, a steep one for Morty Alec up in alley 1.
Fantastic to see Christian Kelleher back in the boat.
Going to hold it.
Can he do it? Yes, he can.
Well done, girls. Great effort from Bilgola there to sneak it, or to get into a solid 3rd place. And then the Wanda girls, the home beach, the Wedgies. Great name for the crew, the Wanda Wedgies. They're nice girls. They cooked a mean barbecue, as I said. Their parents did, that's for sure. They were there claiming it, but they've done well there. They'll get another race later on today. A few races to come. A great effort by South Curl Runaways there. And I'd like to take the opportunity to shout out to our official event partner, the Surfboat Brewery. It's a bit early for that today at the moment, Tate. They're proudly sponsoring us and providing post-event refreshments for the Powercraft and the ASRL work party. And I'll throw the commentators on that list for later on. Shout out to the Regatta Shop. If you're down here, come down, get your gear, get your merch. The ASRL Open 2026. Also, you can get it online. See the official results on screen there now. The Runaways in first, Tate from South Curly.
And the Manta Rays as well, getting that nice little extra treat for second. So provisional results remain the same as the official results here. Fantastic effort from these crews. Make it up and row. Bilgola Bombshells in 3rd and Wanda Wedgies in 4th. As we are edging ever so closer to the Trans-Tasman Test. Looking to start official ceremonies at around 8:30 for the first race to start at 9. Fantastic effort. Sort of looking out to sea, just having a bit of a wait.
Yeah, there's a few gaps in the traffic, but you see this is one of our biggest carnivals of the year, and it's put on by the ASRL, but we'd like to acknowledge Surf Life Saving Australia. We're all lifesavers of great clubs around Australia. Their support's been instrumental in the development of surfboat sweeping and education of surfboat safety officers. And that's one thing as a boatie we do take seriously is safety. The vessels are quite heavy and cumbersome. You have oars and bodies everywhere, but when it moves together, it's nothing like it. It's very special. But all the sweeps training up the young people about safety, correct lifting techniques, watching the ocean, obviously, life-saving safety. And yeah, we couldn't do it without the SLSA. It's partnerships like that that ensure the surfboat competition continues to evolve and flourish.
And we definitely have seen the results of that. This is the biggest ASRL Open we've had, breaking the record from last year at Coffs Harbour.
Huge numbers, Tate. Huge numbers.
Been very impressive growth, but none more so than the under-23 female division with a 44% increase.
Wow, you are a numbers man too, so this is your stuff. That is good to see more girls. I know our girls have added to those numbers. The Bondi Blue team. And shout out to my girls this morning. Bit hard done by. I only got 2 races and we're right on the cut line. Fortunately, the officials did their best with time, but just ran out of it. It's a big day for those girls on the beach all day, helping, as it was for many of their competitors. They kept their chins up high. Taylor, Faith, Lou and Pippi. Morning, girls. Hope you've done that training I set you overnight, those stairs.
Black caps on screen there, getting ready for the Trans-Tasman test.
The Kiwis. Intimidating looking team there now. Getting some pep talks there from them team management. The flag-bearing opportunity for these guys. The development team. So you have the national teams and the development team in under-23. And it's absolutely the highest honour of surfboat racing. And I'll be joined later on by Mr. Aaron Tannehill to bring it to you live. There's an opening ceremony. It's a big deal. And we're going to pay those rowers the due respect that they deserve, and they'll go head-to-head, Australia versus New Zealand. I'll tell you what, the Aussie team's stacked. So, yeah, we'll get some information and we'll have a bit of a player profile on these guys later on.
So these clubs here, so the Australian team was picked at the Swansea Belmont event in December.
Yeah, I called that event. That was a big day.
It sounded like a very big day watching.
It was a wet day towards the end, and 3 great clubs battled it out. Shane, Geloven and Bulleye Gold were there with eventual winners Currumbin. I think Wanda, memory, which isn't that good, so apologies, but yeah, the Currumbin team. Lyle Clark's boys getting the job done. And I was at the official blazer ceremony on Thursday afternoon this week after the Masters. Team manager Hurd and assistant manager Cottrell doing a fine job. And these teams are from Australia getting their blazers. Currumbin in the open men, Collaroy in the open women, Palm Beach Pina Coladas in the under-23 women, and the mighty South Curl Burley back-to-back representatives for Australia in the under-23 division. So that'll be fun to watch later on. You see, this is the place to be. Valentine's Day 2026. Shout out to your lovers. Send a text through. Don't forget the chocolates. Maybe breakfast in bed. If you're still in there. Shouldn't be, but if you are, I hope you're watching surf boats. Maybe the WA fans take, they've got an excuse. It's only 5:30 in the morning over there.
Well, you could say that there might be a few crews who've got the enjoyed the extra sleep in this morning after some fantastic racing in the reserves and 23s from yesterday.
Yeah, it was a big day, and we're coming up, as you mentioned, to the opening ceremony of the Trans-Tasman, so we're going to bring that to you. And yeah, what a day of racing we've got here now. I think there'll be formally a guard of honour. We're on Wanda Surf Club this morning, 2 areas, north and south. The northern area just to the southern side of Wanda Surf Club, and then the southern area is basically in front of Allura Surf Club, you see there. And we're lucky to have the cooperation of all these clubs. They're all great boat clubs. Wilco and Mr. Nathan Spinner, the Prominent Sweeps, Brendan McAlpine, beg your pardon, out of action. Haven't seen him this weekend, but no doubt he's around. But the Wanda team are working hard, and we appreciate their support. We've had weather to deal with. Our tech team's done a great job. and always bringing you surf boats at the highest quality tape, and it just keeps getting better, this presentation, this production.
And I think we're commentary just, might just be getting a little bit better each year with some fantastic individuals in the booth as well as on the beach.
They're struggling. I will give you the tip, the barbecue is cranking now. It smells delicious. And you're supporting your Wanda Surf Club, so get up here and grab a barbecue. Just a little gap as we prepare for the Trans-Tasman opening ceremony. Today we have the Aussies versus the Kiwis. Pinnacle of surfboat racing. Those teams will feature for their clubs later in the carnival, but they're exempt at the early part of the carnival with national duties. And shout out to our friends from New Zealand that have come over here. That's a good trip over for surf boats. There's a big, strong contingent of the Kiwis over here. We wish them well. Doesn't get better than Australia versus New Zealand in any sport. But it's a great rivalry and a friendly rivalry, and surf boats the greatest sport of all. Made up these days of the open competition of 4 divisions, under 19 and the open division featuring today. Yesterday, the under 23 division with the reserve grade, men and women in both. And yeah, what a weekend's racing we've already had. You see the crowd is building down here. The bit of a gap in the weather.
A bit of a shout out as well. We've got someone from Washington State, USA, Rick, giving a big shout out to the North Curl Ox under 19's crew from earlier this morning.
Going well, the Ox. They featuring this year with Sean Stacey on the back of that. Mooka and his son in the crew, they've performed nicely, and you see this ceremony now. We had
Aaron Tannehill, you see, who will be leading our proceedings this morning.
Smoke ceremony as well.
Yes. He's got the clipboard, got
there
the
he
microphone.
is.
You'll hear him a little bit. You'll hear him for the opening ceremony as well as doing the commentary for the Trans-Tasman test. Does Aaron Tannehill.
He's the life of the party, Azar. He's excited, as am I. We haven't sat next to each other for a while, so we'll bring this racing to you. Bring a few interviews as well, Tate. We'll get you on the beach, perhaps, and go and meet some of these superstars.
Really testing my face for radio look at the moment.
You're going all right, mate. Back yourself. Like all the good sweeps, up and coming sweep, and I see on screen now, but just out of shot, I see one of my old friends, Pebbles, smashing a bacon and egg roll.
Certainly fantastic. New Zealand team, the All Blacks.
See, shout out to Pebbles there enjoying his breakfast. But what a time to be on the beach. Wanda Surf Club, Wanda Beach, New South Wales. Trans-Tasman ceremony. You see the athletes forming in guard of honour, and they'll be brought in by the bagpipe band and the choir. This is a big deal. We'll have national anthems, I'm sure. See some big Kiwi names in the background there now. It's the Mollymook team there. This is a real buzz for some of these young juniors to witness this. This is what they're aspiring to, try and chase this. This is the highest rep team honour, Australia. And yeah, as you mentioned, a few weeks back, they raced it out to become the Australian rep teams, Swansea Belmont. New Zealand would have had their trials, or maybe they work on a point score. Some of the fancy clubs here as well, but today you're racing for the green and gold, the all-black cap, New Zealand and Australia. In the A-grade teams, Australia get a number. And it's very special to see Coleroy's side there. They're so proud of their open women representing Australia today.
Definitely a pinnacle of the sport that a lot of crews look to represent Australia wearing the green and gold blazer. Like you said, you were over there at Bondi Thursday.
Yeah, it was a special event, and it was at the SLSA HQ. But we're going to throw it down to the Tasman opening now, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Test. Three mics. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you down here to the beautiful Wanda Beach as we commence the opening ceremony for the Trans-Tasman Test for 2026. Can you please put your hands together and welcome the two teams who will be competing here today, the New Zealand All Blacks and the Australian Lifesaving Team. We'll go here. Start. Good morning, distinguished guests, athletes, officials, volunteers and supporters from both sides of the Tasman. Today, we gather on these shores not just for competition, but for celebration. A celebration of surfboat rowing and the enduring bond between Australia and New Zealand. I would now like to welcome Uncle Dean Kelly to conduct our acknowledgement of country and smoking ceremony.
Hello, my name's Dean Kelly. I'm a Ewan man from the south and a Whaler man from the west. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this area, the Guigal people. The Guigal people spoke a common language that travelled from about the Shellhaven River in the south to Botany Bay, and that was the Dharawal language. There were many clans and groups and families within that language group of the Dharawal speaking people. The Guigal is one. The Norungarigal, the Cobrigal, the Bidjigal are all part of this language group. They put language into the land, into the rocks and the trees. Language without voice, which means they marked the land with engravings, drawings, paintings, and then they scarred the trees so they could know where they were on country. Country to me is the sun, the moon, the sky and the land. And then the other part of that is the wind, the fire and the ocean. The ocean is a place where we all should be able to enjoy and get the benefit of the goodness that the ocean gives us, whether it's food or enjoyment through swimming and activity. We all should have the right to be able to enjoy it. In my language, we call the ocean Gadu. Gadu is a living spirit, just like the fire, the wind, the water. They're all part of the life that is around us and with us. And as human beings, we need to be able to understand it and to be able to work with it and not try and control it. The old people said nature is the greatest teacher, biggest classroom, largest university, and all we need to do to learn from it is open our eyes, open our ears and close our mouths, and it'll talk to us. Today I hope everyone stays safe when they go into Gadu, the ocean, and takes care of each other and finds that common respect of human beings, of being together and working together. Before you go into the ocean today, I'd like you to throw a handful of sand. I use the mobile phones to make a phone call. That phone call was a respect phone call. We're going into someone's home and there are things in there that can harm us. We should go in with respect. By throwing that handful of sand, we're knocking on the door and letting everything in the ocean know that we're coming in. So I ask you to do that today, just a little handful of sand, an offering of respect. If you went to someone's house, you would knock on the door and ask to come in. So thank you. Enjoy your day. Be together. These events bring people together and we need to do more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Uncle Dean Kelly for the acknowledgement of country and smoking ceremony. My name is Aaron Tannehill. I'm joined by ASRL President Natasha Tunney. We'll be conducting the opening ceremony for you today. The ocean before us has always connected our two nations. It has shaped our coastlines, strengthened our communities, and forged generations of surf lifesavers and surfboat rowers. Surfboat rowing is a sport that demands courage in the break, precision through the swell, and trust in the crew beside you. All of this will be on show shortly when these two great nations go head-to-head in the ocean behind us. I would now like to welcome ASRL President Natasha Tunney to say a few words.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm not that short. Okay, good morning everyone. On behalf of the Australian... Good morning everyone. On behalf of the Australian Surf Rowers League, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the Surfboat Trans-Tasman Test. Today we bring together two proud surf-lasting nations, Australia and New Zealand, united by our shared passion for surfboat racing. excellence and the spirit of competition. I'd like to begin by acknowledging our athletes, the heart of today's event. To each member of the Australian and the New Zealand teams, congratulations on your selection. You represent the very best of your nations. Your dedication, discipline and commitment have earned you the honour of wearing your country's colours. To the team managers, the officials and event staff, thank you. Your leadership, preparation and tireless work behind the scenes makes performances like today possible. We are honoured to be joined by distinguished guests, including Peter Agnew, President of Surf Lifesaving Australia, and the President of Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, Jim Warwick. It's great to see the partnership between our two nations strengthen. This supports the ongoing growth of surf lifesaving and surfboat competition for all of us. To the spectators and supporters, thank you for being here. Your energy, your encouragement and the passion creates the atmosphere that makes events like this so special. The Trans-Tasman rivalry is built on respect, tradition, fierce competition, and your support fuels that spirit. The Trans-Tasman Test represents more than racing. It celebrates the deep connection between Australia and New Zealand. Two nations linked by ocean, history, and a shared commitment to saving lives and pushing the limits. To all competitors, race hard, support one another, and embrace the privilege of representing your nation. Thank you all for being part of this special occasion, and I wish both teams the very best of luck, but I'm on Australia's side.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome Surf Lifesaving New Zealand President Jim Warwick to say a few words.
Kia ora, everyone. First of all, I thank you to Uncle Dean Kelly for the welcome to country ceremony. We acknowledge and respect the traditional custodians whose ancestral lands we are having the 2026 Trans-Tasman Surfboat Test Series here today. On behalf of Surf Lifesaving New Zealand team manager Bruce Matheson and the New Zealand team, I'd like to thank Surf Lifesaving Australia President Peter Agnew and the Surf Lifesaving Australia staff team, Australia team manager Greg Hurd and the Australian team, the ASRL and the Wanda Surf Club for hosting this event, and the tremendous Aussie hospitality that the New Zealand team has experienced over the last couple of days. New Zealand and Australia have been competing in Trans-Tasman surf lifesaving and including surfboat rowing since 1937. Trans-Tasman Surfboat Series really epitomises the Anzac spirit, and the Trans-Tasman Surfboat Challenge Trophy is one that both countries really want to win. I'm looking forward to the 3 test series today, celebrating together at the conclusion of the event, and then doing it all again in 2027 at Waihi Beach in New Zealand. Thank
you very much. I'd now like to welcome forward Surf Lifesaving Australia President Peter Agnew, AM, ASM. Thank you. Do you want to hold it? Test.
Okay, we've got the one. Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wanda Beach on behalf of Surf Lifesaving Australia. Really great to see a little bit of a wave up the back for us. Nothing too problematic for the teams, but hopefully enough to provide some spectacular competition. Today here at the 2026 Trans-Tasman Series Test between New Zealand and Australia. 2 fantastic teams here this morning. Some of the best competition in surfboat rowing you will see internationally represented. The Australian team selected from over 70 teams, the best 4 surfboat rowing teams in this country competing on the beach here this morning. A very good morning also to our official guests, and Jim, thank you for welcoming some of the team managers and coaches, but Simon Kennedy, federal member for Cook, thank you very much for coming down. Mark Speakman, state member, Carol Proven from Cronulla Sutherland Council, Michelle Coles there, the Director of Surf Sports for Sydney, and Rachel Allens, Chair of Surf Sports for Surf Lifesaving Australia, as well as our host club. Thank you very much. The 4 teams representing Australia today. For our open men's, we have the Currumbin Barbarians. For the open women's, we have the Collaroy Giants. Good support crew there. For the under-23 men's, we have the South Curl Burley. And for the under-23 women's, we have the Palm Beach Pina Coladas. Big congratulations. Thank you to our New Zealand friends. Thank you for making the team countries last night. It was really great to see the 2 teams that evening. Thank you very much for making the trip over. Jim, always great to see you, President of New Zealand, and we really appreciate you being here. Well, I'm excited to see the competition behind us. As we compete here, we share the common experience, and we promote the sport of surfboat rowing in this country through this particular area. Today, Australia enters this competition defending the Open Championship and trying to reclaim the under-23 title, so all the very best to you. And finally, thank you very much to the competitors, the officials and our supporters here at today's event. And on behalf of Surf Life Saving Australia, I declare the 2026 Trans-Tasman Surfboat Challenge officially underway. All the best.
With that, it is my great honour to acknowledge the New Zealand surfboat crews and the Australian team managers and captains. To Greg Hurd and Don Cottrell, thank you for your ongoing commitment to the Australian lifesaving team. You're a dynamic duo, you work so well and you give the team the best opportunity to succeed. So thank you very much for your time that you give to the crews. And to Mac Hamilton, the captain, congratulations on the honour as well. Please put your hands together for the Australian lifesaving team. And to Bruce Matheson, the team captain for New Zealand, thank you very much for your commitment to drive this team to succeed and giving them the best opportunity to take on the Aussies here this morning. I've heard great things about the work you've done with this team. They're looking good, and I wish you and the team all the best, along with the captains, Chris Carew and Jasmine Brake. Please put your hands together for the All Blacks. And everybody on the beach, if you are able, please stand for the New Zealand National Anthem, followed by the Australian National Anthem, to be sung by Sing Australia Sutherland. Tash. How good was that? Well, there's only one thing now to do, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it on! Australia versus New Zealand. We'll be on in about 15, 20 minutes' time. Keep tabs on the update. If Australia can please, the Australian team will now move forward, shake hands. And racing will be in the area in front of us shortly. Thank you very much to Sing Australia Sutherland for their participation. And that concludes the ceremony.
Wow, what an absolute thrill that was. This is getting tense down here. Crowds building, as Aaron said, 15 minutes roughly from racing. Australia versus New Zealand. What a wonderful opening ceremony it was. What a beautiful welcome we got from our local Indigenous member from our community down here. And look at that, these teams are excited. See the team mascot earlier there was carried by one of our female rowers. I noted at the ceremony that Alan Perry, see Big Alan there, one of the taller members. Shout out to his dad, Nathan. But yeah, Alan was the guardian of the mascot, and he's let it slip for the moment, but I think it's safe today amongst all our Aussie fans. No one's going to mess with our mascot. And it's Wanda Beach, the place to be. A little gap in the traffic now, so appreciate your patience. You see the New Zealand team there. Mean business. I'll have some of the New Zealand team members up here giving us a rundown on their team, but I think Tatahi Bay's represented. Potentially Red Beach in New Zealand. Also maybe have one or two crews in this strong New Zealand outfit. We'll bring you the actual team details as soon as we can. Team members. The Aussie team made up of the Currumbin Barbarians green side with Lyle Clark at the back. The Collaroy Giants, the female team for Australia, with Mark Ando Anderson sweeping at the back of that boat, and they've been a strong female crew for many years. It's a great highlight for those girls. Also joining them, and it's a strong Northern Beaches representation this year for Australia, is the Palm Beach Pina Coladas with Matty Giblin, the good doctor, on the back of the Australian Under-23 development team. And in the Australian Under-23 men's development team, you have the South Curl Burley, swept by Mark Gus Batiri, and made up of the Campbell brothers, David and Angus, young Alan Perry, the youngest member of the Australian side, hence his duties with the mascot guardianship. And then Jack Rivet, the smartest of the Burley, a good bowman. I had a beverage with his old man at the official presentation Thursday evening at the Bondi Icebergs. And congratulations to all the family and friends of these athletes representing their country, our country, or New Zealand as well. Huge honour. And as a boatie, it's the absolute bee's knees of racing. You see there some of the senior men's crews trying to warm up. It is chillier than it's been the last few days down here today. The wind looks like it's just starting to pick up again from the south. It's been pretty still all day, but there's a bit of wind chop on the surface now. And as I look out to sea, see the still lumps around the ocean in both courses. It's a bit more lively in the Northern Arena. We'll be racing in for this Trans-Tasman series. Looking down the southern area as well, we see there boats on the line in the southern area. So we might be able to bring you some racing. We're going to throw you down at the moment, though, to an interview with the Australian team captain. What an honour.
Down here on the beach with the Australian lifesaving team, Captain Mac Hamilton representing Australia from Currumbin, mate. What an experience. You probably had 2 or 3 days of a remarkable time with your fellow teammates.
Yeah, we've been in camp for the last 2 days, just getting to know each other, having a bit of fun, and just getting ready for it.
Yeah. Thursday night, Bondi, team uniform presentation, guest speakers, you had Olympian there. That would have been a great, really way to start the campaign for you.
Yeah, we had Tim McLaren say a few words, just to sort of get us into the framework, and it was really good, just getting to know each other. Down
at the RSL last night for dinner as well, of course. I think the team manager's got Greg Hurd, John Cottrell, and obviously the support from Surf Life Saving Australia really embed a strong culture in this team, but also give you the best experience. And then you're down here today. How are you feeling about racing?
Excited, yeah. Just can't wait to get the first one over and done with. That's always sort of settles the nerves.
All right, mate, we'll let you go. We're going to throw back to racing here, of course. Good luck, mate. All the best and enjoy the experience. Back to you at the top.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And it looks like we're racing in the northern area now. You see on screen, bottom of screen, you've got the Wanda Weapons. You've got South Curl and Alley 2. Just bringing up the live feeds now. Yeah, so Wanda Weapons in 1. South Curl, Sneaky Nuts in Alley 2. Talabudger and Myths in Alley 3. The Currumbin Barbarians, green side, in Alley 4. No, they're exempt. I think that's the Australian side, so might see a gap in the field. The Wanda Wild Hogs up in Alley 5. The Trax Robson jumping on the back after Brendan McAlpine suffered an injury in that second Wanda crew, and they're doing well, the Wanda boys. Both Wanda crews sort of setting an early tempo, and then up in Alley 6, the Palm Beach Probation. And I dare say the Probation, the back of that boat, swept by Mr. Ryan Halangahu. So, looking out to sea there now. Formidable side of Wanda. It looks like Trax at the back of that Wanda Wild Hogs boat in the inset shot. All crews starting to set a bit of an even tempo out to sea, going through those gate cans. And now working up to the turning can, and we'll get a better idea of how they're placed, how these alleys are. But it looks like up in the southern end, it's Alley 6 and Alley 5 turning with the advantage just from Alley 1 there. So Wanda Wild Hogs and Palm Beach leading this race. See Trax Robson there. Unfamiliar colours in the Wanda boat. He's famous for being a North Cronulla man, won an Open Aussie Gold back in the 90s. And he knows his way about steering a surf boat. They're doing well, the Wild Hogs. So they're going to come through these gate cans with a slight lead across the field. About a boat length you see there, just to Palm Beach. Both getting inside their gate can. Then it's the Wanda Weapons, current champions, ASRL champions, getting a run with the spinner at the back of their boat. You have the Sneaky Nuts, the back of this boat from South Curl. They might be without their sweep at the moment, their regular sweep, because Sneaky Nuts normally swept by Mark Spiteri in the Aussie side, but up in Alley 6, Palm Beach getting a lift on the finish line. That's where you want to get a lift. They pull themselves down ahead of the field, and Palm Beach are going to sneak the result in this first race for Open Men. That's a great start for Palm Beach crew as they come across the line, negotiating this edge. And it's going to be pretty close for second and third, because we think the two Wanda boats will be there or thereabouts, with Trax Robson getting the chocolates for second. Then the Wanda Weapons for third, we'd say, into South Curl. And then Talabudgera from the Gold Coast, the Myths, coming across in fifth place, with the Aussie team also scheduled for that heat, but exempt and getting through to later in the competition as a right, being a representative team. And we've seen it across the weekend with the rep teams from each of the states also getting max points and getting through the early rounds. And that's fair enough if you've earned that right. Not everyone's a big fan of it. I guess yesterday you could have said that it's a bit more pot luck than your skills yesterday, so potentially those crews might not have got through in a normal event, but it's the ASRL Open. And here we go for Heat 2. In Avalon Beach Pinkies, reserve grade champions last year in Alley 1. McMaster's Team A in Alley 2. The Currumbin Barbarians, the second of the Currumbin A-grade Barbarians white team in Alley 3 with Glenn Williams. Red Beach, New Zealand will be the rep team, so they won't be racing. Amanu Beach, Amanu Outlaws in Alley 5, and Mermaid Beach in Alley 6, the Murphys. So, as we look down the boat, you see there now 5 boats in this one. Red Beach not omitted. That's Glenn Williams on the back of the Currumbin Beach team. And Open Men's. Watch these boys fly. Anyone watching new to the sport, this is the top division, the Open Men's. There's great Bob Burns on the starting tower in his Bisley jacket, South Maroubra life member, and legend Bodie Burnsy, and it's great to see my mate there doing a good job, getting everyone smashed, as he's sometimes known for. But these waves won't stop these big Open Men. And you see Avalon Beach Pinkies in Alley 1 from McMaster's, then a gap, then Currumbin. The second of the New Zealand teams, Amanu, and then Mermaid Beach Murphys up in Alley 6, also getting a good start. You see those water coming through those big green swells. That's advantages for when you're coming home. You can slow your progress on the way out to sea with the noses up and down, bouncing through this chop. It looks like a nice even race at the moment, pretty steady. Avalon Beach Pinkies have been performing at a high level in their debut season in A-grade. And some people thought it was a long overdue upgrade to A's, but they got the gold medal last year in reserve grade. They'd been chasing it. Now they're in the top division. A lot of experience in that boat. One of those boys a bit older than the rest. Just proof to show you, in A-grade, it's often about your mental capacity. It's a thinking person sport, rowing. You see Avalon setting a tempo nicely, and they've had a few wins this season, the Avalon Beach Pinkies already. So Nathan Welling's doing a good job with his A-grade crew, and they're going to turn into the black can pretty evenly. Mermaid up in 6 with the first of it. Then around from them would be Amanu, in a borrowed boat, and then Avalon Beach getting around third place up down here in Alley 1. So now we're heading back to the ocean, and you see in the background it's the other of the Open Men's divisions, the north and the south area. That's a great shot from our drone team. And you see boat speeds are all pretty even. These are as fast as the surf boats are going to move. The skill level and the strength of these athletes is above all. And you see them getting through the gate cans. There's nothing in it. And it's Mermaid that's now got the late lead here, pushing hard in Alley 6, searching for every little bit of water. Avalon Beach also trying to get something underneath their boat. And everyone's through the gate cans so they can shoot to the finish line. And you see Amanu there chasing the top of that run in the freshwater boat. But now comes Mermaid lifting again, just sneaking their nose half a length in front. So Avalon working hard as this wind starts to pick up again. So it's the Mermaid team doing an excellent job now, lengthening out. A little bubble for that Amanu next to them though, and there's not much room up that end. So they're both going to have to go. And it looks like Mermaid Beach Murphys are going to get through, lifting the rate and just pulling over the smallest little ripple. Avalon working hard down in Alley 1 to get over this last one. They will. So will they sneak a second? It looks like it from here on that finish line. We'll leave it to the judges. With McMaster's Beach and Currumbin there, just one wave behind. So there's nothing in it in the Open Men's division. You see there, it's a start or a turn or a runner that no one else gets. It's going to be an advantage today in the Open Men's, because for pure boat speed, they're all pretty even. That was a great row there from the Mermaid Beach team coming down from the Gold Coast of Queensland, the Murphys. So great to be in the open men's division now as they're moving in for the next of the races. It's going to be Heat 3 coming to you, and it's South Curl Blitz. Alley 1 with Rob Lowry sweeping. The Kyneton Rocks Raiders, Alley 2. Rosebud McRae, Angry Otters in Alley 3, familiar name there, and some familiar people in that boat. The Wild Beach Moby Dicks in Alley 4. In Alley 5, Mermaid Beach Kennards. Well, I wondered if the Kennards were here, and they are. They're one of the top 8 crews, and their stablemates, the Murphys, just took the win out in that last race. So Mermaid Beach with strong representation here for the ASRL Open. There's Moby Dicks, Wild Beach. Babs on the back of that boat. Brett Babiri, and see, it's a pretty spread out line there. Kyneton Rocks are going to be in Alley 2. Just out of shot is Alley 1, South Curl Blitz, but we'll pick them up. You see their oars just on the bottom right of screen. There we go. Full field in view now, and it's a racing start for these A-grade boys. And these Rosebud caps, much the same as the Australian caps, so they've snuck in a bit of extra merch, but they're not doing the best of it out to sea, Rosebud. And to the early lead, it looks like it's going to be Mermaid Beach Kennards in Alley 5 from the South Curl Blitz crew down here in Alley 1. Then it's going to be across to Wild Beach. Doing a good job, Wild Beach there. Just trying to hang on to the boat speed of these big open men, but Mermaid Beach Kennards, off they go out to sea with Marty Fletcher. One of the great sweeps, as is Rob Lowry up in Alley 1, going with them, the Blitz. That vessel's a beautiful brand new vessel, and it's named after some very special people. Heading out to sea through those gate cans, though, you see it's Mermaid Beach, probably with the length of the lead on the field. The South Curl Blitz team, Rob Lowry, steady hand. Alley 1, I'm not sure if Alley 1's the pick of the bunch early today. Looks okay to get out, but just drifting off it and up. These tins might be favouring the southern end of the course for the early part of the day. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But into the turn on the yellow is the Mermaid Beach Kennards team. And look at them get around. There's Marty. Steady as. Short stature. But big in personality, Marty. He's a big name player. Is Marty, and he's getting his Kennards team out there. They'll be dirty that they weren't part of that Aussie rep side. Always chasing hard, trying to get the chocolates, always featuring at the top of the end of the pole is the Mermaid Beach team. So you see Marty there getting through his coloured gate can, and they look like they've got a comfortable lead at the moment. But as we've seen, there's run out the back for all of these crews. See Mermaid stretching their run, but the other 3 crews have come back into it. So Rosebud, after a shifty start, has come back up, and it's the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with the South Curly Blitz not getting much assistance. And a bit of a lift for Rosebud, and a bit of a lift for Moby Dicks from Wild Beach, but Kennards they're on a run. Marty and the boys well out in front. Not sure if they're going to pull over it. It's filled up, but they're well and truly got this race handled for now. The Rosebud team have come back into 2nd for now, but there's waves building behind the field. So no one's home yet for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Other than the Kennards team with Marty Fletcher crossing the line. Then Rosebud coming into a little bubble ahead of the field. And it's a bit of a dogfight here for 3rd, because you're going to have the South Curly team with Kyneton Rocks pushing hard on this finish line. Kyneton up and rowing. South Curly up and rowing. Stroke for stroke. And we're not going to be able to tell you about that to the naked eye. We'll leave it to the judges. You check it out on live heats. But all these points important for these teams to progress through the day in their round-robin competition. So a great heat there, and you see the Moby Dicks, they're young fellas, probably doubling up in A grade, to be fair, and that's a good effort. Babs does push his teams to do extra racing, and it can only be beneficial for you if you're doing it extras. But showing their class with the big boys of A grade, and Moby Dicks just bringing up the tail of the field in that one. So it looks like we're going to move into some of the open women's divisions now. As we get the line set for the first heat in the northern area, we're going to have Palm Beach Pursuit in Alley 1. Red Beach, New Zealand in 2 may be the rep side. There may be a gap in that alley. In Alley 3, the Lawn Lobsters. Alley 4, the Avalon Beach Sweet Feet. Nathan Welling's on the back of that boat. South Curl Shakers, the current Australian champions, in Alley 5. And the Wanda Wahoos in Alley 6 at their home beach. So a lot of these crews travelled. Lawrence made the journey. As I mentioned, the Red Beach team omitted from this race because they will be representing New Zealand and featuring with max points in the later rounds. We're going to shout down to one of our junior female rowers and we'll pick up a beach interview. How good?
I'm here with Daisy Drips representing Victoria yesterday at the Interstate and representing Janjuk in the 19's today. Daisy, the conditions out here, how were they compared to yesterday?
Yeah, the wind's died down a bit, which we love the wind, we love the chop. Down at Juk we always have a bit of mess, a bit of chop, a bit of rain. Yesterday was kind of the perfect conditions for us, but it's cooled down quite a lot. But it's nice and clean, a lot of good runs to get in. Very excited, very excited. That's
fantastic to hear. And would you say, being up here at Wanda, one of the best beaches going around, you looking forward to the rest of this weekend?
Oh, we're very stoked. We've been waiting for this. We didn't do too great last year's ASRL, but at Aussies we've slowly been climbing. We're looking forward to it. We're very excited this week.
I think a lot of the crews will be the same as well. Throwing back to you guys.
Thanks, Tate Copeland, for the great beach interview. So we're getting excited here. We're into the first of the Open Women's, and I won't be very far away from one of my guests and commentators and key man to our sport, and he's just brought himself a bacon and egg roll and a Coke. He's looked after himself, and rightly so. But as we look out to sea, we've got the Open Women's Heat 1, Palm Beach Pursuit in Alley 1. Alley 2's vacant, with the New Zealand team normally being in that alley. Alley 3, the Lawn Lobsters. Alley 4, the Avalon Beach Sweet Feet. Alley 5 is going to be the South Curl Shakers, the current Australian champions. And they may have a guest sweep as well, with their regular sweep representing Australia with the South Curl Burley. And Alley 6, the Wanda Wahoos. So anticipation building. You can see out in front of me at the beach, the rep teams are warming up for their big moment. The racing still continues here at the ASRL. It's the hottest ticket in town. And we're going to bring you the Trans-Tasman test after that wonderful opening ceremony brought to you by Aaron and our team. But in the background there, we see we're away and racing in the first of the Open Women's Division. That's the Wanda team, the Wahoos on screen. All crews negotiating this early break. Getting away nicely was the southern end there, the Wanda team. Next to them, South Curl Shakers and Avalon. And down here in Alley 1 with Charlie Plugger Trotter is the Palm Beach team. Just getting their nose over that steeper one was Lawn, dropping out of the back of this one for the early part. So 4 boats getting out to sea pretty evenly. And I'd say the leader of those 4 would be at the moment Palm Beach with the higher rate from the South Curly Shakers. Then dropping back is the Avalon Beach team and the Wanda Wahoos. So looking out, it's all a good line. You see steady rhythm, green lumps coming under all of these boats, which is a good sign for racing. So when there's a wave, it always makes it more exciting. And you see now, going out to sea, it's still Palm Beach and the South Curly Shakers. So there it is, Rob Lowry filling in on the Shakers. He's been a busy guy filling in for his best mate, Mark Spatieri, down there in the South Curly team. And last year, South Curly had 2 open women's crews featuring. This year, just at the moment, currently the Shakers setting the tone, and they've been the current Aussie champions. And they're going to probably get the lead to the first can in the yellow. And good morning, and just looking out to see it is the South Curly Shakers turning first. Then from Avalon Beach and Wanda, and then back to Palm Beach. And we've got racing on our hands, open women, and I'm joined right now and back on the hot seat together is good morning to Mr. Aaron Tannehill.
We are, mate. Thank you very much. I'm just sorting my life out. Final notes. What a time to be alive. What a great place to be here at Wanda, mate. You've done an exceptional work so far. Staying dry today, sorry.
So far, so good. And,
bit of rain this morning, wasn't there?
There was. Thankfully, the wind wasn't too severe, and our tech gear and all the commentary team stuff is okay, and the tech team have made us a little shelter up here, and we're feeling pretty comfortable. So you see Rob Lowry with the South Curl Shakers there, Aaron. They're leading this race. Current Australian A-grade women's champions. But it's all pretty even in the open women's. At the pointy end, you see now crews catching up with run from behind. So Wanda up in LE6 working hard, but the Shakers again, Aaron, pushing out.
They are, and what you'll see this weekend is our open numbers are up, especially in the open female. I think they're trying to push for 5 rounds for them, and gee, I tell you what, even with those 5 rounds, you want to get the 10 points like South Curly are doing on this run. They're looking good, but out the back, here we go, Phil, 4 on the way potentially.
Yeah, and South Curly dropping off the one in front. So we'll see who this fills up for. Wanda's chasing it. Napinelli one out of shot. It's going to be Palm Beach. Coming down something, he stopped them early. So South Curly now just skipping ahead again.
And bottom of screen, mate, Palm Beach have crabbed 1 or 2 crabs in that boat. That's going to send them to last place, unfortunately for Charlie Trotter. South Curly first, Avalon Beach in the middle, looking good for second. But Wanda might get the shoot. It's still Avalon Beach for that second place. Wanda coming right up to him now, though. It's going to be extremely tight.
Yeah, we'll leave that for the judges for second and third. And Lorne just coming across for fourth. And fortunate timing for one of Charlie's rowers getting a crab and stopping the momentum. They were going to get down that wave and feature in the major placings. Now they'll have to settle for a 5th and work harder in the next few rounds. So great racing from the open women's, and well, we're getting closer and closer now, Aaron, to our national event.
1 to go, mate.
1 more race to go. Can't contain myself, Aaron.
Vibes are high. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, if it's Australia, New Zealand or around the world. We want to know. The Australia versus New Zealand test. 3 rounds of racing head-to-head. The crews will be 4 crews in each, so I'll explain when they're on the starting line how it's going to work, but essentially we're going to have 2 pairs of racing, the Opens and the 23, same gender in the same race.
Beautiful.
And going down for an interview now before we get into the next race.
I'm here alongside Molly from Metcal, who's been doing a bit of sweeping alongside for Metcal and Swansea Belmont. How's it been at the back of the boat throughout this weekend?
Windy, cold, wet, bouncy, mate. But today, much, much better. There's not as much wind in it so far. The swells dropped a little bit from yesterday, which is really, really nice for the under-19 kids. They probably like it a bit bigger. They can handle it. But, no, things are going really well, mate. Can never predict the weather really and get away with it successfully, but things are going okay, mate. Nice out there today.
It's been fantastic to see you with Metcal as well as getting a sweeping Swansea Belmont yesterday. How's it been supporting sort of those smaller clubs to try and get a little bit more boats in there?
Oh, mate, Hoagie rang me up the other day and he said, I can't make it. I've got to move house. Can you take my girls? I said, I'd love to, mate. He's helped me out for years. I'm happy to help him out. So the Swansea Belmont Pippies, you can find them on Instagram now too. We had a great day together. Unfortunately, only got 2 races due to the time constraints yesterday, which is really disappointed, and they just missed the cut. So
I was hoping to work with them again on Sunday, but maybe next time. But it's really happy to help anyone, mate. It's all good.
And that's the great thing about surfboats, this sport. We help each other out as we look forward to watching the next race throughout the day. Thank you very much, Molly.
Cheers, mate. Have a good day.
Gee, I'll tell you what, we're going to have to pay the big bucks for Tate if he's going to be doing on-beach commentary. He's a man of great talent, and good to see him down there having a go. Now we're going to move in to the open female surfboat round 1, heat 2. Maroochydore Bells in alley number 1. Collaroy Crusaders in 2. The Giants in the middle in alley number 3.
Yeah, that's...
Currumbin Hunters in 4. Northcott in 5. And Palm Beach, the Pirates in 6. On-screen, Maroochydore, the Timber, all the left-hander, Megsy at the back.
Yeah, it's a 5-boater at the moment, Aaron, and I'm not sure if they may have dropped an alley. There's a bit of a gap.
Alley number 3 is the Australian team.
Alley 3, the Australian team, of course it is. We've seen that in the earlier races. So that's Gap, the Aussie team. The other Collaroy side representing there now that is Gavin Scott out the back, and he's in the back of the Collaroy Crusaders. But setting a nice lead would be the Maroochydore team with Megsy up in alley 1, Aaron.
Yeah, it is. Tight racing. Especially trying to get through the rounds. Pretty tight cuts here this weekend, so you can't afford to be getting 4th and 5th places. You've really got to push for those top 3s all week as they're going through the gate cans now. And for those playing at home, when you're coming back into shore, you've got to have your allocated buoy on your right-hand side. So effectively, you've got to go through the gates. 10 strokes out, still tight. 3 or 4 crews right there all together. As we are only minutes away from the Trans-Tasman Test, Australia versus New Zealand, so stay tight. We're going to be getting into it very shortly. 5 strokes out, angling in. Still looking. Currumbin in the middle. Turning just in front of alleys 5 and 6. Northcott there with Jeff Hegarty sweeping Palm Beach top of screen. Maroochydore, a little bit of work to do in 4th place. Probably a length or so behind.
Yeah, but you can make a length up on these courses today because there's running around the field left and right. But getting the best of it is the southern end at the moment. And it looks just like in alley 5, the Northcott team with Jeff Hegarty on the back getting the best. And now Palm Beach lifting as well. So it's a wrap. So we got Palm Beach lifting with Jeff Hegarty going through the gate cans in a pretty even line. Next to them is the Currumbin team, the Currumbin Hunters, with Will McDowell on the back. So these are the strongest ladies division, and you see they're going stroke for stroke in the southern end. They can hear each other having a crack, and Palm Beach lifting again. They're still 60, 70 metres from the finish line. There's nothing coming, but down in alley 1 and 2, there's a little green one coming from Maroochydore.
Now you look at on the left-hand side of the screen, there's a couple of swells building at the gates, and you can see one crew's got on it. That's Collaroy and Maroochydore have caught easy ore as well. These 3 crews, I don't know if they're going to get down this. Potentially Currumbin in alley number 4, but look about 30 or 40 metres behind. It's going to bring them all together, Phil.
Yeah, Maroochydore working hard to get over the last wave here, but Currumbin are definitely going to get down it, and they're searching for first place. And Maroochydore still trying. There's a late takeoff for Collaroy in 2. Palm Beach in alley 6 for the 2nd and 3rd. Who's it going to be?
Oh, how good is that?
Currumbin first, a few boats sideways.
I reckon Megsy might have held 2nd, but it's tight for 3rd. That'll conclude round 1 of racing as we're now moving to the big one.
Wow.
The Trans-Tasman Test, the Australian lifesaving team managed by Greg Hurd and Don Cottrell. Mac Hamilton being their captain. Exceptional support from Surf Life Saving Australia in relation to this event. And then we got the All Blacks from New Zealand with Bruce as their team manager, having a chat with him before. He's loved the experience so far. The team's been looked after, both from Australia and also New Zealand.
Yeah, you might want to run us through those New Zealand clubs and teams, Az.
Well, I will. There's one we got to work on our pronunciation, but we'll definitely get there. But Bruce Matheson with Chris Carew and Jasmine Brake as their captains. On screen, the open man, Lyle Clark, being their sweep. Also captain in that crew, Mac Hamilton, Samson Hatfield, Jed Mackey and Jack Ryan. Of course, they'll be racing against Red Beach. with Jed Wright, Ricky Daniel Neild, Seamus O'Halloran, and of course Chris Carew, the captain, with Tom Jacker. So the way it works, alleys 2 and 3 will be the opens. Open males. The alley 5 and 6 will be the development team under 23s. And they might go, I don't know if they'll go together, they might go a minute apart. We'll just have to see how it gauges. 3 rounds. Effectively, it's 12 races in total because you've got 2 races on at once. It's match racing head to head. Conditions calmed off over the weekend. Thursday afternoon, the Masters copped 60 kilometre plus winds across shore, which brought in some swell yesterday. Mark Anderson there on screen. I'll tell you what, the opening ceremony before, emotional moment. I reckon half the competitors had a tear in their eye. It was extremely well done by Uncle Dean Kelly and also the choir that we had here, Sing Australia Sutherland.
You guys did a great job. It came through loud and clear. The choir was exceptional. 2 verses of our anthem.
Wow, how good is it?
Oh,
I was like,
you know, you're in a big event when that
proper
happens.
fist pump. It was so good.
Yeah.
And that raised the hairs on the back when that started, I reckon. So here we go.
Here
on
we
screen.
go, Aaron. Look out. That's the development side there for Australia, the South Curl team, South Curly Burley. And that boat's moving as fast as any of these A-grade sides.
So you can see they're well apart. 2 separate races, essentially, in the one. And, geez, top of screen. Left-hand side, mate. Look how tight they are.
Yeah,
We've still got that gully in the middle, haven't we?
Yeah, it was a tricky one yesterday, searching for a bank as a shorter sweep. You wanted to get in on time, but there was a gap and it made starting a bit trickier, maybe dropping an alley or 2 in the centre. There's the Aussie team.
Lyle Clark on screen, the open men.
You see all of their caps numbered. It's a great honour that's bestowed upon the open teams.
Lyle Clark, second time representing Australia. Right next to them in that orange boat, that'll be Red Beach. So we've got the open men, that'll be the development team of Chitahi Bay. It's the 4th time that they've represented New Zealand.
That's a huge achievement in
Isn't it?
itself. Wow, well done to those guys.
Chitahi Bay development men team, top of screen. Bottom of screen, you've got the open male teams. Alley 2, New Zealand, Alley 3, Australia. Top of screen, left-hand side, the development team. So essentially 2 separate races. You got to treat it that way.
So you got the A grade down the bottom and the 23s up the top.
Flags up.
Let's hope
I reckon.
Let's hope the A graders are on. These 23s could prove a point or 2 here.
Let's just see what happens. I reckon they could be separate.
Separate starting time, just so that there's no.
Maybe.
All right.
Could be wrong.
It's going to be hard with a bit of itchy trigger finger. As a thrower, you're at the starter's hands. They all look pretty well set. If you look at South Curly, look like in the stance position.
They've been set since Thursday night.
You're not wrong.
Absolutely wired in.
They are G'd.
Of course, the All Blacks from New Zealand. Thursday night, the Australian team had their uniform presentation at Surf Life Saving HQ. Friday night, last night, they had a dinner together, the ASRL, all teams. And now they're racing in about 30 seconds' time, you'd think, still in the starters' hands.
Reckon they're going to start together, as? I don't know.
Bragging rights, for sure, 23s.
Well, that's why this South Curly Burley team, I'm not too much on the form of Tatahi Bay, but
there'd be no reason why you wouldn't start them together. They're so far apart. Here we go, guns up. They are.
Yes. So, negotiating the early break in both ends. The A-graders at the bottom of screen getting away without much trouble. South Curly and Tatahi Bay, the Australian New Zealand development, getting a bit of a hit. But it is the New Zealand team.
Now, I've followed New Zealand for these teams for a while. I can tell you, New Zealand always fast off the start. Their first 20 or 30 strokes is always up there, if not quicker than Australia. And then watch Australia just grind away, and we're seeing that already. New Zealand just have the bow in front, but now look at Currumbin, the open man here. Lyle Clark sweeping, just starting to get the bow in front.
Yeah, there's nothing in this race across both divisions, Aaron, and these guys have been waiting to pull on these oars for months in some cases, and now they're finally out here representing their country and getting what they do best done. And you see it's Currumbin with an early lead on the New Zealand team, or sorry, I beg your pardon, Australia. And you see up At the top of the screen, Australian under-23 team, half a length ahead of their counterparts from.
Yeah, so
and they're probably leading it.
Yeah, let's see if New Zealand can hold on, because Australia will power through these 20 strokes through the mid-range, the halfway through of the race, going out to sea. The open men from New Zealand are definitely staying right with Australia. But the Australian team, the blue boat at the top of your screen, they're just starting to gap the development team. Surely they're 5 or 6 strokes away from the turn. And Phil, let's see how quickly they can get around.
Well, this will be a test of the turns and who's on point. The guys haven't done much sweeping because they've been held back for this racing, and it's the development team with their nose in front from Australia. So the Australian under-23 team just ahead of the Australian Open team. And here comes a run for the 23s from Australia up the southern end there. And they've lifted, Aaron.
Geez, I can tell you what, the Australian Open men team will be looking over going, hold on a minute, these young whippets are trying to get in front of us, and that'll use them to motivate them to probably get in front of New Zealand. It's still top of screen running it. The development team from Australia extend their lead. They're looking good at the moment. Bottom of screen, the New Zealand team, they've got to run under them, they're going to miss it, and now it's going to open up for the Open men.
It sure is, and you see the under-23 team from New Zealand also ahead of their Open New Zealand team. So it's the 2 Aussie teams now. Australian Opens trying to get down something. There's nothing for these guys coming at the moment. There might be something for the Australian under-23 team, Aaron.
The development team from New Zealand sitting on top of one, grinding away, lifting this stroke rate. They're going to miss it, but I can tell you what, South Curly looking behind going, thank you very much. This is going to be the perfect dream wave for both the Australian teams.
And Australia.
Potential little late takeoff at the top of screen, but they're going to get down it nicely. In fact, they're going to row right onto it. Lyle Clark on screen, the Open men, they're going to get the 10 points to start with. And then going on the other side, the development team for Australia looking good as well. Phil,
yes.
It's a win for Australia for round 1 in the men.
Just got to hold it. Spiteri for Australia on the line. And he'll do so, and it's the 2 Aussie teams there. Opens and 23s getting the job done. So if you're an Australian, stand up and give that a clap. Doing their best for the men.
As said, Titahi Bay representing the development in the 4th time.
And we'll have to wait and see about those alleys, because the under-23 Kiwi side just knocked off the Open Kiwi side. And they won't be too happy about that, the Open men's Kiwis.
Yeah, they eased off, mate. They stopped rowing, saving their tickets. So what happens now? 2 wins for Australia. That's essentially how we do it. So 2 wins for Australia.
Yeah, you keep score, Aaron. It's your sort of thing, mate. Stats man.
Don't worry, I had stats yesterday, mate. I was doing the same thing.
Mate, we'd be lost without you. I'm so stoked to be next to one of the godfathers of the ASRL, and especially the commentary team, Aaron Tannehill.
Now on screen, the Open women of Coleroy.
Yep, Coleroy Giants representing Australia. There's the under-23 teams.
There they are. So alleys 2 and 3, the bottom of your screen on the drone. Over the Opens, the All Blacks of Paikokariki. You going to give that a go?
Paikokariki.
There we go.
Well, you said it well. You've even written it down in syllables.
I know.
It's a good effort.
They'll be representing New Zealand in the development team. Steve Dixon sweeping them. Paddy Giblin of the Palm Beach crew. Now, I heard about this Palm Beach crew that essentially there were a few spare rowers who weren't quite in a crew, pulled themselves together, lo and behold.
Well, he's a wonderful man, Matt Giblin. I'm excited for him to represent Australia. It's a huge honour.
Absolutely.
That Palm Beach club is littered with great rowers, though, so I'm sure any spares up there would have been lucky to find, Matt, really. And look what's happened now. And that's often mentioned that, a happy crew is a fast crew, and you've got to keep the vibes up. Matty's a good guy. He's nice and calm. He's a great sweep.
And, of course, we are here thanks to the Sutherland Shire Council. We'll have some councillors in here shortly, members of Parliament, having a chat with us. And we do thank them for their support.
Are we chatting about boats or politics, Aaron?
No, we'll...
Not qualified to chat about politics.
We'll play balance. Their ongoing commitment to community sport, coastal activity and surf life saving plays an important role in making events like this possible and showcasing the Shire's incredible beaches and local communities. So we do thank the Sutherland Shire Council for their support. It is fantastic to be racing here, I guess, in such a great coastal environment. We've been here many times along this stretch, not just with the ASRL Open, but national team selection events. Maybe had one of 2018 ASRL Open. You'd never forget it, Allura.
Big waves that time. I've raced here a fair bit too. The Sydney branch is the mecca of surf boats in our branch down here. 3 strong clubs on the actual beach and Cronulla further south. These girls will be nervous as it's a huge honour, and it goes up a notch when the whole beach is pretty much stopped and watching you. They're tuned in from near and far. The time it.
And just while we are waiting for the next race, we've got a takedown with Jack Vine from the Australian Lifesaving Team on the beach.
I'm here with Jack from Currumbin. A fantastic first race for the Open boys. Jack, how's it feel going out there?
Yeah, it was a good start, mate. Bit of nerves throughout the crew this morning with a lot of stuff we're not used to happening in the morning, but good to get out there in the first race and get a result early.
Yeah, absolutely. We can hear in the background getting up and about for the Coleroy girls who are about to go out and represent Australia. How's the camaraderie around the Australian team at the moment?
Yeah, it's awesome, mate. You know, being from Queensland, we don't see these girls or the other development crews that much outside of the ASRL and Aussie carnivals, so it's great to meet them all on the Thursday and get the blazers presented. And then last couple of days has been really fun getting to know them all and hanging out with them, especially the Open women. We've had a lot of good banter with them over the last couple of days, so it's been good fun.
Fantastic, and good luck, and hopefully they'll be able to get up here. Good luck for the next 2 races. Throwing back to you guys.
Thanks, Tate.
Gee, it's good to see a Tate bringing on an ex-Victorian into their coverage. Good on him, finding his mates. I love your work.
Good man, Tate.
We are moving into round 1 of the female Trans-Tasman competition here. Bottom of screen, right-hand side for you is going to be New Zealand in the orange, Australia in the black with the red trim of Coleroy. Top of screen, Pai Kokoriki in the white, representing New Zealand. Palm Beach, representing Australia. Coleroy.
This is Coleroy Giants. Great girls, those girls. A wonderful sweep.
Jessica, Alicia, Rhiannon, Kelly Trim.
Yeah, Trim. Famous name in surf life saving. Brothers are Egg and Spooner, and she's the pride of the family, so I hope they're all tuned in. Let's go, Australia.
Bottom of screen, Open. Top of screen, development teams. 2 separate races in the one. We are round 1 of the females here of the Trans-Tasman competition. Bit of bouncy water at the bottom of the screen. I can tell you, development team's got the clear run out, especially for Australia. They're still hitting a bit of chop in the bottom, but now it's going to open up, and we'll really see some long, strong strokes. Probably 3 strokes from another bubble here on screen, and away they go. New Zealand Open women in front.
Yep, searching to find that deeper water in the first 15 strokes was sort of chopped at with the bows going up and down with the waves. And you see now stretching out the legs is the New Zealand team down here, the Open Women's for New Zealand. Bottom of screen in that orange boat. And at the top of screen, it's the under-23 girls for Australia. Matt Giblin in their green boat.
They're off and gone.
And they have set a big tempo. Again, they're going up and down, and they've sort of lengthened out against their competition in the under-23 New Zealand women's team. But at the bottom of screen now, it's the seniors teams, and they're going stroke for stroke. They're eyeballing each other, Aaron.
Halfway out to sea, length and a half in front of the development race is Australia, and it's still on at the bottom of screen. Like we saw in the last race, this was probably the time that Australia just got into the next gear and maybe started to find an extra length going into the turn. And it's starting to happen again, but still great tempo and good rowing from the Open women from New Zealand.
Yeah, the under-23 girls, though, for Australia, they've got a great start. And as they're going out to sea, they're going to be the first to these turning cans. And they're flying Matt Giblin and the Palm Beach women's crew, the Pina Coladas. So they're a length ahead at least of the Australian Open women's team, who are turning now with the New Zealand Open women's team.
Let's see who comes out better of the turn between the Open women here of Australia and New Zealand. Both pretty good turns. A little bit caught up at the bottom for that second stroke out for New Zealand, but they're still right on the hammer of Australia. Top of screen, development team off and gone for Australia. New Zealand are going to have to see if they can get a wave at the gate can, surely, but I think the focus for us at the bottom is the bottom of screen.
Yeah, there's pushing hard at the moment. New Zealand trying to search for a run to come back at these Open women's Australian team from Coleroy. But the Palm Beach Pina Coladas, the Australian Pina Coladas today, as they are going length lengths ahead. There's another little run underneath Palm Beach, under 23 development side for Australia. And they're putting on a great performance here today, Aaron, now.
Lions coming. Australian Open women have just sat on top of one, and they have another one behind. So if New Zealand don't get this one in the Open women in that orange boat, I think they're going to be in strife, because there's a nice big chunky bit of water behind the Australian women now. And look at them lift the stroke rate. 3 big strokes, and they'll almost get down this and ride it for as long as they can. And there's another one coming for New Zealand in the orange. Coleroy, the Australian women for the life-saving team, call easy. Another win for Australia.
That is a great effort for Australia there. And those girls from Coleroy will be happy about getting the victory here, because I dare say the same rules apply. And they definitely didn't want to get beat by the under-23 development side for Australia. But great racing from both the Australian teams there, as we see the New Zealand Open women's coming through for a second place in their head-to-head match with the Open Women's of Australia. A third overall, though. And that was a double Australian victory there, with Australia's Coleroy Giants, the Australian Giants, the Australian Pina Coladas, as we'll know them today, getting the job done there. So, Aaron's working out the scores. And what a great effort from those Australian girls there. Never giving up. And I just think that this end, this northern end of the course, is just a bit harder to get out, maybe a bit slower. We'll see as the alleys turn around. They'll shift us up and down at different ends for different races. And yeah, wow. So bringing up the results there. Australian Open team first, Australian under-23 team second, New Zealand Open team third, and the New Zealand under-23 team fourth in that heat. So a couple of clean sheets for Australia. And as a proud Australian, I'm happy with that. But as we know in surf boats, anything could happen. As the guy said, a lot of nerves there, a lot of extra goings on this week with the duties of representing Australia. I went down to watch the presentation at the Bondi Icebergs SLSA headquarters on Thursday afternoon, up the road from my surf club, and yeah, it was an inspirational room. Family and friends of these athletes, many of the guys I know, so I was so happy to see them get their accolades. So we're just getting back now, it looks like, to some regular junior racing. It looks like we have the northern area back to the under-19s. So just getting back on track with this draw, Aaron, and
yeah, we are. We'll get you shortly. We are just joined here by Mark Speakman, a member from Cronulla, a member of Parliament in this local region.
Hi, Aaron. How are you?
Oh, mate, thank you very much. No, we're good. Phil here as well. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Phil.
Hey, Mark.
Coming on for a chat. We've been here many times over years. A beautiful part of the world, and of course, having Australians and New Zealanders here, it's fantastic to be here.
Yeah, well, look, I think this area just loves having what is an international carnival. We've had state carnivals, Aussies, many years ago. It does so much for the local economy. It boosts civic pride. I think, there are very few cities in the world where you've got beaches at your doorstep, and this is the biggest beach in Sydney. The surf lifesaving community here in the Shire is really strong. I think something like 1 in 8 surf lifesavers in New South Wales are on these beaches in Cronulla.
Yeah,
so there's a really strong surf club culture
and even for a number of years, it's not just Wanda. We've got obviously Allura next door. We've had national events at North Cronulla down the road as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful stretch right along here and across the region, and you've got such a vibrant and engaging community as well of volunteers, and also the businesses as well that get around here.
Yeah, and look, we've got a really strong volunteer culture here in Cronulla, but I think our surf lifesaving clubs are probably without equal in terms of their contribution to the community. It's not just keeping our beaches safe, it's getting young people in great sports like this, getting fit and healthy, camaraderie, teamwork, social connection. It's a great part of our life here in the Cronulla.
Now, you're obviously familiar, Mark, with Surf Life Saving and Surf Sports. What do you think of our athletes here this morning? There was a bit of a wave yesterday. It's a bit flat today, but a remarkable group of young and older individuals as well who are active and fit and healthy.
Well, they're certainly fitter and healthier than I am, but they're making the most of probably pretty average or ordinary conditions. I admire the teamwork, the precision they've got to go through. It's something to which I would sadly aspire and never achieve.
Yeah, just quickly, Mark, we're just going to go down the beach for a chat and we'll ask you a couple more questions shortly.
Okay.
I'm here with Jez from Red Beach, who's representing New Zealand in the open race there. How did you find the conditions compared to home?
Back at Red Beach, it's pretty flat. We don't get much surf, so we're excited to have a little bit of fun. We think that it's good to catch a few waves, get a few knocks on the way out, but nothing too serious. So we're really enjoying it, having fun.
That's fantastic to hear. And the team coming over the ditch to row here in Australia, how's the team camaraderie in the New Zealand crew at the moment?
We love it. We're so excited. We love to get amongst all of the Aussie crews. You guys have such a bigger arenas, like a whole bunch more rowers, so we're just lapping in every second of it.
That's fantastic to hear. Good luck for the rest of the weekend and for the Trans-Tasman Test. We'll throw back to you guys now.
Yeah, we will. We'll get back to the racing shortly. Mark, the Australian Surf Rowers League have had remarkable support, not just from local government, being Southern Shire Council, but New South Wales government through Destination New South Wales, and obviously the tourism component of New South Wales, and we love coming back all the time.
Yeah, well, we love having you here, and great to put Cronulla on the map yet again.
Yeah, hopefully we're here in the future. We've got at the moment here the junior rowers on it at the moment, and the great thing about our sport, we've got 16, 17-year-olds who are competing. They bring their families along. I think I'm staying with a household of under 19s at the moment, but their parents come along.
That sounds like a great party.
But they get around it. They'll go to Sydney for the day, or they go. There's so many different opportunities and areas around Cronulla that we can get around.
Well, it's a great stepping stone here. You've got Captain Cook's landing place just up the road, where the first contact between Europeans and Aborigines on the east coast. Royal National Park, oldest national park in Australia, second oldest in the world, just on our doorstep. So it's a great launching pad for a whole lot of activities.
Yeah, it sure is. And fellas, I'll just cut in today. It's a very special day today. It's Valentine's Day. You've forgotten anyone at home, or Aaron?
No, it's all good.
You going good?
Happy days, yeah.
Mark?
I'm off for a romantic dinner tonight.
Oh,
one of our great local restaurants, Ken.
There you go.
Thank you very much for your support. Obviously,
thanks, guys.
Not just yourself, but obviously local state government. We love coming back, and thank you very much
Great
for coming down this morning and
Pleasure.
getting around it.
Great day, thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Well called, Aaron, and that was a good interview, and we do thank the locals and the local government for their support, and wish them well, and we appreciate them allowing us to continue to race here, and it sounds like we're going to be okay for a while. So well done there for Aaron and the team, and we'll bring you back in. That was the second round, first heat of the junior boys in the last race. And unfortunately, you missed out, but it was North Curl, Northcott, Mollymook and Corrimal in that race. But in race 2 now, as we look out to screen, it's going to be round 2, heat 2 for the under-19 males in the northern area. And in alley 1, we're going to have the Wanda Beach chicken legs. In alley 2, the Kyneton Rocks crusty critters. In alley 3, Maruya the Goonies. In alley 4, the Currumbin Erics. In alley 5, the Collaroy Cowboys. See check starter there. Pete Rogers doing a great job keeping all the boats in a line evenly. There's the Currumbin Erics back on screen there. Bilgola chicken legs. Famous club from Bilgola. Shout out to friends of mine from Bilgola, represented Australia on this very event years ago. Great team under Senior McManus. Anthony O'Toole. It's number 399 for Australia, Tooley. Pretty good job. Jack King, the first of the Australian representatives, number 1 from the North Narrabeen Surf Club. So there's Burnsy getting them away. Pretty even start. Bugola down here in Alley 1. You see Kyneton Rocks doing a good job too there. And that's with Hocko on the back of that boat. Chopping hard as is at Maruya. But the Currumbin Erics with the boss on the back. Done a real good job, and that's Lyle Clark's Currumbin Erics. Think he was wasn't sweeping them in the first race. Held back for his Australian duties. He's back on job now. And the Erics looking good. They look like big, young, under-19 fellas. Been around a couple of years. I'm familiar with the name. So, see Currumbin Erics getting an early lead out from the field. Then it's back to Kyneton Rocks and Maruya. And the Bilgola Chicken Legs just dragging the chain a little bit. But a huge rate for the Currumbin Erics with their boss back on deck. Will beg your pardon. The Currumbin Erics getting out to sea, and they're going through the gate cans with a couple of lengths lead from the Kyneton Rocks team that have made it down here from South Australia. And then Maruya pushing into third. So just out of shot is Bilgola. And the Currumbin Erics with their boss, Lyle Clark. They're happy to have their main sweep back. Will did a good job in the first round. But Lyle Clark's back, and his familiar commands will be inspiring these young fellas. And as they head out to sea, it's Currumbin looking good, turning on the yellow can. Setting up his Kyneton Rocks into second place in that blue boat in Alley 2 on the red can. The Currumbin getting around first. Not as much in it as I thought from Kyneton Rocks. Then Maruya, and I'm joined again with Aaron. Who we got, Aaron?
Here we do. Simon Kennedy, member for Cook. Probably good timing you're here. There's 3 states represented here, so we've got some South Australians who have made the trip. Obviously Queenslanders here as well, in a beautiful part of the world. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, and it's great to see the local area of Cronulla, my local seat, hosting this event, and welcome.
Yeah, it is. We've just been saying that we've been here many years, not just obviously in Wanda, but we've got next door Allura, where we've had this event for 3 years in previous times gone by, North Cronulla down the road as well. You've got 3 or 4 beautiful clubs along here. You've got an active lifestyle and really thousands of lifesavers and volunteers within this area, and they're all here this weekend helping out.
Oh, look, we had Bondi. There was some of the local lifesavers were up for the Bondi tragedy just recently and helping do that. And it's just such a great reminder of the role life-saving plays in the Australian psyche, but in our values. Sacrificing for others, helping others. But I know we're getting close to the end here. I don't want to distract from the...
Well, Lyle Clark.
Well, yeah, no, these guys are all right. We appreciate your time, and it was a good shout-out. I'm in the Bondi Surf Club, and shout-out to all of friends in the Bondi community at the moment. We're thinking of you, but
Kyneton Rocks here, second place here. They're from the southern end of Adelaide, so down Victor Harbour way. So they've made the trek with Darren Hocking sweeping. Third place South Curl as well, but Currumbin get the win.
Currumbin, they've got a great local member, Leon Rebello, up there. Got a good surf club there at the Vikings as well.
They do, whenever it's not underwater.
Yeah, well.
That's the thing about New South Wales. Why don't we get to have pubs and, you know...
Yeah,
maybe.
Don't start us on that.
Is that not up to you guys? Let's talk about the licensing and all that, but we'll get it done.
We've got to get the state guys on board. I reckon we should.
Simon, 359 crews here from Australia and New Zealand. Like I said, we do love coming here, and you just mentioned about the life-saving component of it. All these competitors are active surf lifesavers in their own communities, whether it's in Australia or New Zealand, and this is the fun side of it, the reward of being surf boat rowers. What do you think of the sport?
Oh, it's amazing, mate. They're pretty tough. I was just hearing a story about a bloke who tore his groin and got trapped under a boat only a few weeks ago, and some pretty hard people doing this sport.
Yeah, but also you got people as young as 16 or even 15 years old now doing it, right up to the likes of Phil Donny McManus in his mid-80s still going around and dominating for North Narrabeen.
Yeah, Don's one of the senior figures in the sport, and I reckon that's how he stays in touch, hanging around young people, because it's a great idea. It's a great experience for him as a senior man. He's got under 19 boys and girls out this year, and just a wealth of experience. And he's a true lifesaver, and a lot of our sweeps have been in this caper for a long time, and it just brings us all together. This is one of the biggest events in our calendar, and it's great that we're lucky to be here hosted by the Wanda Beach.
What do you think of the surf and the beaches down here, mate? It's obviously quieting off today, Simon, but we had a bit of a wave yesterday.
Oh, look, there's always a wave somewhere on the Bait Bay, for surf lifesaving or boaties, or if you surf, we've got Voodoo out there. You've got ours just around the corner there, around in Kurnell Peninsula. So there's always something going on down here, and On the beach, we do need to learn a little bit from Queensland. You know, beach restoration. If you go down to the south end of Cronulla, we're actually losing the beach down there through erosion and through the seas getting bigger. So I would like to see the state government allow us to mine sand. There's a sand mining licence far offshore there, and actually get a redeposit program. I know some of your Queensland beaches in Kirra and whatnot have that dredging program. Makes great waves, helps beach replenishment. But we really need to find a solution. There's a lovely group of guys who founded Sea Care who are trying to get that beach replenished. And so we've got to do things like that to make sure we keep this area beautiful, we keep these tourism events with people coming here, and we keep it in its current state for future generations to enjoy.
Under 19 round 2, heat 3 on the water. You can check the results and draws on live heats, and also continue to go on the ASRL socials. Simon, like I said, 1,700 people here competing this weekend. We've had some fantastic support from not just local government being the Southern Shire Council, but the state government in New South Wales. We've had an amazing engagement for 15 or so years now in the tourism component of government, and you know, it's great to see the likes of yourselves and everyone really getting around really national, international events like this.
Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you guys for choosing this area to have it in, but it is a great place to host. We've got hotels, we've got beautiful restaurants. You know, the whole Sutherland Shire area is such a ticket, and it's one of the most underrated places in Australia, I think, for international visitors and whatnot. So, yeah, keep coming. We need more of it. And a big shout out to Wanda Surf Club, who is actually, they had the Sydney Branch Championships here last weekend. They've got the Sutherland to Surf, another running event that's actually only bigger. The only bigger one is the City to Surf, but it's often the warm-up event for that. So Wanda puts on such great events. Come and check them out, and check out the whole Sutherland Shire.
And finally, mate, would you ever get in a boat, or are you a bit of a land mammal doing the run?
Oh, mate, I'm probably a little bit of a land mammal, but I'd get in a boat. I'd try anything once. So, yeah.
Oh, you got your speedos?
Mate, want to take me out? I've got actually,
well,
they're in. Troy's got them. I did a biathlon.
Aaron's asleep.
Last weekend, I came
to
do a biathlon. I didn't know whether I was doing the run or swim league, and so we've still got my speedos here and goggles.
We're ready to go. It's a unique Australian thing, the experience of the surf boat cozies and how they're worn, so I reckon we could get this done as.
Mate, I've seen people pull them up a little bit. I'm not sure I'm up for
10
that.
minutes,
though, mate.
has to be.
I needed to do some manscaping last night if someone told me that.
Pre-reg is on. Simon Kennedy, member for Cook, thank you very much for your support and getting around here. We'll get back to the racing. Phil, we got round 2, heat 3.
Yeah, round 2, heat 3. Thanks, Simon, and thanks, Aaron. And we'll pick it up. We got the Cronulla Hammerheads down there in Alley 1, the local team from Cronulla. The South Curl Sandy Cracks doing a good job in Alley 2 with Mark Spiteri, and he's back on the back of his boat as well. Port Campbell Team A doing a good job in Alley 3. And then down Alley 4, the Palm Beach Profits. So, second round for these guys. They've warmed up and they're into the racing. And you see there now, it's the Palm Beach Profits setting the early tempo. Not much in it from the South Curl Sandy Cracks and the Cronulla Hammerheads. So 3 of these local Sydney junior crews doing a good job. Port Campbell from Victoria just trying to hang on. You see as the boat's lengthening out into the rhythm, they're heading into the turning can. See the different styles of turn, and sweeps all coming in pretty steep to the turn these days. There's Rory grabbing the stroke oar just ahead. Cronulla with a good turn down here in Alley 1. As the South Curl with Spiteri back in the back of his junior crew. So you got Gaz on the back of that Cronulla boat. You see there long, finishing hard. The rates come up for the South Curly team, and the rates come up for Palm Beach. So Palm Beach now, South Curl just rowing away from the Cronulla team as we go through the gate cans. And there's nothing in it with Palm Beach with their noses just ahead of the South Curly team. So you see chasing the runners, South Curl and Palm Beach. In Alley 2 and Alley 4. Port Campbell hoping for a wave, and just as I say that, there might be a little green one that they can get a little advantage off and bring them back towards the front of the field if they keep working hard here. Port Campbell on the top of it. Good news is for Cronulla fans, it's going to be good for them. This may be a party wave. Well done, Port Campbell. Is he going to hold it? Is Cronulla going to get down it? Gaz needs to work hard to get those boys over it. still not on yet. And it's filled up for South Curl. And all crews now in the sprint finish. So there's nothing in this, with Cronulla dropping over the front. Cronulla getting their noses over the front of that one. And they've done a great job there, with Cronulla just taking out the points. Then you had South Curl, Port Campbell, Palm Beach picking up the latter places. So I'll pass you back over to Aaron, and we have another special guest.
We do. I'm getting my steps up here.
Good boy.
Calves are starting to work a little bit walking up that hill. Councillor Carol Provan, OAM from the Sutherland Shire Council, we're joined by. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. And, on behalf of the Mayor, Sutherland Shire, Jack Boyd, it's a great place to be, isn't it?
It definitely is. We've done many events here before.
And, of course, what a day.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it also showcases our Sutherland Shire. These events have been going on since about the 1900, I believe. And it's also celebrating our community and life-saving, coming together with ordinary people doing extraordinary things.
I think I was just telling you earlier, we've run this event here alone in the Sutherland Shire, you know, at least half a dozen times, and we always want to come back because not just the generosity of the volunteers that we have here, but also the beautiful stretch of coastline and the bars and cafes that we like to engage with. It's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it?
That's right. And, of course, everyone here has the opportunity to wander through our beautiful areas, and the community come together. They celebrate the day, and also life-saving itself. It does amazing things, our juniors, our nippers, all the way through to the boat crews. And even my history, my late husband Peter was a member of Cronulla Boat Club, both Surf Life Saving Club, and that tradition has gone through for many. And also footballers keep themselves fit by rowing in the surf boats. But look at those fine people down there, the boys and the girls.
The under-19 females here, so they can row pretty much as young as 15 years old now, all the way to the mid-80s. I've also seen Don McManus on screen there, Mullaloo from all the way in Western Australia.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Western Australia, SA, Victoria, we've got a crew from Broome here as well.
Exactly. They come from all over the country, don't they?
Yeah, so Mullaloo on screen. We've had the Australia versus New Zealand earlier today.
I know, we saw the All Blacks down there, and we also were welcomed to country, and that was pretty sensational too.
Yeah.
We are very blessed.
Sutherland Shire Council obviously not just supportive of this event, but obviously, you know, tourism and events across the board. We were just talking before about all the range of events that are around here. You must have a very busy calendar.
We do. We have a lot of things happening. Even, you know, of course, we've got the footy in the winter time, and we've got the cricket. It's all happening down the Shire. So we invite everyone to come down and try our new walk, the Hungry Point Walk. Have you heard about that?
I have. Someone was telling me last night about it. As I said, I'm one of the many thousands of people travelling here this weekend. What's your thoughts of the sport of surfboat rowing? 1,700 competitors here having a go.
Sensational, isn't it? And every year it's going to get bigger and bigger. I'm not quite sure how long ago you were here. I think you're at Wanda Beach.
Yeah, 17, 18, 19. I think we've had a couple of smaller level national events, but we have been here many years.
And our beach is looking pretty spectacular. I know we've had big seas, and we've got groups coming together supporting us. Sea Care have been very supportive about the sand moving, but I think we've got it pretty well all together. A lot of people taking care of our beach.
This is the under-19 female round 2 heat 1. We saw the top of screen before. Wanda in the red boat. Of course, you can see, Carol, all the different coloured boats, which is pretty cool as well, isn't
Pretty impressive, isn't it? I tell you what, those yellow ones stand out.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill Goller, well, they're the ones leading at the moment in front of Wanda. Then you've got Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Obviously, 4 clubs along here, beautiful part of the world, and like I was saying before, thousands of volunteers within these clubs, and all these competitors are volunteers as well.
Exactly, and being Valentine's Day, well, you know, probably a bit of a test for some of these blokes coming down here and bringing their girlfriend down and sitting on the beach and maybe proposing.
Yeah.
What a great opportunity.
There you go.
That's a good idea. I'm a wedding celebrant. Yeah, I've always
wedding celebrant over here.
I've always spruiked love on this show.
Oh, well, I'm a celebrant. I can marry you.
Bit of ASRL eloping this weekend.
There you go. Yeah, we can make that happen.
I think any sweetheart would be very forgiving to bring her down here and walk her along the beach. It's pretty spectacular, isn't it?
There is some love stories already amongst them. A lot of couples spending time under the tent together. A lot of husband and wife coaching and that sort of thing. So, yeah, no, it's a big day today, Valentine's Day at the ASRL.
And being, I must say, walked past some of these boats and I saw some of these fine young lifesavers, and I tell you what, those tushes are looking pretty good.
Wow.
Absolutely.
You're not wrong.
So they're 350 or so metres out to sea, Carol. They make the turn here. They've all got their own can. Bilgola and Palm Beach equal first. So the under-19 females, a category that was introduced about 12 years ago. It continues to grow. There's 28 crews here this weekend in this category and 359 in total.
But what a great way to be healthy, keep fit, and meet people and mateship. And these fine young lifesavers start all the way down in Nippers and work themselves up to, of course, the boat cruise.
Well, thank you very much on behalf of the ASRL for your Southern Shire Council support and both yourself. It's an incredible event. We love engaging with council, permits and everything, logistics and the like. You've got a great team down there, so thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to God's country.
Yeah, I leave. You leave tonight. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Great interview, Aaron. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. So back with the under-19 girls out on screen. And we see now it's another boat from Palm Beach, that distinct boat. And it looks like their main man, Peter Spence, doing a good job with his crew out in front at the moment, going stroke for stroke with the girls from Bilgola. And not far from them is the girls from Wanda. Might be the Wanda Wedgies, our barbecue queens. And they're going to get a little lift of wedgies if they can lift on this one and bring themselves to the front of the party, and they will. So the Wanda Wedgies there, Aaron, the barbecue queens, I say.
Geez, I tell you what, that Barbie's been on point down there, actually, all weekend. They're going to go to first. They got the better part of the wave. They're going to drop off this. Everyone's going to reload, and they might all be on the same wave. Let's watch Palm Beach. If they can get down it, they will, mate. We're going to have 3 boats in this one.
3 boats in this one at the front of the pointy end. It's Wanda getting the little lift, and the boats behind and catching, but it's Wanda. Wanda Wedgies doing a good job, and rowing to the line would be Palm Beach and Bilgola next to them.
A rowdy reception on the beach. No, they got that.
You dare say. I've been wrong before, shockingly, so
don't worry.
I won't be doing anything other than leaving that one to the judges. And
have a crack.
Again, we are lucky to have finish line technology and technology in the sport. It makes the sport better and fairer. There's less disputes. The technical guys bringing us the broadcast, unbelievable coverage. And the live heats bring it all together with keeping us on track.
We are watching the north area at the moment. We'll do our best at some point to get to the south. The Trent Tasman, of course, is in this area, so we are having a bit of a focus here. You can get your live results and draws on the live heats ASRL. All you got to do is Google it, and you'll be able to find it. And we are moving into round 2, heat 2. The under-19 female, as the boats are going into the water. Bilgola, Silly Billies on the right-hand side of screen. Alley number 2, Morty Alec, Manta Rays, first-year crew.
Great effort from those girls.
Effectively younger rowers per se, being under-17s, all of them. They'll have a go with the under-17s later on. Of Juliana, Jasmine Ray, Charlie Squires, Matilda Callagher, father-daughter combination in that crew. Stockton Sirens, middle of screen. In alley number 3, Gregory Ross is a sweep. The Cutters from Coleroy in 4, Mark Rees sweeping them. And in 5, the Runaways. Exceptional crew of South Curl. You should have seen them in the interstates. Yes, they're absolutely humming, and Nathan Wilson's got that crew firing, and you love to see it. As we're going to be joined now while this race is on by...
Yeah, we got Bruce here, the New Zealand team manager, Aaron.
We do.
And it's, sorry, just get him set up. There we go, Bruce.
There we go. Mate,
coming in loud and clear.
Doing the rounds, mate, eh? How are the calves going?
Oh, absolutely. It's, the legs. It's soft sand. It's hard work.
And the hills as well, mate. Welcome. Beautiful part of the world. You've obviously come over midweek and you're enjoying the experience so far?
Absolutely, yeah. We came in Tuesday, Wednesday, ahead of the team who arrived Thursday. And, we've been well looked after. Had a lovely trip with the Aussies to Shark Stadium, which was really interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and then a dinner, the official dinner last night was excellent.
Yep, I saw the...
What was on the menu, Bruce? What did you have?
By the time the management got up, it was all gone.
I saw the tunnel on the walk through. That was pretty cool as well.
Yeah, it was really good. It was, every year it's good, and team captains and sweeps will have a say, and everyone sits together, crews sit with each other.
Yeah, it's what it's all about. Our camaraderie in the sport is second to none. As we see getting out to sea now. What do you think of the first round of racing, Bruce?
Well, yeah, it was close on the wrong side for us, but hey, there's 2 more races.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, there's plenty of water going out, and your boats are moving pretty well in all of it.
Yeah.
Just a few times the Aussie team's got a run here or there and skipped away and then maintained the lead. So probably a bit of nerves around as well, you know, coming all the way to represent the Kiwi team. Been waiting to get out here, and now you finally get the chance. Sometimes in a rowboat you can just get a bit overexcited.
Absolutely, and it can be, you know, it's only whoever gets that little lift on the way in is then a wave ahead.
Yep.
And it's a great sport, but it can be cruel.
Yeah, it's that sort of course.
Paikokariki, Tatahi Bay and Red Beach as well, mate. What do they think of the flatter conditions?
Well, Red Beach is probably the flattest beach in Australasia.
Yeah.
But no, one of the flattest. But yeah, we'd adapt. We had some small surf last week at Waihi for a big event of ours, and the sweeps can all handle waves. Tom, who's on the back of the Red Beach on the 2 open crews, he's formerly from Piha, so he's used to some big waves.
About it.
On screen at the moment, of course, South Kirkhill leading the way as predicted, Collaroy second, Stockton third, then back to Morty Alec, one of the younger crews, mate. Can you just talk us through the selection process you had for this team, if you can?
Yeah, we had a selection the week before your guys had yours. You had 70 at yours. We had just a handful, but we've only got about 48 crews in the country. So we did the same sort of thing. We had the best of sort of 5 races, and we had an extra run for the Open. It was very close. But yeah, competitive in all divisions, but not nearly the numbers that you have.
And conditions on the day?
Perfect. Nice wave, yeah. And the last 4 races in the Open, top 4 are all on the same wave. So.
Just talk us through the process. There's probably an hour, maybe 75 minutes in between each race. What does the team do, and how do they manage themselves in between races?
Well, for us, after the first race, of course, we've got to look at what we did and what we did wrong. They're reviewing some video at the moment and having a good chat and trying to relax and refuel. And
yes, well, that sounds like a good idea. Bruce, what club are you with?
My current club is Omanu, which is in the Bay of Plenty.
Yeah, they're racing today, right?
They're racing today, yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
One of our open men's crews have come over, and they're racing. So our beach is just a couple of miles from where the tragedy happened at Mount Maunganui.
Okay, it's sad. So, and currently the development team champions.
Yes, our development team, very proud of them, and we did a special award last night for them. It's their 4th year as representing New Zealand.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
Never. I don't think it'll be repeated. It's phenomenal.
No. Just quickly, mate, we've got South Kirkhill going to win this race. Collaroy still trying to hold second with Stockton in third, and then out the back, Morty Alec might get a little wave. Round 2, heat 2 in the under-19 females.
We have seen that this course, it's not over till it's over.
Oh, Morty.
And they're coming out from everywhere, and depending on your luck of the draw and what time you get a run, it does look like the South Kirkhill runaways
coming through there.
Line at the back as well for Morty Alec. Christian Callagher will be itching at the bit trying to get down this. Collaroy second. Now let's see if Morty Alec can get down this quickly, mate. Obviously, after the Tasman's done, they enter the main competition as well.
Yes, absolutely. So our open crew will go into the round 4 of the Opens.
Yep.
As will the Aussies, and the same with the under-23s. And we have the same reciprocal when they come over to us.
And just quickly, Bill Goller in this race also will come in the screen shortly. You got massive support from Jim as a president and also Surf Life Saving New Zealand. I'm sure you want to thank them.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim is fantastic. He attends a lot of events across the different sports, particularly surf boats where he used to sweep and row.
Very nice. We like that, don't we?
Were you around, Bruce?
Yes, absolutely. I rode for years from 14.
Nice.
My first sweep was an Aussie.
Oh, yeah, cool.
From Avalon, Jim Campbell, who's a legend in surf lifesaving. He swept New Zealand and Australian crews.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, mate. We know you're busy. Right. We'll let you get down there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, guys.
At least it's downhill now. So
absolutely. All right.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, man. I'll see you down there soon.
Thank you.
Bruce, great man. He's got an awesome team. Of course, a couple of team captains there. Chris Carew and Jasmine Drake as well. They'll be getting ready for their next race. Coming up next, the under-19 female round 2, heat 3. Currumbin Chaos in 1. Maxfield Scott's Head, the Fruit Loops, Scotty Edwards in 2. Jan Juck Jets, pretty good crew that one. In 3, Mullaloo Mermaids in 4. Mullaloo, 2 crews here in under-19s, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's a good effort from Mullaloo all the way from WA, and it'll be a great trip for the girls together.
So you can see, once again, pretty tight together.
Yeah, just trying to find the bank and making it an even start. some of the deeper water on that edge, making it tricky for the starters. There's Jan Juck.
Jets on screen.
You'd have a bit to do with those girls, Aaron?
Did create the Jets, mate.
There you go. I knew
Stepped away.
Yep.
Tilly's just joined the crew. Sophia Knight's just moved to WA about 2 weeks ago, so they've got Tilly, who's jumped in, who rode with the Juctopus the last couple of years, and she's been an awesome addition. She's gelled perfectly with that crew, so
beautiful.
We'll see her in 2. As they get underway, cleans up by the Jets as well. Crumb and Chaos state team reps for Queensland, bottom of the screen, and the Fruit Loops is a good crew as well. This will be a really good race, actually.
Yeah, you see all crews getting away pretty evenly there, just negotiating these first 15 or 20 strokes and trying to set into some deeper water. And as you said, Aaron, those Janjuk teams, they've gone well and they've started long and strong and sort of pulling an early lead. And they're getting ahead out to sea now, just from the Maxwell Squad set team, the Currumbin team and Mullaloo. All right there.
For those asking, the Trent Tasman round 2 is in about 5 races time, so give it half an hour and we'll be back for Trent Tasman round 2 shortly. We'll do the opens of the round 2 before that. On screen, the Jets, length in front, looking good.
4 states represented here too.
It is.
So it's a special race as well, and it's no city clubs from New South Wales. Maxwell representing us from the mid-north coast. Beautiful part of town.
Right-hand side of the screen, Daisy stroking, Lizzie Tilly and Molly Callahan in the bow. Brett Missoura's the sweep. Brett's the only competition sweep at Juck this year, but he's got 3 crews here. And the reserve men have made the cut as well. So starting to make their way out. Long race. Still a high tide.
Long way to the gate cans too. So,
isn't it?
As I was saying earlier, sometimes use this as a reference to know how you're going, but you're literally
still 250 metres out.
Called up into the turn just as you're going past the gate cans.
Currumbin, Chaos, bottom of screen too. So 10 strokes out, still Juck leading.
And as one of our earlier guests said, that this is a great thing that brings these girls from around the country together. They'll make friendships and that could last for life. And that's what our sport's all about, really. It's just camaraderie. You see there, Jan Juck getting it done first, just from Currumbin, and then Maxwell and Mullaloo. Just a half a length behind them, but all boats getting around pretty even. It's a good display of racing.
Brett Missouri sweeping there, yeah, mate. So Currumbin definitely holding on for second and starting to push first. There's a bubble under him here. Drifts off the back. It's still a long way out to sea. It's hopefully with this tide going out, we can see some waves try and stick up on that second bank, but the swell is dropping. Currumbin a length or so behind. Jan Juck's starting to find another gear now as they go through the gate.
Yeah, no, it's good racing from Jan Juck. They're just milking these runners again, taking a little inch by inch. You see these sweeps just inside their gate cans now, but it's Jan Juck leading from Currumbin, and then Mullaloo at the top of the screen, lifting it a little run, and as Scotty likes to do, Scotty Edwards, he'll be whipping the girls because they need to get a move on in this one to get up to the tail of the field. But all the points are important, and the points will dictate how they go through for the rest of the day. Jan Juck there lifting, trying to find a little bubble, staying in front, and they're still not done yet. There's a good 40 metres, 50 metres of racing to go, and there's waves coming through the middle of the field, so Jan Juck needs to get moving.
Scotty Edwards is having a look around going, hold on a minute, we might have something to play with here. They'll start to lift the rate. Jan Juck still 3 lengths in front. Look at the boat in the middle now. They'll drop off the back. Top of screen. Mullaloo as well. There's not much air from now. Juck are going to get the points, I dare say. Currumbin sitting on one now.
Currumbin trying to take the points late in the party. I don't think so.
Nah.
Well done to Jan Juck, though. Great racing there.
Your legs will be burning. You're rowing past the line. No help from Huey. Now, Mullaloo have caught easy. Scotty might row past him here.
He's trying to.
Oh, yuck part of the wave, though.
Yeah, it filled up a little bubble there.
No, Scotty's pretty passionate about these under-19 women that he's got, and potentially a third, if not a fourth there, as they finish the under-19 round 2.
Yeah, we're getting through this racing now, as Aaron said. But if you're down at the beach, come and support the Wanda Surf Club. Barbecue's cranking. We'll see the some of the bigger men's divisions now warming up as we work through the program.
Is it too early for a surf boat brewery?
I shouted out to our sponsor early, hoping there'd be one up here by now.
What is it? Oh, respectable.
In New Zealand.
Of course,
We're cracking tins over there.
That's right. The event partners,
12.25.
Surfboat Brewery, big thanks to them who are proudly supporting our event by providing post-event refreshments for our hard-working volunteers. As the results on screen, Malaloo holding off Fruit Loops. Incredible support we have. The Regatta shop, official merchandisers. It's available all weekend down in the tent. If you're looking to take home a memento or something from the event, be sure to check it out. Of course, Surf Life Saving Australia, their support has been instrumental in the development of surfboat sweeping and the education of surfboat safety rollers. Their ongoing commitment to training, safety and pathway development strengthens our sport at all levels. Probably as we're just going to move to the South Arena shortly for the Open Mailers. Surf Life Saving Australia and the state bodies, Phil, mate, it's probably one of the most multi-diverse organisations you'll come across. You know, life-saving education, sport, you name it, they do it.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been lucky to be part of Surf Life Saving for some time. It's a growing organisation and produces fine people.
And of course, speaking of fine people, mate, the Wanda Surf Club, they're a host for this event. They've been amazing in the lead-up, 6 months or so of work of everyone involved. The unpredictability, the nature of running events in this environment means that they need a strong host club, and they've definitely got one in Wanda. So they're not new to hosting large events. I think saying they had Branch last week and another larger run coming up, so they do a great job, the Wanda crew.
And as we head down to the southern area for the first time today on screen, and we're going to call from the top in Alley 1, Open Men's for the southern area, North Cronulla, Brooks Hayes. In Alley 2, Queenscliff, Go Like the Clappers. In Alley 3, the North Curl Juice. In Alley 4, Bateman's Bay, Open Males, the Bateman's Bay Black Team. Alley 5, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. With Matty Smith on the back, a bit of a revival for the Burleigh Heads team.
Yeah.
And we're getting back to the southern area now. So, again, let's see what happens in this end and how the water looks down at this course. You see North Cronulla represented with two crews there. Brooks Hayes in the foreground.
Burleigh
Next to them is the Queenscliff crew, Matty Sheridan.
Yep. Burleigh Heads, mate. The social game is strong. They're doing actually really good things to promote the sport. And once again, we've seen it yesterday in this area, that gap in the middle. It's that seedy hole.
Yeah, that was causing me a bit of trouble yesterday. Had to find a way up onto the bank, getting in exactly.
Bloody short
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's I get a bit of itchy trigger finger too. Sometimes I'm in quicker than the rowers just so I don't miss the boat. But looking here now at the Open Men's as they're getting into their second round now, so all the points are important here.
And just while we wait, mate, interstates yesterday, one of the best interstates of all time, I think it was. 3 points between first and fourth going into the all-age relay. It was absolutely incredible.
Unbelievable results, and shout out to the great state of New South Wales, Aaron.
Great state of Victoria, been stitched up once again. That's all right. We'll take it.
Well, and proud for...
that was awesome. Such a good event.
The WA team doing well.
Yeah.
No Don Cottrell up here cock-a-hooting about Queensland, so he'll get his moment, I'm sure.
Don't worry, there was a bit down the beach.
I bet. Yeah, good. Well, we won't forget that, Donny.
No,
New Zealand wins it. New South Wales does it again.
I don't think Donny was down there much yesterday. He's obviously with the Australian team. Close race here. Queenscliff the bow in front of North Cronulla.
Shout out to his lovely bride, Peter, who's tagged along this weekend to look after Don and his managerial duties.
Oh, life's tough, isn't it, for him, mate?
They better not forget it's Valentine's Day. I married those two. It was a very, very special day.
Better message the wife.
Absolutely. Yeah, please, don't forget. I was trying to drop subtle hints. So getting out to see the A-grade men there now. Queenscliff just with a half a length nose to North Cronulla in Alley 3, and then back to North Cronulla down here in Alley 1. Bateman's also pushing pretty hard up with the Burleigh team. So there's not much in it up the southern end of the course. You see Cronulla Surf Club in the background top of screen there. Queenscliff, though, going into the lead by half a length to a length. And they're leading from North Cronulla, the Juice, and then around was North Cronulla, Brooks Hayes from Bateman's, and then Burleigh. So it's Queenscliff and Alley 2. And you see now, getting another little lift is Queenscliff, trying to stretch out a lead in this A-grade men. And it's all important for the points. But here comes North Cronulla and Cronulla. And pushing hard now is Queensy. And pushing hard is North Cronulla. Brooks down in Alley 1. So they've lifted the rate. You can see this great drone shot come right up to Queenscliff. Pretty even. As we're looking down the beach, trying to see these finishes. And it looks to be Queenscliff, but North Cronulla going to get another one here in the middle of the field, the Juice. And they're going to row right across the field. And they're going to come right up, and it's pretty close down here in Alley 1 and 2. These sweeps and the oars near clashing. Queenscliff lifting again. Bateman's with a run up in Alley 4. Away for Burley. They are coming from everywhere, and Bateman's is hooked onto one. So Bateman's Bay trying to catch Queenscliff, who will just get their noses across this little wave. North Cronulla slewing on the line could cost points. Bateman's just with North Cronulla Juice and then North Cronulla Brooks. And then getting across the line was the Burley head there in the background in 5th. So all the points are important. As I might leave you with it.
Nah, stay for a sec. We can be a trio, mate. You're going to go anywhere. I've just seen I've just seen my phone. Shout out to Mac Hamilton from the Australian team captain, mate, when he went to shake my hand on the live stream, and I've absolutely dogged the bloke.
Well, you've brushed the Australian captain. His hand's gone out to say thanks for talking
And
to
I'm just
Aaron.
giving him the dog stuff you, mate.
Dead set. Clipboard in one hand.
Who are you?
Maybe it was the clipboard. So as we move into round 2, coming around into the open females second round. And we've got Point Leo in Alley 1 from Victoria. Queenscliff Sherro's Angels in 2. He's turning around. Mooloolaba in Alley 3. Brighton South Australia Broncos in Alley 4. Mona Vale Mayhem in Alley 5. And Port Kembla Parasites in 6.
Bit of a commentary break for about 10 minutes as Phil Savannah just goes to try and sort out a few weddings down there, mate. A bit of a
I'm
low
going
bit
to hustle for some Valentine's Day business.
You got the F-Boss machine on the phone ready to go, mate?
I'll take go. I like cash. But I will shout out to all these girls, and particularly Mona Vale, my girl Kendall there, rode with us last year. She was fired up. My partner Billy did a good job yesterday in the Smokos. So good luck, guys, and I'll be back soon.
Good work, mate. Grant, welcome to the coverage.
Thank you very much.
Bit of fun, mate. We're in the south area at the moment, round 2, heat 1 of the open female. We'll be moving into the Trans-Tasman shortly. Bit different conditions than it was 24 or 48 hours ago.
Yeah, definitely. We had had my girls' reserve crew going around interstate yesterday, and then one row in the third round, and yeah, a lot different. Looks a lot flatter. Definitely a lot more comfortable rowing, but still that nasty little shore dump there, just sorting a few crews out.
You can see on screen a couple of state teams in this one. Point Leo, Jeff Matthews on the right-hand side of the screen, the Open Women. Of course, merged a couple of clubs, a row or two who rowed at Williamstown last year, and Lorna Point Leo as well have come together, and they were actually flying in the interstates. They look really good. Right next to them, a Queenscliff boat moving out. And then look at the gap. You're looking at 100 metres or so.
Yeah, that's right. We had, in our third round yesterday, we were right down this northern end, and we were the only ones down there. A little bit lonely, big gap, and then... but I think it's good. There is that big hole in the middle, and it's probably good getting out, but coming home, it's pretty hard work. So
Queenscliff there in 2. Mooloolaba, Chop Suey starting to set their boat up. As you can see there, Brendan Weston sweeping with Sonia Heath, Zara, Georgia, Eleanor. That's a wicked crew. Brighton Broncos... also in this race, SA state team, Fazalari sweeping them. Course on the bay there in Adelaide. Just down from Glenelg with Di Johns, Rach, Simone and Alicia in that crew. Mona Vale Mayhem in 5. Kai Cooper sweeping them, and Port Kembla
Yeah, I was down there this morning having a bit of a look, and I think the crews at the bottom of the screen here, the northern end, they seem to be getting the better starts, a little bit clearer, a bit of a backwash there. But those three crews at the top of the screen now, they'll be waiting to get round that turn.
Jeff will be barking orders for Queenscliff to move back. Look at it.
Bit of a crew. That's a boat length.
But even look at the others. I mean, they're 2 lengths ahead. But like you just said, they might have the better run out, so we'll see how it goes. Their guns up for sure. Crouch down. This is round 2. Heat 1, Open Female, South Arena. We'll be going to the Tasman shortly. Not the best start by Mooloolaba there in 3. Probably missed 2 strokes. Queenscliff in alley number 2 are going to get punched here on the nose as a point Leo, but away they go. And like you said,
yeah, that bottom screen, isn't it? They just get that shoot and they're gone. Yep, and they're gone. But those, like I said, those crews at the top, they'll be just waiting to turn and get those early runs, and I think we'll see this lead change after that turn.
Oh, they're cooking.
Yeah. I think there's actually a bit of a backwash down there as well. So
Jeff Matthews sweeping them. Madeline Thomas, Dee McNamara. Dee, one of the Vic team captains. Billy and Peter.
You look at that. That's a good couple of boat lengths there already. But I watched a race before with I think it was the 2 Evoca crews on this end, and one just flew out in the 19 boys, and then everyone came home over the top of them. So it is tough racing, and I know, you know, obviously being out there, you look across and you think you've got a couple of boat lengths, and all of a sudden it's back to dead even. So
Point Leo on screen there. The Abyss, good crew, really good crew. Plenty of experience in there. 10 or 12 strokes probably from the turn. Longer race here still with the high tide out. Still length in front of the top of the screen. All points to be critical. I think they were trying to go for 5 rounds in the Opens as well.
Yeah, wow. That's a long day of racing, and you know, I think tomorrow's looking nice as well. So you know, obviously everyone wants to get through to Sunday and keep their championships running.
Making the way in now, still Point Leo in front. If they can get a win here, they'll be stoked with that. Before we start cutting crews, just in front, making the turn, Queenscliff, who got hit a little bit earlier, and the crew that's really moved forward is Mooloolaba there in alley number 3. They got not the best start. They probably missed the first stroke, but they're right back into it.
Yeah, and Port Kembla at the top of screen, really good position there. Like I said, those runs are coming through. Just a little bubble coming under them now. I think maybe another 10 to 15, 20 strokes, and we'll see these boats starting to fly home. Already a little run there for Point Leo at the bottom. It's dropping that rating back, and there's a little bubble coming through. So you see that water getting darker just in front of the boat? That's where they'll be aiming that nose for.
Jeff starting to bark at the girls, lift the stroke rate, sit on top of this. They're going to push as hard as they can as they're trying to stay in front of the crew at the top of the screen. Port Kembla making their way into it as well. So it's still Point Leo, Port Kembla, Mooloolaba in 3rd, Queenscliff sitting on a run. And that run's got to hit Mooloolaba now.
Right in the middle there, yeah.
They are moving along, still sitting on it. They might push up to Port Kembla. Not sure if it'll go all the way, although they're making a pretty good charge at it. Queenscliff now on the run. Bottom of the screen, Point Leo have hit that dead water like he said before. They might have had the run out going out, but now they're trying to work against it.
And look at the top of the screen there, Motorvale and Port Kembla. There's a little bubble just sitting up. I think they might be in that deep trough when that comes through, but that's a good size wave at the top of the screen. And just going to pull on that little one in front, which will probably skate them through. But in the middle of the screen, that's a good effort through that rip.
Looks like they're going to get it. Can they hold on? Point Leo is sitting behind that wave. They won't really row over that before Mooloolaba cross the line. So Mooloolaba right up there alongside Port Kembla. I think
there for Queenscliff.
Oh, yeah, they did too. Jeez. Point Leo potentially 3rd there. Monavale pushing through at the back of the field as well. And in that 4th place, Brighton. So that's a good result for them. Queenscliff just sorting it out. They've lost an oar, but they'll be able to get across the line still with Matt Sheridan sweeping. So round 2, heat 1 done. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments. And of course, thanks once again to the Sutherland Shire Council for their ongoing support of this event. We've been here many years, whether it's this or the national team trials. Their ongoing commitment to community sport, coastal activity and surf life saving plays an important role in making events like this possible. We love coming back.
Yeah, it's a great spot down. We were at obviously Coffs Harbour last year, and that was, you know, great location. And then Lawn the year before, a bit of a country feel to it. But this is great. Lots of infrastructure at the back here, lots of coffee shops, and really good for the cheer squad and supporters and boat carriers and draggers and that come over to help. So, yeah, great location, and I can talk for all the West Australian crews. We love coming over here. We don't get to race in surf like this all the time. It's just great to get a chance.
WA, huge contender here this weekend. 2 under-19 crews from Mullaloo. This is just a prime example of how good the sport's going over there.
Yeah, and a couple of really, really hot under-23 men's crews from Northcott. I think they're going to be right up there in the finals. And then, Fremantle Burritos. I've got my girl, City Sunrise, in the reserves. It's a big contingent. We got some good results yesterday and came home with a silver in the interstate, which we're all really happy with. And it was good to be up there challenging New South Wales and Queensland and Victoria and South Australia.
Wanda Beach, Zenith on screen. Julie Mitchell, Cooper Richards, Maya and Alicia in that crew as it gets underway. Results bottom of screen for those playing at home from the previous. Allura Wilco in 2.
And looks like Burleigh Heads and Surfers Paradise again top of the screen. They've got the best of the runs now on the run out. So it's almost switched to what I said before, but probably second from the bottom there. We've got Devoka and then Allura. I think that's Wilco sweeping there. Big shout out to Allura for looking after our club for the last few days.
ASRL Vice President and legend Edwina Wright in that boat as well. Coogee in 3 of the DMGs. And then you're going right at the top. Service Paradise Spice, not sure where they are. Burleigh Heads top. Oh, yeah, they're right at the top. Obviously, 5-boater. Yeah. So Service Paradise right at the top in the white boat, along with Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, with Matt Smith sweeping them. Of course, Service Paradise Spice. Bit of a crew change in the past 12 months. Chloe Robinson moved up from Williamstown and has joined that crew. She was a Aussie gold medalist last year in the under-23, so great addition for that crew. And this Burleigh Heads crew, don't worry, they can move as well. They're leading the way.
Yeah, this is probably a real even one at this stage. Like I said before, the bottom of the screen, we're getting a quick start. Burleigh Heads out to a great start. And obviously with the tide changing, we're going to see this bank play around a little bit. But really dead heat at the moment for second through to 5th. But Burleigh Heads out to a great start there.
Let us know wherever you're watching in the comments section. We are going to have the Trans-Tasman back on in the not too distant future. Once the opens are done in the north area, we'll be right back into it. So it won't be too far away. Australia versus New Zealand. Round 2, we have the Aussies. They're 4-0 up at the moment. The whitewash is on, but we'll see what happens.
Burleigh Heads just getting the first of that run out of the Kanze. Really good turn. Another boat length for them there. We see Lura Wilco coming, breaking that deadlock in the last 3 positions to come into second. Surfers Paradise into second as well. But Burleigh Heads out to a good lead there. That's a good couple of boat lengths. But we see some swell starting to come through in that outside bank. And then Avoca at the bottom. They might get a little bit of a kick here. Might just be a bit of a challenge to push over, but they'll get a good little run. That rating comes up, but Burleigh Heads into that break early.
Yeah, they're looking awesome. No one's going to stop them. They're going to get the 10 points here. Even if they drop off the back, I can't see anyone catching them. They've called easy here. They might not be able to hold it. The Bowsers trying to swing it back around. Surfers Paradise will have a crack at this. They might get 4 or 5 strokes in bottom of screen. Matty Mitchell.
Look at that rating come up. Allura, Avoca, Coogee all starting to lift that rating, but Avoca, they're going to come through, I think, on this.
Yeah.
Burleigh Heads one wave ahead, sitting comfortably.
And Surfers Paradise have hit dead water.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a lift here, but Avoca, they've got the best of the runs at the bottom of the screen.
Coogee might get down this. We could have someone catch up for second place. Let's see Coogee, they call easy. Surfers Paradise trying to get in the front wave, which they will, along with the bottom of Wanda Beach. So Burleigh Heads get first. Second's going to be tight. Surfers Paradise might have the better of the water at the top of the screen. As Matty Mitchell's trying to hold it square. Back to Allura in 4th, Coogee in 5th, unofficial. Of course, we've suffered that many times, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just see what a difference that back bank makes, and then in through the trough, and that lead change, well, not the lead, the second, third and fourth changed 3 or 4 times. So good racing there and real hard work for these A women. I think we're now into the open men again.
All right, and for those that have been asking on the comments and the messages, round 2, Trans-Tasman about to get underway shortly. probably 1 or 2 races as we are swinging back to the north, as we do start to get ready for the opens and the developments of the males will be first.
Really interesting watching the Trans-Tasman from up the end of the beach, and you see, you know, the 23 crews really taking it up to the open crews, but some of those open crews just got that last little bit of strong legs halfway home.
Yeah.
Just getting that extra kick.
Bragging rights, don't worry, they're on.
Yeah.
They're not too far away from Trans-Tasman. 2 more races. Maybe even 1. We'll just double check. Round 2, the open female on screen here. You can get on live heats and see how it's all going.
So we got Avalon Beach, Sweet Feet, Palm Beach Pirates in Alley 2, the Northcott Chin Chin, the WA State Rep crew, Wanda Wahoos in 4, Red Beach, I think we've got them all there. Red Beach from New Zealand, great to see them making their trip over.
So,
and
they'll have the buy for this one. They'll be able to put their feet up.
Trans-Tasman, yes.
As we're underway.
Yeah, so really even start. We've got 4 crews on screen there. Probably Wanda and Northcott Chin Chin with the best of the start. Look at Chin Chin go in that white boat with Jeff Hegarty there giving the girls some orders there, but great start, 1 boat length already. Yeah, great. They're a really strong crew in WA. They really set the standard for women's rowing at the moment, and it's great to see them up the pointy end taking on some of the East Coast crews. They had some good results yesterday, right through their race and into the 2 relays. And again, we see them just popping over this little lump there. Nice even rowing. A lot less bumps than, or on the way out, than that Southern Arena, but Northcott Chin Chin out to a 1 boat lead already.
Yeah, absolutely. You were saying before about Northcott, a strong historic club. Many Aussie medals, ASRL medals as well. WA have really put their strongest foot forward in the state team as well. Silver medal yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And look, you know, Northcott, they are the benchmark club in WA. They just seem to just keep churning out amazing rowers. They've got some great recruitment programs through the schools and rowing clubs. And, you know, with sweeps like Dave Hunt, Jeff Hegarty, Popey, Ian Clark, they've got a really good program, really good all-round support. The club supports the boat section well. And, yeah, it's always good to be able to challenge them and, you know, from the other clubs. If you know you're on their tail, you know you're going to be pretty close to a national level. Round the turn, that's a boat length lead there. Jeff just swinging that tail round. And Glory in the bow there just kicking that home. Look at that's going to be another half boat length lead for that. Palm Beach into 4th. And Wanda sitting in 2nd. So here we go. First crack at the runs there for Northcott Chin Chin. And we see the nice controlled stroke there. But that rating will come up as we see these little runs starting to build. There's one there. That nose just drops. Won't break, but they'll get another boat length there. Great rowing.
Tied for 2nd. Northcott have gone see you later. They're looking good 2 or 3 lengths in front. So all points to be critical. You've got to keep getting top 2s and 3s, especially with the harsher cuts here this weekend. Being such a large event with 359 crews, 302 crews in the main comp. So it's a huge program.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday just in the reserves, the male and female reserve crews were getting 2nds and 3rds in some races and not making the cut. You know,
yeah,
really tight.
Wanda sitting on it. Send it, Wanda.
Bottom of the screen there, Palm Beach, but Wanda might come up. They might actually get that nose to drop. This will be right up on Northcott. Look at that.
Bang! Oh, stop it. Palm Beach, you're going to get stooged here. Here we go. So they're all going to fall off the back. Avalon Beach now at the top got the best of the work. Still the crews in the middle range. Look at the back, baby. Look at the back. Are they going to cross the line in time? Palm Beach will be looking around going, here we go. They might still be a length, a wave behind. Northcott are trying to pull ahead. Wanda have hit dead water. 5 strokes to go. Northcott have reclaimed the lead and they're looking good for the win and they'll get it too. Palm Beach coming into it now.
Avalon at the top of the screen, Palm Beach and Wanda. So that's going to be probably Northcott, Avalon, and then those other 2 will have to go to the photo finish, I think, on the line. Great rowing there. This shows you, and it's what we love about surf boat rowing. It's not over till it's over. can be sitting in 4th or 5th and keep your wits about you and trust in what you're doing and stay controlled, there's usually one coming.
Hegarty on screen would have been livid if they didn't get that.
I think that's when the girls don't make eye contact. They hop out, no eye contact.
Well, no one's fault.
No.
Just getting screwed over. But no, they got the win.
He seems happy.
Of course, you'll see the oars go in the boat. There's not much beach space, so we've got to tighten it all in together. One more race to the Trans-Tasman. One more race till round 2 where Aussies are up 4-0. Megsy on screen. Results from the previous. Northcott, Collaroy, Red Beach had the bye. Palm Beach, Wanda, Avalon Beach in 5th. Couple of unlucky stories there, but we always complain when it goes wrong, but we never don't say anything when it goes right, so you get your fair share. Currumbin on screen. Be wheel sweeping there by the looks of it, right next to Megsy.
We see with that, pushing up, just trying to avoid some of those holes. We see some of the starts, crews are really close to each other. And we saw yesterday, oars clashing on the way out and a few collisions, but everyone's pretty good actually. Once you get that first jump in and away.
So Lorne in 1. 3 of these rowers won the under-23 Aussie Gold for Williamstown last year, and Emily, Liv, Eloise, joined by Cassie Carmen. Sweet, having a go on this one, so it's awesome to see them having a go at the Opens, not hiding away in the resis, so credit to them for having a go. Straight from under-23s to Opens. South Curl on screen. Will McDowell with Crumman. 12 crews here, I think, this weekend. As you can see, the swell is slowly dropping off, but it's still enough there. Megsy with the timber oar.
Yeah, saw a few sweeps yesterday, bringing out the timber oars and the old heavy oars. Opting for the strength over lightness, I suppose. But we still got that little tiny bit of a sweep there from right to left of screen. And you will see once in a while some of the crews just sort of kick right or kick left, and that's where we're getting a few collisions. But Lorne there with the cleaver oars. Don't think we've got a flag up yet. The girls are still nice and relaxed, just going through their pre-start routine.
Liv Longley there in 2, the boat captain there at Lorne. Solid to have young representation. Malcolm Trees there with the lens. Of course, the best photographer in the business. Best photographer in surf sports, no doubt. He's excelled over the last 10 years, and we appreciate everything that he does for us. Away they go. South Kirkhill Shakers already half a length in front. Lorne get hit on the nose. Currumbin. No, where Lorne is? Oh, there they are.
Down the bottom.
Oh, they're rolling out of Lorne. They're in a postcode down there. What's going on there?
Straight round that hole, and got a little bit of work to do to come up. But like I mentioned, the crews are pretty bunched up at the top of the screen. One little swell to pop over, just to remind the bow rowers where they are, and then away, take that with the legs, and South Curly looking really good there.
Yeah, they are. Georgie, Abby, Michaela and Lara. Maroochydore trying to stay on their tail just behind them on the left-hand side. Then you're going back to Currumbin, Palm Beach. Top of screen. Charlie Trotter sweeping them.
And then Lorne making a bit of a run back. They've just not caught back up on the tail of there. So obviously opting for a bit of a better alley out, rowing a little bit longer. But they're rowing great. They've come back into probably equal 5th there, right on the tail of the other crew. So good rowing there out through these gate cans.
I'm sure Timmy McFarlane, who's now at Fairy Meadows, will be watching this Lorne crew with great interest as he swept 3 of them to that Aussie Gold last year.
But South Curly out to a boat length lead there, the rest of the field. Like we've seen in the other races, it's that boat length can soon evaporate quickly as we're just coming up onto the turn. Pretty good even turn. The South Curly nice and tight there. Straighten it straight up, and they'll get first crack at these runs. Maroochydore there, I think, getting a nice, great. That was a good turn there. So 1, 2, 3 right in the middle. Lorne have caught right back up. and I think they'll probably challenge here. Those big cleaver oars starting to get that boat flying, but South Curly first crack at the runs. Maroochydore and Currumbin there, 1, 2, 3. The little bubble there for Currumbin. Maroochydore might get the second crack. Just fattening up there.
Nathan will be looking over his shoulder going, come on, Huey, give me something for that lawn boat. Even top of screen, Palm Beach as well. Charlie Trotter, so Charlie, the ex-Vico, will be looking over to Nathan going, come on, can we get some help from the back? Little lift for lawn.
Currumbin just trying to get that nose down.
Yeah, and they will too. They'll get this for at least 5 strokes. Look at that.
That might wave there. I think that's going to bring them right back up onto South Curly.
Lawn. Yes, go Nathan.
Dialed it in.
Whip it. Yes. Give Lawn credit. A lot of these crews hide away in resis, but they've gone, we're giving the Opens a go, and they deserve to be there. They might get a strong result here. They've caught easy. Now they're going to row strong. Hopefully they can get down at Currumbin, still leading the way. Then we're going to go up to the top of the screen. South Curl, Maroochydore. Lorna coming through.
They'll just about shoot this.
Yeah, they will. 4 on the one wave. You can't call it. Currumbin still just in front. South Curl, Lorne going to get the shoot at the bottom with Maroochydore as the 4. Really hard to tell. Potentially the 2 crews at the bottom of the screen. But yes, give it some big love. Well done, Lorne. Currumbin there with Maroochydore, South Curl as your top 4. We'll wait for the results, surely. How good.
Great racing there.
Cheese
South
McComb
led the whole way.
Cheese McComb there, just lurking at the back there for Lorne. An icon of the sport for Victoria, ex-growler. Wow. You got to make the excitement exciting because we don't see much of it this weekend with a swell, but that was awesome to watch. Of course, the Australian team starting to get ready straight away. Rob Lowy chucking the Oz team vest back on. Results not too far away from that one. I don't mind a bit of Victorian bias because it's always New South Wales bias, isn't it?
Never.
Hey.
No, it's good. It's good. Got to keep everyone guessing what our allegiances are, but no, it is good. It's good to see. We obviously see a fair bit of live streaming over in WA of some of the bigger carnivals over here, and we get to know all these crews, and it's sometimes for new riders it's a little bit daunting to be lining up against them, but you get a few good results and the confidence goes through the roof. So into the next round of the Trans-Tasman.
Yeah, we are. So your bottom of screen will be the Australian Lifesaving Team Open Males in alley number 2, represented by Currumbin, Red Beach, the All Blacks for the males in 3. It's 2 races in 1, so effectively it's match racing against the 2 crews of each other. Then at the top of the screen shortly will be the Australian Lifesaving Team from South Curl. And the development team of the All Blacks, a 4th year in a row that they've been in it, from Tahi Bay. So Australia lead 4-0, and that's where it's at. And you can see on the screen now the open men starting to get ready with that 100-metre gap or so. South Curly just moving their boat down to get ready. Results from the previous. Lawn. We're just waiting for it. We're just waiting. Well, I've read it. Lawn get the win.
Jeez.
So Lawn, just quickly before we start this race, just on the live heats, Lawn first place. Currumbin Hunters in 2nd. Maroochydore Bells in 3rd. South Curl in 4th. So effectively it was the crews at the bottom of the screen that got the shoot and got it done right. So now we're moving into the Trans-Tasman. Round 2 of this great event. Lyle Clark, 2nd time representing Australia there on the sweep oar of Australia for the open men. Of course, we had Sing Australia Sutherland with the national anthems earlier, which brought a tear of the eye to most on the beach. Now you can see that the 2 crews at the bottom are probably 5 lengths behind, but it doesn't matter. They're in 2 separate races.
This that Currumbin, the Australian Open crew, super smooth rowing with their starts. They just seem to. It's almost like there's one rower all doing all 4 seats. They're in time, in sync. Their body movements are great, and you just see that boat speed just hiccup and accelerate. It's pretty cool to watch from the side down on the beach.
Tahi Bay development team Having a look around, Liam, Christian, Alex, Connor and Tim in that crew. Mark Spiteri, Jack, David Angus and Alan Perry, the guardian of the Kangaroo. Alan being the youngest in the crew. Mark Spiteri, Gus getting ready.
Getting held a bit at the moment.
Well, it's tricky because they're so far apart. Round 2, Trans-Tasman, 4-0 Australia at the moment. This is 2 separate races in one.
Yeah, real tricky there. Flat water at the bottom, a little bit of a bump at the top. The starters were great yesterday, and they've been great this morning, making it a real even start. Guns up now.
It'll be after this bubble. Getting ready. Bit of clear water at the bottom and at the top. And away we go, Trans-Tasman. Round 2, Australia versus New Zealand. Not the best start from New Zealand Open men. And they're going to get hit here. And Australia just rows straight through it, top of screen. The top of screen, the bottom pairing. So the bottom crew in the pair is Australia and New Zealand right at the top of screen. Both alleys are on the bottom right-hand side for you to follow. But it is Australia leading both at the moment. New Zealand Open men in the orange boat get hit. And they're going to get hit again. The Open men for Australia get over that nicely. And there's another one for these men on screen now.
Jeez, there we go. Look at this one's going to hit right onto New Zealand there. Just stop that boat dead. And they've got to get that dead boat up and flying again. But this is what happened in the first race for the Trans-Tasman. We saw the 223 crews kick out to an early lead. But Australia opened their boat length over their New Zealand challengers there.
Yeah, they do.
Australian development crew out to a length on the New Zealand development crew as well, coming through the gate cans. And you watch this Australian Open crew starting to really hit their hammer here.
Yeah, they are. Looking really good. Australian Lifesaving Team supported by Surf Life Saving Australia. The New Zealand All Blacks supported by Surf Life Saving New Zealand. 10 strokes away or so for the turn for the development team from Australia. They are motoring along. Gus will be stoked. 5 strokes out, angling in now.
And they'll have to come out nice and tight just to give themselves some space from New Zealand development crew there. But nice, tight, out straight. And first crack at these little runs on the way home.
Probably the same amount of distance, mate, between the Open men as well. Australia 2 lengths in front as they angle in and get a really good turn. 3 strokes and away they go at the most. On screen now, right-hand side, Lyle Clark sweeping. That Currumbin boat starting to chase a run, surely. But for the next minute, we'll probably focus at the top because South Curl representing Australia, as they did in the first race at the gates, have extended their lead with a really good run.
And then New Zealand development had that first little crack, but just couldn't quite get it to run through. But Australian development crew, they're on this run, and I think they'll just about run this all the way through. A little bit of bragging rights over the Open crew.
Yeah,
obviously totally different ends.
Yeah, but they're totally exactly right. So 5-0 Australia with the development team. They're going to take it out now. Let's focus on the bottom left-hand side, Australia Open men.
And that little run there, New Zealand, I think might have a little wave coming through.
Absolutely. So the orange boat, let's see what they do for the next 5 strokes because they got a wall of water under them, but so do the Australian men. Stroke for stroke, just a wave apart.
Still there for New Zealand. Not sure if it's going to kick as much as they want it to. Getting that speed up the nose.
Another one behind.
Just going to be sitting on the back of that one.
Australia development take the win as they cross the line. Good wave for New Zealand development. And at the back it breaks. And he calls easy.
Australian Open crew, they're almost in dead water. This one will drop for them. There they go. Easy oars. Come through. Nice wave there for New Zealand Open.
So 6-0. Halfway through. Solid effort there. Held their own.
Cool.
As he's toying with us. Of course, coming up next, Trans-Tasman females, who will be the Opens at the bottom of the screen, right-hand side again with the development at the top.
The big day of racing down here in both the North and the South Arena. Another big program today was Chockers. Yesterday was Chockers, and it's going to be the same today. Like I said before, all these crews wanting to get through to Sunday, into the eliminators, into the quarters and the semis, and the all-elusive ASRL final. good teamship there with the Australian boys. Just encouraging on the ladies there. Maybe Sweeps passing on a few little tips about where these runs are coming from, where to go, where to look for that wave from the back if you need one.
So here we go, open females on screen for Australia. Calls Coleroy, Mark Anderson to the sweep, the development team, been Palm Beach, Maddie Giblin. And then we're moving after that. You see results on screen. Round 3 of the under-19s will be on after this. But Australia getting it done. With the results on screen. Of course, join the conversation, hashtag Australian Surf Rolls, get on the socials, Instagram, Facebook, tag away. If you're watching the live stream, get on the comments, let us know where you're watching from. A couple of the Palm Beach women, a few deep breaths, awaiting the start. Effectively, if Australia get a win here, game over. That's where it sits. Ryan Yockins lurking in the background. Probably the best Victorian photographer here for the weekend. He does awesome stuff along with Malcolm Trees. Speaking of, great man, getting the best shots in the house.
Some great shots yesterday, even, getting those shots out the back, going through waves. It was, really, really great stuff. Great to promote the sport. And it's always good to be able to send some photos back home and share them with your friends. But really looking forward to seeing this New Zealand development crew go around. They've caused a few upsets in the last few years, and really, really good quality crew coming out of New Zealand.
Of course, here we are at the Southern Shire Council here at Wanda Beach. For those who are not aware, you've got Allura. Allura's on the screen there, the surf club. Wanda's just to the right. Then we go down to North Cronulla. So 4 epic clubs along this stretch of coastline. Picturesque location, the dunes at the top. Getting ready for it. New Zealand women on screen in that orange boat. Trans-Tasman round 2. Start list on screen. Australian lifesaving team, swept by Mark Anderson with Jess, Alish, Rhiannon, Kelly. New Zealand All Blacks, Jasmine Courtney, Danielle Polly. Then the Australian lifesaving development team, Abigail Charlotte's ×2 and Grace, and the All Blacks of New Zealand under 23 females. Pike Okariki representing them. On screen, mate, open women.
Yeah, and again we see the that big gap in the middle like we've seen for the men. The development crews at the top of the screen, the open crews at the bottom. We'll see if those crews at the top of the screen can get another good run out like they did in the men's divisions. Here we go. Looks like guns up there for these crews in the Trans-Tasman round 2. As we said, this could just about wrap it up. Looks like that gun's down at the moment. It's waiting. It's always good when the starter doesn't get the flag up and hold them for too long. It's pretty tense on that start line. Trying to hold it in this little shore dump.
Well, the thing about this is the waves that are hitting the other crews hit the bottom crews 10 seconds later. Pretty hard. Maddie Giblin there, Palm Beach on screen, representing Australia. Awaiting a start. Development team.
Wave coming under that those development crews at the moment. That nose will drop, but then there's white water at the bottom. So yeah, tough job for the starters today with that big gap in the middle. See the tail of these boats almost on the sand at the bottom of the screen, where the others have got a nice bit of water under them. There we go. Oh, tough.
Starts underway. Clean start by all. even at the top of screen, they've both probably had 2 or 3 strokes to get ready, and both get hit. Geez, they're just propped there for a little bit, the Australian development team, but they've squared it up now, and they're still probably just in front. So, bottom of screen, New Zealand Open women throwing the gauntlet and everything at the Australians as they're going to have to. Development teams at the front. Once again, top of screen. Bit of white water to deal with for the orange boat of New Zealand Open women.
And for Australia at the bottom, it's going to be a little steep one there. Another one to go.
Here's a good shot as they prop over this one, and up they go. So clear water now. Top of screen, still getting hit. As you can see, the development team from Australia are just starting to extend already, and look at the bottom of the screen, off they go.
That's great rowing there from Australia at the bottom of the screen. Those catches straight in. Nice clean exits. Settling into some long rhythm now. Bit different to yesterday where you're really just battling the whole way. Really good opportunity today to settle into a rhythm, get that boat speed up, catch your breath a bit for the all-important run home.
So Australia still leading. This is round 2. It's 6-0 at the moment. If the Aussies win this, it's 8-0, and that's the hand on the trophy. Still leading the way. 10 strokes to go to the turn. Both are 2 lengths in front.
We see Australia Open at the bottom, just hitting a few little chops there. It's just stopping that boat coming into the turn, but might be the development crew claiming rights for the turn. And a great turn for the development crew at the top. They're going to come out with a half boat length lead. But here we see Australian Open just put the push down there. Just sitting on the back of one. First crack at these runs, and New Zealand with a little bit of work to do for both the Opens and the development crews.
Start to extend, and this just around the gates as we start to see some runs come into play. And some have turned into waves. Having a look around. Australian women on the right-hand side of the screen now, top of screen.
New Zealand here might have a chance to get this run. It's going to fatten up a bit, but that's brought them right back up.
Top of screen, there's a nice chunky one under the development team. For New Zealand, they're going to need everything they can. The bow dips down, fattens out for them, which means it'll be Australia's turn. But bottom of the screen, the open women for Australia. And now it's New Zealand's turn in the open women in the orange boat. So they're stroke for stroke, wave for wave. Different parts of the beach is giving us different results on these runs. Here we go. This is what New Zealand need. This is what they needed. Australia's going to win the development, which will make it 7-0. But at the bottom of the screen, can New Zealand get the win against the Australian team of the open women from Collaroy, stroke for stroke? Australia at the bottom's got the bow in front. Australia at the bottom still got the bow in front, but New Zealand's going to get the shoot in the orange boat as they cross the line. Surely that's tight. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to call New Zealand on that one. I have to leave it for the camera judges, but great racing.
Awesome stuff there. Great comeback there. That'll be a good confidence booster and a great reward. You can see Bruce's team manager on the right-hand side congratulating him on that achievement. And, of course, Pai Kokoriki representing the under-23 development females across the line as well on the left-hand side of the screen. Great racing there. Results pending for the open women. But effectively, regardless of the result, it's 7-0 or 7-1, which will give the Trans-Tasman to Australia based on that. First to 7 gets the chocolates. And they know it.
They're happy with that one.
They know it. Regardless of that result. They'll want the win, though. The whitewash will be on for sure. So there you have it, round 2. Round 3, the Trans-Tasman, of course, will be on once again in about an hour and a half's time. Once the round 3 of the Opens are finished. They're racing. There's some hugs there.
I think they might have got that one.
They might have got it. And that'll do good spirits for them, even getting that win.
Yeah, very happy crew there from New Zealand in the open women. And
which also makes it interesting, because now even if they do get this win, the third race for them, there's actually something on it. Effectively, they can take the title of the open women if they beat them in the next race. Results coming up on screen. New Zealand get it. Good call. So there you go, 7-1 at the moment in terms of the results. New Zealand All Blacks for the win in the open female. Huey provides the goods. Let us know wherever you're watching on the live stream. Put in the comments who you're going for. Join the conversation also on the socials, Australian Surf Rowers, on Instagram, Facebook as well. And of course now moving into the under-19 female round 3. As after this racing, we're now going to swing down to the South Arena. So if you want to keep tabs on the North, where we just were, cast your eyes on live heats. Again, live heats on the ASRL. To search ASRL live heats. Moving into the South, where we'll get you updated with the scheduling as soon as possible. 2 areas going here. Newport on screen. ASRL President Natasha Tunney with Glenelg. 3rd year in a row state team for them, for South Australia, I'm pretty sure. Wanda Beach in the middle, then that gap once again.
Yeah, so round 3, heat 3 for the under-19 female surf boats. And just while they're getting themselves set, we see, probably can't quite see it on screen, but down the beach here, that wind is just freshened a little bit, causing a few little chops there, a few little runs. And again, we see that Southern Arena with that big hole in the middle, and those 3 crews at the bottom of the screen, and then a good 50-60 metres to alley number, what'll be 5 and 6 or 4 and 5. So big gap in the middle. You see that shore dump just starting to roll through. And yeah, as I said, under-19 female surf boat, round 3, heat 3. This will be their 3rd row for the day. And then they'll be starting to have a look at the points, tallying things up, seeing how they go.
Some great racing, Grant, today.
Yeah, it's been great. That Trans-Tasman, New Zealand taking that win.
That was a real good race, that one. And proof that the under-23 division is just nearly as faster than A-grade too.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I know, talking from WA, the North Cot Saints, their 23 crew, they're just about the quickest crew in WA at the moment. They would have got the A crew spot. They wanted it, so
they've been strong for a while, and featuring in the under-23 Aussie finals. We see now though the girls are away.
Newport at the bottom of the screen, just getting clipped a little bit there, and those 2 crews at the top, they've got 1 wall of water to hit them. And that looks dead water at the top on that shallow bank.
Yeah, it's starting to get real shallow across this edge to first 20 strokes. If you can get your boat up and moving without too much hobby horsing or getting knocked around, you're going to find yourself towards the front of the field, and all of these crews are still sort of bouncing up and down, with the southern end starting to get to the deeper water first, and the crew right up in 5 or 6 there.
Yeah, Avoca coming back up onto Newport after that good start, but Avoca jumped out to about a half a boat length lead there. And we see some of these swells starting to come through. It's definitely picked up since we last left this arena. And look at those swells coming through for those southern crews. They'll be looking for that on the run home. But Avoca there, and Glenelg at the second bottom, and then Newport probably sitting in first 3. But Avoca flying out at the moment.
Yeah, doing a good job, the Avoca team. On the breed build too, that club. Several boats on the water this weekend, and a couple of them featuring in the rep teams. The reserve men New South Wales team yesterday, with Matty Mitchell on the back. All sort of just now finding their rhythm, these crews, and no one's jumped too far ahead. The Voca's just holding their length or so lead.
Great, nice controlled rowing there for Newport and Glenelg. You see them just really just sitting back, letting it run, not panicking. We don't see anyone, rating the house down, trying to get through. Avoca's ratings up a little bit, but they've got a beautiful stroke through that water, and they're out to another boat length lead there, and they'll come into that can sitting really nicely.
They sure will as they head into the green can. And they're first to the tins there now. And you said the controlled, steady rowing of Newport with Michael King on the back. He's a great coach. These girls representing Australia last year, under 23 girls. So you see now Avoca first to get these runners. And as you said, Grant, there's run all over the course. So you've got to take your advantages when you get given them. And Avoca's doing that, but here comes Glenelg now with a little lift as a Newport. And then up the far end of the course, Alley 5 also doing well.
Yeah, that's Era Bucking Beauties up there, and Metropolitan Calandra probably coming up into second or third there, but bottom of the screen, Newport there with a little chance to get that run, but Avoca there. Just getting that first crack at this run. That might just fatten up there. We've seen it jump all over the place. Top of the screen was good on the way home. Then it swapped to the bottom. Glenelg pushing hard here. Some great rowing there. I think that's going to drop there. And this could just about be 4 on the line. They're going to catch Avoca, who's just sitting in dead water. Just missed that one. Just waiting for it to get a run. Newport off.
You see behind
Everyone's
them.
off.
Yeah, well, there's a wave on there for Metropolitan Calandra. And that's our co-commentator, Jay Speen, on the back of that one.
Avoca there, come back. Metropolitan Calandra having a look at a cross. Jace there. Great control there by these younger rowers and just moving forward to get that nose down through that rip. But I think that might be, Avoca in the middle. Oh, no, too close there.
Ooh, you'd have to say Avoca led that one from start to just about finish, with Metropolitan Calandra getting a good wave at the end, picking up a second or a first place, and then Newport and Glenelg for the minor placings. And then just coming in there now is the Era team. The Bucking Beauties, and that's another great story. The Era Club on a heavy resurgence. Era located south of here in the Sydney branch, one of our most southern Sydney branch teams in the national park.
Yeah, I was saying before, we over in the west we see a lot of these big carnivals on the live streaming, and we have seen Era come, it's sort of like, well, where's that, who's that? Is it the Queensland Club, Victorian? But yeah, definitely getting their name around town. It's great.
Proud New South Welshmen and women, and doing a good job in Sydney branch, and it's great to see those guys on a resurgence too, as it is with several of these clubs coming back on the water. And it's, as we know, it's a great inclusive sport, and it's one of the best sports in surf life saving.
So we go from probably some of the newer rowers to surf boats to big boys in the open men's, and you got some. This is a hot heat. Look at that. Fremantle Burritos, Herds, Wilco, Go Like the Clappers from Queenscliff. I saw them before Bulleye Gold. Well, not much can be said that they haven't done. They're an amazing crew. Yeah. And then North Cronulla Juice in LE6. So, gee, this is going to be hot.
This is a hot race, and there's no mugs in A grade, and you see several of those teams, or Fremantle coming all the way from the west, always put a pretty strong outfit. But
they were the state team rep crew yesterday in the Opens. I watched the first race, I think it was for Bulleye, and that their start, 2 or 3 boat lengths on the rest of them.
Oh, yeah.
It's all over,
Yeah.
And amazing to watch.
Be prepared for some more of that.
We've got the results there from that one. So Avoca Beach did get that win. Metropolitan Calandra came through. Glenelg came through in that rip. Newport, who led early, into 4th, and then Era Bucking Beauties into 5th for that under-19 ladies race.
So we're watching the southern area. We're back to A-grade males, the round 3 of the open boat. See Queenscliff there, Matt Sheridan on board. And you see Shane Jalovan there with the imposing Bulleye Gold. And again, this is not their first rodeo. Always featuring in the finals.
And like the North Arena, we've got that big hole in the middle that they're been asked to move out of. Deep water, maybe a little bit of an advantage getting out, but they're keeping everyone out of that, to be fair, which is good. Giving the starters a little bit of a challenge. But like I said before, amazing, really good starts yesterday. Everyone had a good chance. Fremantle there just sitting back a little bit, maybe trying to find a bit of shallow water.
Yeah, it's imperative that
there we
the
go, and
sleep
they're off.
gets in. You see there, North Cronulla and Allura familiar with this edge. Wilco from Allura.
Hit there. Fremantle actually did quite a good move, but Bulli second from the top. Look at that. That's 5 strokes and they're a boat length in the lead.
Wow, that's impressive there up in alley 5, but going hammer and tong with them is the North Cronulla Purge crew, and that is the Purge crew that represented New South Wales yesterday as well. Made us several Australian finals, Australian medalists alongside Bulli, and so are Allura, the Wilco crew. Last year they got silver in this event, second to the Wanda Weapons in the ASRL Open. But as you said, Grant, these Bulli crew just assert their lead and then just hang on to it. And that boat is flying, as is all of these boats, but you can see.
And then the rest, so 1 and 2 out to a boat length lead there, but the tight racing. It's always like this when, you know, in the open men, there's no mugs, like you said. They're all there. They all deserve to be there. And it's tight racing. One mistake and it's all over.
I was just about to say, I think mistakes really separate this field, and when you get to this pointy end and with this sort of level of experience, one mistake can cost you. So they're working through.
Bulli there, just coming around that second from the top. Let's see how they go. 1, 2 and around. And there's a bit of a swell coming through for that northern end of the field. A couple of little bumps, and then we'll see that kick for the bottom of the screen about halfway home. But Bulli there,
lifting the rate with a tiny little bubble underneath them, as they're famous for. They can create waves themselves or turn nothing into something. And as I say that, they are just stretching a tiny little bit of water moving out.
And Allura Wilco in the middle there. They got that run. It's just fattening up. Now it's North Cronulla's turn. And then Frio's turn. But Bulli there, they seem to be just sitting on nothing.
Yeah, they have a way of doing that as they're coming through the gate can zone now. And the lead has been chopped a little bit by North Cronulla, the Purds, and now Queenscliff coming through the middle on a wave. So coming to spoil the party is Queenscliff.
And then the second wave there, Freo and Allura there. Freo, they're still sort of just battling to get that nose down, but it's fattening up. But Bulli still out in the lead, Queenscliff, and then back to North Cronulla. But Fremantle here on that second wave. Allura working hard. They've dropped.
And there's Bulli. They've pulled over the front of the little one. And that's all they need to do to keep their top points in this race.
They'll just sit there. Queenscliff might come over the back of that one. North Cronulla. Wilco just holding them there. They'll probably kick now. Just a bit of a skew there for North Cronulla on the shore there, but she's tight racing. That ended up being a boat and a length and a half, the whole field.
And that's right. And there's nothing in it in the A grade. And while all the fanfare of the rep teams and the Australian teams go on around them, Bulli Gold are just sneaking through these A grade rounds and working their way to the ladder competition today for the ASRL Open 2026 here at Wanda Beach, hosted by Wanda Surf Club. And we'll shout out to the event partner, Surfboat Brewery. And we're getting closer, I think, Grant, to the first round of drop-offs from the brewery.
Yeah.
I think so. Looking thirsty to me.
Run out of water. So
big thank you to those guys there who are providing our refreshments for the hard-working officials, Powercraft and the ASRL Work Party team. Check into the regatta shop down here for your merch. You can log in online and get your ASRL merch, or down here at the beach. We can't do it without the SLSA, Surf Life Saving Australia, instrumental in the development of the surfboat sport, the surfboat sweeps, and the education of surfboat safety officers. Their ongoing commitment to training and safety is the pathway and development that strengthens our sport at all levels. So, moving into round 2, Open Mail, Mona Vale Black in alley 1, Bateman's Bay in 2, North Cronulla Brooks in 3, Queenscliff A Rollers in 4 with Damien Daly on the back, Avoca Cheese Dogs in 5, and the Mooloolaba Sea Anchors. And everywhere you look, Grant, you can see strength across that field.
Yeah, it's hard to. It's almost easier to pick who might be at the back of the field and who's going to win it. You know, it's
Yeah.
And we saw that last race. You know, crews were just coming through. Obviously, Bull Eye strong, but fifth came into second in the end. And
yeah, it's definitely not over until it's over on this course, as a lot of crews are finding out the hard way. Some of these sweeps, if they've knocked off the rowers early, are getting done on the line with the shoot of the waves, and rowers rowing at high speed to get across the line.
And there's definitely a shoot. You know, we've got the swell lines coming through, but there sort of seems to be a little bubble just in behind, or a little bubble in front. And as it runs through, you can sort of almost sit on the back, and I've got a theory you can time that shoot. But I've never been brave enough to do it in a race. But I've still got a theory there that you can sit back, like you see the ski paddlers and the double ski paddlers. They sit back and wait. Pretty brave move if you're a sweep boat.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah, nah. You just want to get that nose down the hill and keep it going. But, yeah, like you said, there's...
Here we go.
Waves in front of all of these crews, just checking the front of these boats. Onavale getting smashed off it a bit there.
Bateman's Bay.
Up the top as well.
Oh, a bit of a tangle, maybe?
Just getting checked, and look at the rate on this Bateman's Bay black crew as the Bateman's Bay team in Alley 2 trying to get to the deep water first and stay out in front. So it's Bateman's Bay from the North Cronulla Brooks A's in second.
Monavale must have had some problems there on the start, and those three crews at the top, I think might have been a little bit close there to get their oars in, but that, yeah, wow, Bateman's Bay.
Queensy A-Rollers up there in a bit of a fight with the Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs and the Mooloolaba Sea Anchors. Those three boats to the top of the screen there, the southern part of the course. As we get a bit of an idea going through the gate cans, and it's Bateman's just from North Cronulla, and then it's just to Mooloolaba and to
Avoca and Queensy.
Yeah.
We see Monavale just dropping back a little bit, but one of the other races, Lawn came from the clouds and ended up taking the win. So
in that Alley 1,
yeah,
the last wave. I've seen it up in the north end a few times today as well. So as long as you're within striking distance, it's not over.
Definitely not.
But it is harder in A grade to row up or make up ground. So if you're behind, you're generally relying on some luck or a mistake from your peers, and you see they're turning into that can.
Bateman's Bay first.
Neil Innes on the back of that one. Second, the Brooks A's, then Queenscliff, then Mooloolaba. Going in after that would be the Avoca team, and just a couple of lengths out of it now after getting smashed off the start is the Monavale heading into Alley 1. Back out to the front, and it's the Bateman's Bay team there.
First run and a swell.
Doing well.
Just see it bubbling up just behind them there. It might be in that trough. Rating comes up a little bit. Oh, top of the screen.
Wow.
Is that Queenscliff?
Yeah. The A-Rollers with Damien Daly ripping it through. Just trying to catch what blades they're using. They have known to be used cleavers in the past, but looks like...
And Mooloolaba, that's going to just about take them all the way through the line up there. And Avoca as well. They'll try and push that over onto the top. Queenscliff there.
Avoca stuck with their nose in the bubble there. Can't get over the front of the next one.
Nowhere to go.
There's Queensy using the regular oars.
Bateman's
pulled one with Neil. There, you said it. Looking for the shoot now, Grant. Who's going to do it?
There we go. Push it through.
Bateman's now trying.
And that's... See, that's great, isn't it?
Well, I think they might have got... I think they've done that there, Grant. And that just came from that extra effort across the line. The others were sitting there. Bit strange when all these points add up.
Yeah, we were saying before, you know, there were crews in the reserves getting some seconds and thirds and not getting through.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Yep. Our team had, I think, 3/3 and out the back door.
Yeah.
So...
here we go. North Cronulla spinning it around, ready to go again, I think. Don't know if that was intentional.
Up, no, and that deeper water rip there. Doing a bit of sideways.
And then Monavale, some issues at the start, and they're just coming in, maybe saving some legs there.
Well, let's hope.
In for their third round.
Let's hope they've got enough points, potentially, or their day may be done after 3 races, and that is the great Bryce Munro. Hat off. Doesn't look that happy, BM. He sets a high standard, our man Bryce.
Right, yep.
Been a mentor for me and famous for winning 3 Aussie Open gold with Mona Vale Black back in the day a few years ago. Seems like yesterday. Hasn't aged today, young Bryce. But no, wasn't their race then, so we'll wait and see what happens with this cut line as we're moving into the next race.
So start list for round 3, heat 3, Coffs Harbour, Burleigh Heads, they've been strong. Port Kembla, another good strong A crew, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, Paddo in the back there. We've used his boat a few times coming over with the City Black crew, Mona Vale, Megalodon, and then South Maroubra. Saw them race before. They're a nice tight crew.
They're a new crew. I was at South Maroubra for a few years, and the boys come together. They had a great season last year in reserve grade. Got a silver in reserve grade men at Aussies. Been training really hard. A good vibe down there. And good luck this weekend to the Mavericks. It's a good buzz on down there. Boat captain Nick Mellick. There's La Rosa at the back of the South Maroubra boat. Kai Cooper at the back of the Mona Vale boat. And there's the shot across the screen. Some big time sweeps in this one.
So just 5 in this one, and you'll see Coffs Harbour at the bottom of the screen. Hosted ASRL last year.
That was a great carnival.
Yeah, that was great, yep.
Shame we did move, but it was a good backup beach.
I think it was great, wasn't it?
Yeah,
you know,
the wharf and good pier, and still had a wave.
Good decision. I took the City Phantoms out the day before for warm-up, and they reckon we should have rowed there. And I said, we're not, because I can swim and you can't, so...
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with your Phantoms.
Yeah.
Spent a bit of time with the boys, and wow, what a motor you got underneath you there.
Yeah.
Push Garbo out of the strokes, out of the sweep seat, down into the bow, and him and Jarman and Pedro, wow.
Yeah.
What a bunch of men they are.
I know. And they'll tell you as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, they've told me a few times this weekend. Hopefully catch up with those for a bit later on.
And Pete Way moved in, but we're off to a start there in Port Kembla.
So close. These boats are too close.
They are real close. Look at that
Now
oars
they're
clashing there.
onto each other.
Let's see who puts their hand up first. But Coffs Harbour really struggling to get that round.
Maddie Smith in the...
Geez, they've done well, to be honest.
Yeah, probably Czech starter should have had them a bit wider than that. And it's lucky that didn't cost anyone there. They've done very well. And that might be Matthew Rude Boy Collins on the back of that Coffs Harbour boat.
Yeah, somehow, clashing of oars, and they've still got off to a good start. But we've seen you need a good start in that bottom of the screen.
Yep.
That top of the screen really does fly home. But even those two crews at the top, Mona Vale and South Maroubra, they're still nice and close there. Almost going to go through the same gate cam. But Coffs Harbour there, just starting to lengthen out. I think they'll get through that gate cam first with Burleigh and then Port Kembla there just sitting on the tail. But we know how good that crew is, don't we?
Yeah,
they've been in the running for national teams in the last few years.
Former world champions in recent years as well. And Jack Patterson representing New South Wales over the weekend as well with the females.
Yes.
So they're all experienced, and you can see now.
Burleigh starting to push their claim for a crack here at the bragging rights at the turn.
Matty Smith doing a good job.
Well.
Yeah, with Burleigh. It's a relatively new sweep, but he's got a big team going, and they're doing real well, the Burleigh team. So as they go into the turn, though, it's Rude Boy Collins in 1 and Burleigh in 2. Thankfully didn't impede each other off the beach, and they both turned first and second. And then up in alley 5, South Maroubra, the Mavericks.
Here we go, Bateman's Bay straight onto a run, 3 strokes, and it's a boat length. That's great racing there.
Yep.
And I think they'll get another little bubble here, and that might be the second one.
Yep. Matty Collins, the Coffs boat there. Jeff King Motors, proud sponsor of their boat. And Matt Smith there now.
South Maroubra at top of the screen. We've seen waves come all the way through from up there. I think they might be not quite close enough in there, but Burleigh starting to run. Look at that rating come up. Coffs Harbour trying to get that nose down. Port Kembla still at the back of the field, but Paddo's just got them settled there, waiting and waiting.
And Coffs still lifting.
Yeah, Coffs, look at that.
Still lifting on it. And you can see there now. You see there now, it's Coffs. Coffs trying hard down here in 1 with South Maroubra up in 5. And it's going to be Coffs Harbour that are going to take it to the line. And that's a good, strong row from the boys at Coffs.
They got caught up at the start, clash of oars, and kept their heads and just kept going.
South Maroubra, a strong second place.
Here come Port Kembla. They'll be maybe getting some points there into third. That's great, isn't it?
That
They've
chest
gone
change.
from 5th into 3rd.
Could have changed their day there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to leave you, Phil. I'm going to go and move my car so I don't get a parking fine.
Yeah, those councillors were up here earlier thanking us for visiting. I reckon that's what they're thanking them for.
Christmas bonus.
We've tipped up the parking fine coffers. No, you've done a good job, Grant. Don't go too far away.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We'll need you.
And I'll see you maybe in an hour or so.
Good times.
All right, thank you.
Sounds like a good one. Thanks again. So, just looking here, getting into the next of the racing. Joined from Grant from City of Perth, West Coast coverage. Thank you, Grant. And I'm joined pretty much back in the hot seat here is Mr. Tate Copeland. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Phil. It's been very interesting watching from the beach and doing a few interviews, having a chat to lots of people, getting a bit of a lay of the land up in the north area as we're looking at the south at the moment. Haven't been down there all that much. What would be your assessment of the conditions at the moment, Phil?
For the south area, yeah, it's still looks like there's run from every angle. It's not as much run as the northern area, so as the swell was coming from the southerly direction, the northern part of the course was more lively, but there's definitely enough to definitely affect you in a race and get results to go either way. So it's good rowing conditions, but you still need to show the skills of getting off the beach, in and out, and good turns and good run when you get an opportunity with the runners. So here we go. That open female boat, read us out.
We'll certainly see those nuances of rowing here in this Heat 1 of Round 3. Port Kembla Parasites in Alley 1, the Point Leo Abyss in Alley 2, Allura Wilco in Alley 3, Monavale Mayhem in Alley 4, the Coogee DMGs in Alley 5, and rounding us out to Surfers Paradise Spice in Alley 6.
Well, great racing again here. Coogee girls going very well at the moment with Macro on the back of that boat.
As well, watch out for in Alley 6, Surfers Paradise Spice. Probably a little bit unlucky not to make the Queensland State team in the open race there with Rachel, Chloe, Lily and Meg, with the big man Graham Hugel at the back of the boat there.
Yeah, Hughes. And there's a little revival. He's done a good job at Surfers. Got more teams again this year. Matty Silka joining that club. It can only be a good thing, getting a sweep of that calibre to your club. There's Macro in the middle. Kai Cooper again. What's the name of that Monavale crew there?
The Mayhem.
Mayhem. Yes, Kendall.
And you see
there she is.
Coffs Harbour managing to get the win over South Maroubra Mavericks. And Happy G's of Port Kembla in third.
Just coming through third. Burley probably led the whole way and into fourth, and then the Megalodon into fifth place. So just working on this draw, trying to get it up. And
Parasites, Port Kembla in Alley 1 as we see the back end of the course. Alleys 4, 5 and 6 on screen at the moment. Strong contention here between the two New South Wales crews and the Queenslander crew. A little bit of time at the moment, just moving boats around. Nearly ready to go as Port Kembla was making their way into Alley 1 at the moment. The Parasites with Renee, Samantha, Shannon and Morgan, with John Patterson sweeping that crew. I believe it would be his daughter, Renee, rowing in the boat with John.
I don't think so. We'll go. Open males? No, I don't think so.
Open women.
Yeah. Might be his wife.
I'm still learning.
Jack
still
Patterson.
still getting...
AKA John. But, definitely part of the Patterson clan. Famous name in boats. Now Paul Kembler. South Coast, king of the South Coast. There's some excellent sweeps down that coastline. Julovan and Patterson. Couple of standouts. Timmy McFarlane, your man, back down on that stretch in Wollongong down at Fairy Meadow.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see Fairy Meadow coming back into surf boats after a hiatus, I think would probably be the best way to describe it. More clubs are coming in. And the biggest event of the ASRL Open that we've had ever for this weekend, 359 crews, as we are looking at 6 of the best of the Open women. Bit of a heavier sandbag maybe on the north end at the moment, having to deal with a little bit extra contentions. They might get snotted a little bit, but these crews will power through this break here. As Port Kembla, Leo and Allura on screen at the moment.
Port Kembla girls representing New South Wales for the Open women.
The guns up here, locked in. The noses will go down here. Little touch of an even, and these crews are out and away right on the nose of the northern alleys here. There will be no trouble whatsoever for Port Kembla, Point Leo and Allura as they're going over the top and might actually have the best of the run here as the south area gets a little bit snotted over on the other side. But from the bottom of the screen, Port Kembla and Point Leo are out here well, followed by the Allura Wilco.
Yeah, great start from the parasites of Port Kembla. See, looking down the beach. Bottom of the screen, Paul Kembla leading from Point Leo. Mr. Jeff Matthews on the back of that boat in second. Then across to Allura, doing a good job with Wilco in third. Monavale Mayhem holding their own with Kai Cooper. Going stroke for stroke up there. And Ali 4 with Coogee in 5. In a bit of a grind in the middle. Surface Paradise. Spice in 6. Ali 6. And last year they made the Open Women's Final with the 5th place. Upper Coffs. So they want to go a couple better this year and squeeze through. But this is the 3rd round of racing and all their points are going to have to add up, Tate. And they're going to have to work their way through to the final. If they're going to take the medals today, there's still a lot of rowing to go.
Absolutely. It's very hard as a rower not to think about what points we need to get, but it all comes down to rowing well throughout the heats here to make sure that you get enough points. Port Kembla is looking very strong at the moment in Alley 1, and they'll hit the cans first as Jack Patterson starts to turn him in here, followed closely by Point Leo. A boat length ahead at the moment, but it's a good turn by Jeff Matthews. And up on the from the south end of the beach, rather, in 3rd and 4th, it looks like it'll be Coogee and Surfers Paradise, but hot on their tail is the Allura Wilco in front of their surf club, Phil.
Yeah, and you see the lift out of Point Leo now, trying to chase the tuck of this Port Kembla boat, and across to them, not taking any nonsense, is the Coogee girls, the DMGs.
Now they've managed to catch up here a little bit. Here's Point Leo and pushing through. Jeff will be urging his girls to go with maybe a few choice words in there, but they are neck and neck at the moment. There's a little bit of water building under Allura at the moment that will give a good sense of how the conditions are going. Port Kembla on the inset at the moment, and they've killed them easy, has Jack Patterson.
Yeah,
Jeff Matthews has called their girls to keep on rowing, to stay on. It is oar for oar here in the northernmost alleys of the southern area.
See filling up down here for Pato and for Jeff Matthews there. The water going underneath them, and Coogee now. Are they going to get a better piece of it up in alley 5? The Coogee team with Lauren, Kelsey, Sam, and Caitlin, and they will.
Absolutely,
yes,
Coogee.
Little beauty, Coogee for the points.
Fantastically rowed from Coogee, so it will be up to the 9 points between these two boats here. Port Kembla's going to get a little bit of an extra shoot while Point Leo stayed on a little bit of dead water, but Coogee.
Great racing for the Open women there. Nothing in it at the end of the day, and the Coogee girls there, they've been going well this season, holding their own in A grade, making all the finals and placing regularly. So that's a good sign for the rest of their afternoon. As you see Allura now fighting for the minor places. with the crew up there in Alley 6 is the Surfers Paradise team, and then Monavale Mayhem. So tough racing.
Ooh. Bit of a heavy knock for the bow, just caught in a little bit of a crab.
Mona team. There's Kendall in the second stroke seat, so tough racing in A grade today.
Very
as it is
tough.
every day in A grade. Let's be real. And yeah, I went for a little skip down the beach earlier too, and there's a bit of a vibe down there. I've seen our man Donnie Cottrell head to toe Aussie Kit.
He's doing a power of work and keeping an eye. And what a racing that we've seen from the Trans-Tasman so far as we look to Heat 2 of Round 3 of the open female boat here in the southern area. It's the Queenscliff Sherrows Angels in Alley 1, the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys in Alley 2, the Broadbacks from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, the Wanda Beach Zenith in Alley 4, and from South Australia, the Brighton Broncos. Fantastic list of open crews.
Yeah, absolutely. And
3 states represented.
Yep. I've seen, I've caught up with the Chop Sueys briefly on my way out the door yesterday with Brendan Weston and Sarah Weston, Ellie, Georgia and Sonia. And look no further than Instagram or the viral sensations, the Chop Sueys, getting an unlucky piece of water, going base over apex and affectionately standing that boat up on its nose with a 9.5 for the sweep. Brendan jumping out to save himself. But that one went viral. They were on Sunrise, and great advocates for our sport, because when one of the best women's crews in the country is going upside down, you know that anything can happen. And it is a bit of luck, and they were just wrong place, wrong time, and but they're all okay.
Always fantastic to see. A few comments at work, people going, "Is this what you do?" And I said, well, I try not to be in that position going down a wave, but it could happen from time to time.
And that's the thing, it can happen to the best of the crews, as seen on that day. And in race conditions, you can't, you're not waiting for waves like you may at training. You just got to take what you can get. So all crews struggling with this heavy edge here, Tate.
Yeah, the Queenscliff Sherrows Angels just had a little bit of trouble getting off the back there. Then it looks like it's the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys who've got the best run out of it here, followed closely by Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. But on the southern end of the Surf area, Brighton and Avoca Beach Zenith is having a little bit of trouble as well. So as the crews start to separate themselves now, hot on the tails of the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys, and first is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Phil.
Yeah, great start from those Chop Sueys, and a little green one going up and over, catching in the bow. There's Ellie, I guess, and what a great way to set up your race, get out in front and hold it. So those gate cans now coming up a bit quicker down with the tide shallowing out, and it's the Chop Sueys from Mooloolaba, sunny coast of Queensland, doing a great job from the crew from Burleigh, from the Gold Coast of Queensland, not far from where we'll be headed for the Aussie titles.
Yeah, it's always a fantastic event in the Australian titles, but right now we are focusing here the ASRL Open as the Chop Sueys representing both their club and the Sunshine Coast well out in front at the moment. Fantastic effort from the power crew of Brendan and Sarah Weston.
Yeah, talk about love in the air, hey? Valentine's Day.
How many times have you talked about Valentine's Day today?
Got a couple in, but again, love is love, and we love surf boats.
Absolutely.
His husband and wife team in that boat on the inset. So, you see there, Brendan now stepping back over the front of the quarter bar now, looking for run, staying calm. It's the third round of these girls racing, so these points will all count, and some will make the cut and some will miss out.
There's a bit of life building under Queenscliff at the moment, but as well over in Alley 5 from South Australia, the Brighton Broncos, their nose has gone up. At the moment, you're looking at the Mooloolaba Chop Sueys, who are sitting comfortably in front. Hot on their tail will be the crew from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who are probably sitting in second at the moment, and they're a little bit light under Queenscliff.
This wave's coming, Tate.
And there it is.
Stopped it because he doesn't want to row into no man's land. He wants to take it when he can, and there's a little bubble in front of them. And here goes Burleigh on a late takeoff. Late takeoff for Mooloolaba too. This will test him.
Fantastic
Great
effort.
hold there. Now back to the front because it's not that steep and it might fill up.
Maddie Smith there at the back of Burleigh Heads. Murray Park has managed to get the nice little run of it, but it is Brighton as well, a little bit at the back. That'll be enough to try and get them over. There he is, Matthew Smith.
Yes.
Of the broadbacks from Burleigh Heads.
Not much sauce, not a lot of sauce for that much spaghetti there for Malula Bar and Burleigh. Right place, right time.
Fantastic
Malula Bar
effort.
had to back off, wait for the late takeoff, come back. Then it didn't fill up. Now they're fighting for third.
And they're fighting for third. I think they might just get over the line
They'll get
here.
their nose into second there, so...
But a big
that's
smile.
boats, yeah.
Big smile on the face of Matthew Smith there from Burleigh Heads.
Did a good job to hold that wave.
Yeah.
It started steep right up. He's a big fella, though, to be fair in comparison to our man on screen there, Matty Mitchell. As some of us not super tall, Matty Mitchell in that class, but Matty Smith from Burleigh, he's a big boy. And so on those big late takeoffs, to be fair, where we have to hold the sweep oar up over our head and try and make sure it's the blades in the water, it's a fair bit easier for him. So he's done well. So we're going to pan across and scan back up in the racing in the northern arena as we see the drone changing angles. And what a place to be here. The rain's held off for now. The weather stayed pretty good. It's the pick of the day so far with weather as we're churning through the under-19 and the Open, ASRL Open for 2026. Who have we got in this one, Tate?
And starting us out is the Wanda Wedgies, who will be on the left of screen at the moment. Next to them, the Coleroy Cutters in alley 2, the Bilgola Bombshells in alley 3, Mullaloo Mermaids in alley 4, and the Stockton Sirens in alley 5. As these crews start going out here.
There's a team from Bilgola, another club with a resurgence and several young teams, and it's excellent to see.
Apologies, I might just have to read out the crews again. This is Heat 3, Round 3 of the under-19 females here in the northern area. McMaster's Team A in alley 1, the Bilgola Silly Billies in alley 2. Next to them, representing Kingston and Victoria, the Mordialloc Manta Rays in alley 3. The Maxville Scots Head Fruit Loops with the big man himself, Scotty Edwards, rounding us out in alley 4. And by the moment, Bilgola looks like it's got the best run out of here, but McMaster's Team A is right on their heads. And it looks like Mordialoc's got a little bit of work to do. Try and catch up to the two race leaders at the moment. Mordialloc goes over 1 at a boat length and a half behind.
So yeah, we see out to sea. They're all pushing hardest. McMaster's in alley 1, Bilgola in 2, the Mordialloc Manta Race from Victoria in 3, Maxwell Scott's Head, similar looking cap there, but different configuration with the red, white and blue. Great Roosters colours there in alley 4 for Maxville. Maybe that's why Scotty moved up there. So a 4-boater. Beautiful vessel, that Maxville boat. Looks like the French flag from here. But you see all crews doing pretty well. Looking out to sea. McMaster's setting a nice steady tempo.
A little bit of extra work to do as McMaster starts to angle in here at the moment to get around the can, the red can. But followed very, very closely is the crew from Bilgola, right head on their tails. Mordialloc go around in 3, have had half a boat length to a boat length behind the two race leaders at the moment. A lot of extra work to do for them, but they'll be able to find any side of bay wave that they get down at Kingston. And a little bit more extra work to do here for Maxville. But they're turning up. We've seen the waves here in the northern area over the Trans-Tasman test pick up a lot. A little bit more extra work here to do here now, Phil.
They are getting through it. Still a long way from home. Still a long way from calling who's going to feature in this race. And all the boats are pretty much within striking distance. So as we thought Mordialloc turned 3rd, they've picked up some run there, Tate. And there's going to be another one for them here as they lift the rate and push this boat downhill.
Fantastic from Christian Kelleher. A squad of natural athletes and a lot of beach athletes and swimming athletes converted to surfboat rowers at Mordialloc. They've sit in a bit of dead water while McMaster's sits in a bit of dead water as well. A bit of life under the boat here now. A touch of a party wave. You see the Mordialloc crew now begins their rate up here. That might just be enough. They're steadying just a little bit in front of the wave here as it starts to give a few heavy extra strokes for Mordialloc. But they'll manage to get it down here now. Their noses are in front.
Here comes a wave for Scotty at the back.
Oh, it's a big wave for Scotty at the back.
Takeoff for the guys. What's he going to do? He's going to do his best to hold it. He will. They'll keep rowing. So they're not across the finish line yet. Mordialloc searching for the line. Maxwell coming from nowhere.
Absolutely,
Crowd
Maxwell.
going mad for this position. McMaster's trying to hold on to their second place. Maxwell going through Bilgola. And we'll leave it to the judges there. The hand goes up, indicating the boat's bottomed out. It's an old trick for sweeps there, putting the hand up anyway.
What a fantastic
the line
effort.
Judges will take care of that one, Tate. But yeah, what a great race it's been.
It's been fantastic. That last little push from Maxwell Scott's head just to get over the line. They managed to get that excellent wave out the back, and they turned the rate up and just tried to run it as best they could. And they might have been able to pip third there over the Bilgola Silly Billies.
Great effort there from all those girls. And it's such a good thing to see so many young girls racing of various ages in the under-19 category. So, you know, there'll be an under-17's division, some real young ladies out here now having a crack at surfboats.
Speaking, I was chatting to Rachel a bit earlier Rachel from Maxwell Scott's had a bit earlier this morning. They have a 15-year-old rowing in her first carnival here at the ASRL Open. As we see there, big representation from Mordialloc, the Manta Rays, following on from the legend of the Mockingbirds from yesterday and across Victoria, managing to get over the line there. A fantastic race. Christian will be very, very happy with that. McMaster's Team A just getting to it, and Maxwell with that extra push just to try and get him over the line. And they managed to get third for their efforts there, Phil.
Yeah, and unlucky there to Bilgola. They were well placed in that race and then just got the wings clipped off them on the finish line. So here we go out to sea now. Is it back to the junior boys?
We are now looking at the open men.
Open men, beg your pardon.
We are back in the Barbarians White from Currumbin in Alley 1. South Kirkhill Blitz in Alley 2. The Sneaky Nuts in Alley 3. Talabudra Myths in Alley 4. The Mermaid Beach Kennards in Alley 5. And the other Currumbin Barbarians crew, the Green, will be in Alley 6.
I think they'll rest, though. They're the Aussie team.
Yes, they are.
So they're not... No, it's all right. I'm just looking out. I don't see them on the start line. That's why. So they'll get max points. But there is 5 of the very, very best A crews in the country here now. As all these A graders, they're all top crews. A lot of them been around a while. You see Swoop there wanting to pull these other boats back, giving everyone a chance. You see that South Curly boat in the middle, the Sneaky Nuts. That's the boat in Alley 3. Alley 2 is the Blitz with Rob Lowry. So you've got Termite versus Lowry, South Curly duel. There's Talabudra Myths with Swoop. It's 220-year gold medalist on Thursday with his cap. Savs is the Swoop. Shout out to Donny Cottrell, Big Chalk and Stixie. Nearly got the Dons wrong there, but Don Cottrell, Australian team manager, has been a busy boy this weekend with a 220 years gold, but this is a real good start across the field now. And you see the 2 South Curly crews, the stablemates, the Blitz, with the Lowry family making up 3 of those people in that boat, sweeping 2 rowers, going side by side with the South Curly Sneaky Nuts. Just off the pace down here in Alley 1 at the moment. It's Currumbin with the Glenn Williams, the Barbarians. First of the 2 Barbarians side, the other Barbarians on national duties. So there we go.
The White just getting, the Currumbin Barbarians White just probably getting a little bit of unfortunate getting off the start there, but they will try and row themselves back into it. They're hot on the tail of the crew in Alley 4 from Talabudra, the Myths. Mermaid Beach Kennards have a bit of work to do, but like you said, it is currently the Battle of South Kirkhill here in round 3, heat 1.
There's only a length between first and fourth, and another half a length or 2, but just back that to Currumbin there. So there's the first of the Curly Cruise, turning, sneaky nuts, followed by the Blitz. Then it's Kennard's Mermaid, then Talabudgera, and then going round now is Currumbin. But getting out of that turn and getting away early was the South Curly Sneaky Nuts.
Sneaky Nuts find their life underneath the boat, but alongside them, the Blitz have managed to pick something up. They will come right up to the tail. And unfortunately, just trying to keep going as these crews start making way towards the gate cans. Talabudgera Myths as well, pushing in a little bit harder, and they are out and away here, does the crew from Talabudgera.
All lifting now, and this is nearly a replay of last year's final, because last year the Sneaky Nuts got 6th. The Mermaid Kennards and the Currumbin team got equal 4th, and the Tally Myths got 3rd. So this is just 3rd round of racing. They all need the points to go through. The Barbarians in one look out of it, but the other 4 crews now all pulled down one. They're still rowing is that South Curly Sneaky Nuts team. There's the front 4 leaders as it steepens up there from Mermaid up the top in the red boat. Tally next to them. And it's filling up for the 2 South Curl crews down the southern end, and that is surf boats. That is what happens in our sport.
Very, very tight over the finish line. Talabudgera just a little bit of an inch in front, but the 2 South Curl crews leading the entire way, just didn't get enough of a fill up of a wave there for them.
First to fourth was the South Curly Sneaky Nuts, and 4th to 1st.
Talabudgera
Williams, yeah, the Talabudgera Myths. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so
big shout out.
Shout out to our work party, keeping us fueled.
Fueled and ready to go. It's looking treat these salad rolls that we have here with us. If you're looking for a bit of food as well, come up to the Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club. You can smell the egg and bacon and the burgers still cooking on the barbecue, as well as the cafe for a bit of a caffeine fix.
Yeah, well, we might need to send someone down to the cafe. Stefano wouldn't mind a cappuccino. Extra strong.
Fantastic effort as well. Look out at the screen at the moment. Going around here.
As we're getting back in business.
The Palm Beach probation at the bottom of your screen will round us out in Alley 1. In Alley 2, the Angry Otters from Rosebud McRae. And Alley 3, it's the Wanda Wild Hogs representing their home beach at the moment. From South Australia, it's the Kyneton Rocks Cray Raiders. Alley 4, the Red Beach crew from New Zealand, who I believe will be taking a bit of a break, representing the Black Caps, and the McMasters team will round us out in Alley 6. 5 boats lined up at the moment. The Red Beach from New Zealand will be out, taking a well-earned break before the next round of the test. You see there the crew from Victoria, Rosebud McRae, down on the Mornington Peninsula. Skiddies, the 2 Matthews of Jeffrey and Baker, and Matty Jeffrey's brother Adam, with David Higginbottom at the back of the boat. Victorian representatives in the open mail.
What about those caps from Rosebud? What a day to have those coloured caps.
Oh, well, they're tactical, as these crews are off and away. Heavy on the south, on the north end of the North Arena here. It's for Palm Beach and Rosebud McRae, but it is the crew, the locals from Wanda, on screen at the moment, who are pushing through and getting a lovely start off the finish. Sitting half a boat length time, but don't count out Palm Beach as they begin to lengthen out, and it is an even field here now, Phil.
What a shot on the drone that is there. You can see these guys' faces. You can see that there is nothing in this race. Boats bouncing up and down as rowers are searching to keep this run on the boat, trying not to force their weight back to the sweep and keep those noses nice and level. And if you can catch an eye on the nose, it stays the flattest. That'll be generally the going the fastest. You see Rosebud doing a good job there with Wanda. Palm Beach right there. Boating up in alley 4 there is going also very well. That'll be the crew from Cotton Rocks.
The Cray Raiders representing South Australia in this race. Fantastic effort here from this crew. Rosebud, the Angry Otters. We've seen them at many clubs from St Kilda to Fairhaven and now down in Mornington. They've kept themselves together. Higgy's doing a fantastic job, back from his knee injury. Fantastic to see him back in the boat, being a big part of Victoria in the decisive green and gold caps as a throw a blanket over this race here. Palm Beach probably getting the best of the turn, followed closely by Wanda and Rosebud. Kyneton will go around in 4th. And McMaster's will go around in 5th. But now it's going to be throw a blanket as these crews are starting to go again. Too close to call from the commentary here, Phil.
Yeah, no, you don't want to call it in A grade right now. And they're all searching as the red boat in alley 3, the Wanda boat there, gets the best piece of it right now on their home beach. The hosts, Wanda, skipping ahead with that run and that rate right up. So that's Trax and the second Wanda crew. Not the formidable weapons, but this crew is going well. They found something, and Trax has revved them up. McAlpine set these boys up. Unfortunately injured. And there goes Trax Robson. He knows these waters very well. He's a North Cronulla man, living up the coast now.
Wandered the wave in front, and Kyneton Rocks from South Australia have caught a very nice wave as it starts to pick up. It probably won't fatten up for the northern area for Palm Beach and Rosebud McRae. Not quite enough. They're going to continue rowing, but it is the Wanda, the home beach.
There they go. Trax Robson searching for his signature at the Bondi Surf Club next season.
Now battle for second place here between Palm Beach and Kyneton Rocks. It'll be a road to the finish here. Their nose will go down a very heavy. No, Kyneton falls out.
That may be just to their detriment there for second or third. They dropped over the falls. That nose found the sandbank, and that sweep found the water. And well, that's probably not the first swim he's had this year, including proficiency. And unfortunately, may have cost them a place on the very line, but they had to charge at it. So there's Palm Beach doing a good job there. And Ngahu on the back of that one, the Palm Beach probation. And you see in the background the Rosebud team also putting in a good performance in that race.
Just bottom out a little bit there. You saw, might have seen his hand quickly go up, say, well, the boat can't move any further. Try and cross the finish line.
Yeah, fair call.
Just make sure to check out live heats just to make sure. See what the places are across these races here. We are now on heat 3 for the round 3, the last of the heats.
Yeah.
For the open male surf boats before we look to the Trans-Tasman.
And as we shift out of 2 areas into 1, there'll be a slight gap in the traffic. Racing possibly on hold for 20 or 30 minutes. So we'll try and keep you posted on all of that. Our production team will keep us on air for a period. We might have a short period off air, just capturing this great beach and this great view. So we look out now, the Wild Beach, Moby Dix in the round 3, heat 3. Wanda Weapons in alley 2. Amanu Beach in alley 3. In alley 4 was the Avalon Beach Pinkies. In alley 5 is the Mermaid Beach Murphys. So number 1 Wanda crew, the Weapons here. Current ASRL champions. All crews getting stuck on the nose there now. And you had to give him something to test these guys, and the starter certainly did that.
If it's all unfair, it all starts becoming fair again as the Wanda Weapons showing their pedigree, going out in first and getting the best run out of it.
They've done a great job, these boys. They've been lifting stands and moving barbecues and keeping our show rolling while also focusing on their main rowing event here. And they'll be happy to be out of the water. And they're the current champs of the ASRL. They featured heavily in all the finals last year. The Weapons from Wanda. And as they say that, they get a bit of a check on the nose there now. A quick bath. And those pumps will be pumping out but there's nothing in it with these first 4 crews. Again, just Whale Beach dropping out of it. Probably a shade off the pedigree of these top 8 crews, but definitely not disgracing themselves.
Speaking of not disgracing themselves, it is the crew from New Zealand, the Manu Outlaws, rowing in the white freshwater boat with their cap, red triangles around the white base, I think from looking from a bit earlier. And they are certainly showing these Australian crews how it's done. But it is the Wanda Weapons, the current ASRL champions, who are currently sitting comfortably in front. The Avalon Beach Pinkies as well, with Nathan Wellings at the back of their boat, putting in a power of work to try and get to the turning cans. A little bit behind the Wanda Weapons as Spinner starts to angle themselves in here now, Phil.
And it's the Weapons now turning with Avalon Beach Pinkies, both in climber boats, and there's nothing in it. So as he's turning around now, searching for runners, you got the Wanda team a little lift out of that turn, as did of Avalon. So both those crews getting a little bit of an advantage out of the turn. They want to be first back to the wave zone. But as we've seen in racing all day, it's definitely not over if you're within striking distance, because there's courses and runs coming left and right. And you see there Avalon stretching out now, and they're getting the best of this run up there in Alley 4. And they're going to be leading comfortably down the back to this wave zone. But here comes the Manu. And there goes Mermaid Beach.
There's a touch of a late takeoff there, but it will be enough for them to try and catch up to Avalon Beach. They're still sitting on the same wave, but it is the Wanda Weapons as well, who are trying to get over the top of this wave here, and they absolutely will. Spinner will be urging his boys to go. It is a 3-boat party wave. Unfortunately, Wanda fall out. So it is Mermaid Beach and Avalon in front here at the moment, going oar for oar. They'll be able to hear themselves, their sweeps who urging them on here. As Matthew Hickey and Nathan Wellings. Nose goes down, deep in, very, very tight going over the finish line. As the Weapons will sit comfortably in 3rd.
Shout out to Matt Hickey. Great bloke, great family. Has a better brother named Aaron. So I'll shout out to his number 1 brother, Aaron Hickey there, my man. Hope you're all well, and we'll see you soon. But well done to those crews there. They muscled over those waves, just filled up for Wanda. And the point's all important, Tate, and we're just going to wait and see about how this cut line looks and what's happening. Because in some point soon, after these rounds, we're going to cut and join them areas. And for those that may not be familiar or haven't raced ASRL or seen it before, basically it's such a big tournament that the crews and the clubs are split, 50% of clubs in the north area, 50% in the south area, trying to make the divisions and the entries even on both ends. You basically race throughout one end, so you might not see one club or crew if you don't get through, but the cream rises to the top, and then they start merging for a joint area, which will be through to tomorrow as well, with the there's Jeff Fogarty, and that's looks like the North Cottesloe Chin Chin, one of the top women's crews in open women's for sure. Shout out to the girls, shout out to Jeffrey, doing well. The Chin Chin have chased these carnivals to the east coast several times already this year. Great girls, they love rowing. One of WA's strongest rowing clubs is North Cott.
They'll be at the bottom of your screen sitting in Alley 2, while the Collaroy Giants, who would be rowing or will be representing Australia in round 3 of the Tasman Test, the Trans-Tasman Test rather. To their right in Alley 3, it is the Palm Beach Pirates. In Alley 4 from Lawn, it's the Lobsters. Alley 5, the Palm Beach Pursuit. In Alley 6, it's the South Curl Shakers.
See the guns up there now, girls getting into that crouch stance, ready for the starter.
Pursuit on screen there. The man from everywhere, Charlie Trotter, at the back of the boat, wearing the pink shirts and the best hair in surf boats, I've heard Macca say a few times.
Yeah, he's got some wonderful hair, and he's got one across the nose.
It's a touch more, but it is the other Palm Beach crew. With Coxie at the back. The Pirates sitting in first at the moment, getting the best run out. But it will be a little bit of a battle, a bit more of pursuit to try and, pursuit up to the other crews. Lawn Lobsters sitting in 3rd. but it don't count out the Chin Chin from North Cottesloe.
This alley one has been a bit of a crook alley to get off the beach, it seems, in the last few races as the tide changes. North Cottesloe Chin Chin, they're not going to be out of it yet. They're experienced campaigners, but they have to row their way back up into this one. And
a lot of crew as well. And as you see there, the Pirates on screen at the moment, with Coxie at the back, with Meg, Lucy, Ingrid and Stephanie sitting comfortably in first, a boat length in front of the Lawn crew of Emily, Liv, Squeeze and Cassie.
Speaking of love and speaking of Valentine's Day, it's been remiss of me not to shout out the beautiful romance in the Palm Beach crew with Coxie and Ingrid, and then a famous Spence name in that boat too, with the great Peter Spence. So it's a love factory at Palm Beach. The couple that rows together or plays boats together stays together. So
very
shout out to Palm Beach as they're turning around now. Coxie getting the job done with the Palm Beach pursuit.
Lawn Lobsters going around as well, following them closely is the South Curl Shakers with Spitter at the back there, Mark Spiteri. They'll go in, but it is the Pirates well out in front at the moment. Northcott with a little bit more extra work to do. Life builds under the boats in 2 to 4 respectively. As the Lobsters, who are rowing with Cleaver oars, it looks like, trying to get that extra bit of rate up to try and catch these runners home. But it is the Pirates who go through the gate cans in first, Phil.
Yeah, sure is. The Pirates setting a turn. There we go with the Palm Beach Pirates. I beg your pardon, lifting the rate up now for Coxie, trying to get over this one. If they don't get over, they'll still get advantage. They will get over. And this will steepen up, and they're going to sit in this one for some time now. There's a screen. There you go. Screen's on. Still rowing. Still on this bubble. Doesn't want it to fill up on them, so have to keep it going. He's searching for the angle. Coxie. A great bit of sweeping there by Stephen Cox. Looking behind himself. He can sit easy on this one now. And up they go again, just to take that nose over for the last little bit of that wave. And that's a great row there from Palm Beach.
Fantastic here. But Northcott, we've seen him coming up here as well, trying to make a bit more of a play here. The crew from WA might just be able to fill out a little bit on this runner that's coming through there. Will it be enough to get them over the line? And it will be a party way for the minor places. The pursuit trying to get over. It'll be a battle here. Oh, too close to call, Mr. Savano.
Wow. Yeah, wow, that was a tight finish and a great row back into it for what it was for Northcott there. They seemed a long way out of it in Alley 1, and don't know if anyone will be choosing Alley 1 for now to get the best advantage, but they featured in the minor placings, and we'll see how it all washes out in the end with the points. So we're looking down from the drone, and you see that's the Lura Surf Club. We're standing on the balcony at Wanda Surf Club, and we'll shout out to our friends and family at the Wanda Surf Club for looking after us. Shout out to the ASRL 2026 Open hosted here at Wanda. Couldn't have done it without the Sutherland Shire Council. See in the background there now, more women's racing getting to the start line.
That will be
You can see Coleroy on screen. You can see Maroochydore there. Avalon's right there. Here we go. The Wanda Wahoos in 1.
Avalon Beach Sweet Feet in 2.
The Currumbin Hunters in 3.
Coleroy Crusaders in 4.
The Maroochydore Doorbells in 5. And then the Red Beach New Zealand team getting the race off with their rep duties. So,
bit of fun on live heats at the moment. If you look on the round 3 heat 2, the Wanda Wahoos, if you're looking to figure out who's who in that crew, they've got some lovely profile pictures there.
They've gone all out.
And then there's Nathan Spinner with NS.
Yeah. Old school.
That should be done. Will McDowell with the Hunters. Flag goes up. Coleroy Crusaders on your screen at the moment.
Gavin
5 boats.
Scott on the back of that boat. One of the nicest gentlemen in surf boats. Hosted a brilliant carnival a few weeks back. A weekend at the Roy. I encourage you and your juniors, Tate, in the future to get up for that one. The young guns.
Certainly one of the events. I can notice that you're sitting on the tower, some fantastic merchandise as well.
Yeah, it was a good bit of merch. Old Gav looked after me here.
Speaking of merch, the regatta shop, get up to Wanda. They've got also got some fantastic merch up there as well.
And if you want to get a photo with the commentators, come on up. We're raising money here with some selfies and we'll sign your shirts. Tate and I. And all the other commentators on the beach and before and after us on this live stream. Really grateful for that. We
Avalon here on screen at the moment. Sweet feet.
The sweet feet. Wellings on the back. See there, left-handed. Oh, one of them missed the start. Not happy.
And he goes up.
No, they butchered that start. What's happened? Has he called him back?
They have. There's the call back.
Well, it might be one of those dodgy guns. Yesterday there was some... The Hooter sort of had a stop-start in-off, on-off motion. It sounded like it was on, then it was off, but I'm not sure what happened there. Avalon definitely putting his hand up at some point. Not happy with it.
Probably, usually what we see here from time to time in these events is that if they're calling back, if there's one crew's nose, they're trying to get his boats as even down as possible. So you see a clearing wave will come through. Once all those noses drop, then that's the time to go. So a little bit of trouble for Avalon as you saw Nathan Welling's hand go straight up. Uneven start. These crews will take a few extra breathers before starting. Coleroy's just sitting out there, probably just getting a few in that rest in, finding nice, easiest ways to come through. Maybe a little bit of practice rowing to the finish line there for them.
As the beach starts to thin out now and crews starting to put their boats on the trailer. Could this restart happening? Actually had a false start or a restart yesterday myself, which I was not happy about. Team got out nicely and was somewhere near the front. Some mishaps from some of the other crews, or maybe just deemed it a little unfair, so restarted us. Just got to get yourself back together, make sure the boat's safe, pass the wave zone, turn it around, empty it out if need be. You see the sweeps repositioning now. You don't want to rush this because you need to get everyone ready to go. But give your crews time. There's spinner on the back of this one. There's Gav. The Coleroy team. A boat named after Mark Reese, the special honour. And Chloe Butler's in that team for Coleroy. Rode with her last year at the ASRL Open. North Narrabeen filling in. She stepped up to this year in the A grade in Coleroy and definitely not out of place. These girls are going well. She's found herself into a good crew and it's a great club, Coleroy. So good luck to them. There's Currumbin on screen. Will McDowell. Donald calls him a jockey. Oh, Will, I think that's it's a bit unfair. It's a bit prejudicial. He's a smaller statured man.
Well, you see here time and time again, especially with Will McDowell, smaller stature doesn't necessarily mean much when you're sweeping.
That's good, I think. We're light,
A bit easier for us to get in the boat, would you say?
Oh, no. I wouldn't say it's easier for us to get in, but definitely I'm sure the rowers pulling around an 80 kilo or 70 kilo person versus a 120 kilo person at some time, they might feel it. And just as I say that, the starters had a square up and everyone's got smashed. So you see now, Coleroy doing well in the middle of the boat, Currumbin. Avalon and Wanda all in a line. Marucci Doorbell's up there in alley 5. Probably just getting the worst of the bounce. Trying to find some flat water. And as I say that, there's a wave coming through the field. And they'll all negotiate that. There's one more coming for Wanda. One coming for Avalon. They have to get over, up and over Currumbin. Nicely done, but it does slow momentum. Another one here for Currumbin. And they're cruising the southern end. Wanda and Avalon not getting impeded. So as we're looking out now, it looks like the locals, the Wanda girls, rating it up now with Spinner. And it's race on here because all boats out pretty evenly. It's 5 in a line, Tate.
5 in a line at the moment here. Wanda have done fantastically to stay in. They've got the north end here of the north area has pushed a lot further out, but still keep going strong as the Marucci Doorbells as well, sitting over in alley 5 with Brooksy at the back, pushing through to try and catch up to these crews. Avalon Beach on screen at the moment. The Sweet Feet, Jacqueline, Lauren, Kate and Tara pushing through, but it is the locals, the Wanda Wahoos, sitting in first at the moment. But Maroochydore have rowed themselves back into this equation here now, Phil. It's going to be a little bit more extra work to do as these crews make their way towards the gate cans. Currumbin will go around in first, but hot on their tail is Maroochydore and Wanda. Avalon with a little bit more work to do, but Maroochydore getting the best start there. Brooksy at the back, calm and as cool, as collected as you like, that we see time and time again from these individuals at the top end of this competition here. Currumbin sitting comfortably a little bit more in front. They're trying to find something, anything, a little bit of life building under Coleroy, who got a little bit snotted at the first part of that race, and they've had to row back into it. Currumbin Hunters.
It's a good time when you want that lightweight sweep on the back, and Meggsy's also not super heavy, and he's doing a good job up in alley 5. The Maroochydore Bells with their big long lean back and their round Rolex. So it's Maroochydore up in 5 from Currumbin in alley 3. Working hard and leading was Wanda from start to finish, but they've dropped out now in this tough alley 1.
It is hard and hard here as a bit of life builds under Avalon Beach. They won't get underneath it in time, but they might just be able to. Spinner's urging them on here. That nose is desperately trying to find anything to keep down as Maroochydore gets stuck in dead water. Currumbin will now catch onto the wave here. Well ahead in front now, getting that extra shoot over Maroochydore. It'll be a tough line, but Will McDowell and his girls from Currumbin will push to the finish line. Battle for Queensland going on here at the moment. Wanda's trying to get a little bit of life as well to try and get into the minor places. Maroochydore might just be able to get it. It's a very, very tight between the two Queenslander crews.
Yep. To the naked eye, it looked like the southern boat there, Maroochydore Bells, getting the job done, but we'll wait for the judges and the official points with the line judge capturing that. There's Wanda there now. Unlucky for them. They were leading for the best part of that race, and Mother Nature's seen to it that the boats up in alley 5 and 4 and 3 getting the best part of the run. Some of these crews will be packing it up now, with other crews starting to get their way through.
Wait here. Wanda's starting to pack up that boat to bring it back up the beach. Keeping an eye out on the schedule. That concludes this section, the heat section of the north area of the under rowing today, under 19's and open cruise. As we start to look out a little bit more to see what's going on in the north area. Wanda on screen, the Wahoos. Hopefully we'll get enough points to go through onto Sunday. As you see there, finish line judges, one of the, would you say, probably less enviable jobs in the officials' ranks here, keeping an eye on to figuring out what crews come first and second. For the very tight race, would you say, Phil?
Yeah, the line judges, but they're backed up by the camera.
That's true, yes.
So, again, that's taken the heat off. It's taken the heat off the actual individuals.
Speaking of bringing the heat, let's talk about bringing the heat back on. We're looking at the Currumbin crew representing the Barbarians White, representing Australia. It was on screen there. Coleroy moved their boat up the beach. They're getting ready for ideally round 3 of the Trans-Tasman Test. 2 Australian representative crews in the open. The Coleroy and Currumbin. Coleroy rowing in the Australian Open women's team and their famous red boat, complementing their club red claps. You see here, well, an open rower for the New Zealand crew rower, getting ready. Here on day 3 of the ASRL Open, we're going to bring you the Trans-Tasman Test. As crews get ready, try and find what's going to be happening next. Settling in here. New Zealand making their way over. The Open men's crew representing New Zealand will be rowing in the Newport boat. We now go to the start list. From bottom of your screen from the North area will be the New Zealand All Blacks for the Open men. The Australians will row next to them, heading up the screen, followed by the New Zealand crew in alley 5. The Australian team will be rowing in alley 6.
Well,
do not leave the beach. Under 19 crew, you will be having your elimination, and it will be in between north and south areas. Approximately. Stop annoying Linda.
so just getting word the under-19s will be racing again today. They'll be working out the areas. And
don't forget the Wanda Beach that's coming up there.
Touch more of a delay here as well. Trans-Tasman Test will be starting soon. We'll hopefully bring that up as they're looking like they'll be to combine the areas. Elimination final will be coming up for the 19th, but before that, the Trans-Tasman Test will be on your screen. Premier Racing.
Yep, well, the ASRL Open now winding into some of the big moments. The Trans-Tasman Test round 3.
I was chatting down on the beach, sort of doing a bit of prep for an interview. I was chatting to Alex Joyce from the New Zealand crew coming over. This is the 4th time that he has represented his country at the Trans-Tasman Test. As we see on screen at the moment, will be rowing in the black and green Tatahi Bay boat that stays in Australia for these events. They'll be the 3rd crew up, or alternatively the 2nd crew down from your screen. As we see here, the Australian Open men's representative, Lyle Clark and his Currumbin crew. Jed, Jack, Macca and Sampson.
Yeah, Mac being the Australian captain there, which is a huge honour. Read out his list of achievements in the sport of surf boats, and yeah, he's got quite a rap sheet with medals in all different disciplines, all different big events.
Bringing you a dynamic viewpoint of the course there. Does the drone a fantastic effort by our media team.
Where is that drone? He could fly by and we could give the drone away. I just seen him take off. It's quite a sight. The drone pilots have got it done here. See out to sea there now. There's the under-23 Australian Burley. Aussie Burley there, the youngest man in the team with his back to us. Alan Perry.
Flags are up.
Campbell brothers in the middle of that boat with Jack Rivet, the smartest Burley we got, representing his country in the bow. So as we look out to sea now, in the starters' hands.
Guns are up.
The A-grade men at the bottom of the course. Australian-New Zealand A-grade teams there. Red Beach versus Currumbin. Up the other end, you got the under-23 development team.
The Tahi Bay versus South Curl as they are off and away here now.
The rate's up high. Bit of trouble for the Burley at the start this time, but neither nose full there. So they haven't got their perfect start that they were into. You see Spiteri hitting the pumps. You see the Currumbin, Australian Currumbin team there, the Barbarians, getting a good run out to sea. The New Zealand sweeps just got to change his line to head that out to sea, but it's Australia in the Currumbin lineup.
Fantastic
stretching
here.
out, putting a length on that New Zealand team, Tate.
Yeah, that fantastic here. Great. All crews having a bit of trouble getting off the start here, but it looks like Currumbin, representing Australia, the Australian Pirates, will be pushing through here to get through. Currently sitting at boat length in front, but it is the under-23 from Tahi Bay, representing New Zealand, who are doing really quite well to try and catch up to the open crew. They caught a very, very nice wave to finish off their round two. They'll look to try and capitalise. Whilst the bookends of this course, unfortunately, it looks like the under-23 development team from Australia had a bit of trouble getting off the start, whereas the New Zealand crew from Red Beach are just trying to keep pushing through here now. Very, very tough fill.
Yes, that Burley team didn't get away off the beach as sharply as they like. But the Australian Open men's team now, they're working up to their turn. You see Lyle Clark getting around first. In seconds, the under-23 team from New Zealand. Then into the Open men's from New Zealand. And there's the Aussie development team up the top, making up a bit of ground now.
A fantastic run from the Australia under-23 development team. On screen at the moment, it is your race leaders here. The Australian Open men pushing through, looking for anything. The little runners are coming through. Rate goes up as they go through the gate cans, extending their lead a little bit more further here. But right hot on their tails, it's the battle of the under-23s on the southern end of the beach. And it looks like the Australian development have rowed themselves back into contention here. But now it's going to be a battle of the waves here between the under-23 as the Australian Open men's team push through oar for oar against the under-23s crews here, Phil.
Well, this is really heating up now at the juicy end of this race. Currumbin, Australia team, doing a great job. And now the New Zealand team coming back at them at the bottom of screen. The Australian under-23 development team right there again now. They've rowed back up into this one.
Red Beach as well.
Huge effort.
Oar for oar here. New Zealand, the Open men have come back in. They're going to try and row over the finish line.
Wow, well.
Potentially maybe the same kind of result that we saw from the round two in the Open women.
It could well be an Aussie clean sweep there. We don't know. New Zealand were right there in the Open men's division. The South Curly Burley, Australian Burley, came back after an unusual start for their standards. They rode right back up and possibly won that race down there in Alley 5. So good effort from those boys. And there's the New Zealand under-23 team. They've given it all. The Tahi Bay Club in their own boat. And they've done a great job there. There's the Aussie Open male team with the Currumbin team there doing a bit of lifting. It's like Dwighty in the background. One of his great Currumbin Spartans.
Certainly.
The guys there giving the girls a bit of a rev up now. Trying to assert our dominance in this sport of surfboat rowing is Australia.
Speaking, I remember obviously reiterating some things I was chatting to for some of the Australian team. The vibes are high in both camps. There's a lot of teamwork and camaraderie across these countries, representing the green and gold of Australia and the black caps of New Zealand.
And there's Gus Spiteri with his junior boys, the Sandy Cracks. And just because you row for Australia doesn't mean you can't lift a boat. And there's Perry lifting his own boat that he built, named after Gus Spiteri. So great effort from the South Curly men there.
We now look same
Handshakes going around now. Great effort from New Zealand to represent your country. As he said, possibly the third or fourth time for some of those boys, which is a huge effort.
It is.
And it's the first time for some of these girls in the Australian Open women's team. Mark Ando Anderson. It's Mark Reese, Gavin Scott, the Brains Trust for Collaroy on screen right there now. They're proud of their team as they shifted down to the water there.
Heading out to see on screen at the moment Abigail, the two Charlottes, and Grace, the under-23s. We look, and the results are coming in here. It is a clean sweep in the men for Australia. Open and 23s managed to get over the line of New Zealand there.
Yeah, wow. The All Blacks getting dusted. To be fair, as Bruce said, the team manager, there's not as big a stock pool of boaties over in New Zealand, so they are punching above their weight just to be alongside these great Aussie rep teams, to be fair.
And it has been fantastic, I think, seeing over both this event and Aussies, which will be happening at the back end of March this year up at the Gold Coast, a good, fantastic contingent from New Zealand coming over and rowing, showing the camaraderie between the two countries here.
Yeah, it's absolutely special. And they're vowing to try and get the Aussie medals, and well, we should maybe look at entering some of their races. Have a crack at some of their medals.
Are you offering to pay for my flights over?
We'll find you a sponsor. You're very marketable, Tate. I think the sport of surf boats in New Zealand could use you over there as well.
That's been fantastic to see. Just the more sort of sweating more globally, the general development we've had across the world. A lot more keeping an eye on like the UK. If anyone's listening from the UK, give us a shout out.
Yeah,
if anyone's from New Zealand, South Africa as well. Missing up the two acronyms there.
Yeah. World titles later on this year in South Africa.
It's which is it? Mandela Beach?
Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
Great name for a beach after a great man. So. Yeah, no.
Flags are up and the guns are up.
And I'll pass on to the great Rebecca Hamilton. I'll take an opportunity to have a little breather. Thank you for your time, Tate, and good morning, Beck. Welcome.
As these crews now go out to see a little bit of a heavy start on the north end of the beach for the southern end of the beach rather for the under-23s crew. The Australians rowing from Palm Beach in for Australia, but it is the battle here between the open crews. New Zealand looking to try and capitalise and get first here once again, like in the previous races here. And welcome Beck Hamilton, a legend of the sport, here today.
Not so sure about legend, but happy to be here, and it's a great day. Honestly, this is the best racing, and you're watching the best of the best right now.
I've got the microphone with me. I'm happy to say whatever I want and back it up as well, Beck. So, as the Australian crew from Collaroy pushing through ahead here, the open crew a little bit further behind them is the New Zealand All Blacks. It is going to be a bit of a tight push into the gate cans here going out to sea. But it will make some very exciting racing coming through the turning cans in about 20 or 30 strokes.
Yeah, look, it's so good to see the New Zealanders here. And, it wasn't so long ago that Australia really dominated this series. And now I think, it's anyone's. And we can see the improvement of the New Zealand crews. And to make the effort to get over here and to row in a different boat, it's a big deal. So, you know, hats off to them, but certainly don't want to give them too much credit because it's all about the Aussies.
Oh, we have to have the appearance of trying to be as partial as we can on these events here, but especially it's fantastic to see New Zealand, and hopefully we might be able to get some other countries coming over and rowing, and maybe doing another few international events other than nationals or globals, as Coleroy representing Australia go around in first here, followed by the other Australian development team over in Alley 6. A bit of work to do for the All Blacks open crew here now, Beck.
Sure. I mean, look, these girls are going so fast. I mean, Coleroy crew are just a cut above. They are an absolute class act. But the New Zealand girls, there's a wave in this, so, you know, you just want to keep your tuck nice and close, or the bow of your boat close to the tuck in front of you, and you can see the runs standing up out the back, and it won't take much for these girls to get on it. I mean, the power that they're driving through their legs is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, you can definitely see a little bit more work to do, and up in Alley 6, it is the Palm Beach Under-23s development team for Australia who've managed to pick up here. And like you said as well, it doesn't take much for these open women's crews and development crews to go, as New Zealand once again making that play. Rowing through will be a party wave on the northern end of the north area here, pushing through oar for oar, coming into the line. It starts to fatten out. A little bit more extra push. There'll be one wave underneath Coleroy. They're stuck in dead water, and it will be the New Zealand crew once again coming in first. Big cheers from the New Zealand contingent here.
Well done, girls. Well done. That was great working those swells, and that's what we talk about in surf boats. You're never out of it, especially when there's a wave on. That you could be coming dead last and come through from the back and perform the ultimate Bradbury.
Big claps from the open crew and big hugs from the New Zealand.
Girls. Well done, girls. That's a huge effort to knock off the Coleroy Australian team. So well done indeed. Yeah, I'd be that happy too.
Jasmine Brake, Courtney Matthews, Danielle Ford, and Polly Wenlock from Red Beach down in New Zealand, representing their country. Big cheers amongst the crew.
I'm not sure, and I'm sure someone will correct us, but that may well be the first time the New Zealanders have knocked off the Aussies in the open women. And by the looks of the celebrations, I think that actually might be the case.
Would you say doing that across, they did it earlier today, but like across the three heats would be?
Across the years.
Across the years, wow.
I think we're talking across the years where they've actually probably won the Trans-Tasman series in the open women. So happy to be corrected, and apologies to any New Zealand crew who might have done that in the past. But yeah, I think it's actually, you can see how much it means to them, and that it is a monumental day for them. I think they've just made a little bit of history themselves.
Yeah, regardless of it is the first or the 50th, it is fantastic as they are up and about, the New Zealanders.
I don't think we should be inviting these girls to the Australian titles this year. I think we might need them to stay at home. We might revoke any visas. They were beautiful. I mean, they were a couple of boat lengths behind there and just never gave up. So clearly they wanted that win badly, and they were willing to work hard for it.
As the results come in through here, New Zealand All Blacks. It is a even split between here, but the big story, the All Blacks and the open female managing to pip the Australians here.
Oh, look, the under-23 girls crew from Palm Beach, swept by Maddie Giblin, they too just work. They're as fast as any open women's crew around, and the under-23 girls at the top level are really starting to stand up now and be as quick as some of the open crews, which we're starting to see.
It's been fantastic, and it is competitive in the boat, but as soon as we're out of the water, it is all hugs and smiles across everyone. The great thing about this sport.
Yeah, and it's a little bit like the Winter Olympics, what we're seeing now. A lot of the athletes over there just having a good time together, and whilst they're fierce competitors on the snow and fierce competitors for us on the water, as soon as that race is finished, this is the kind of camaraderie you'll experience as a surfboat rower. It's pretty special, and everything we want, the young kids to see and witness and hopefully aspire to be a part of one day.
Probably, we've spoken a lot about between, to myself with people on the beach and a little bit here in the commentary booth, the growth that we've seen in our women's development, and, you're here next to me. You've been a massive part of that. How have you, from where we've started here and where it's sort of gone, how have you found that growth that we've seen? And do you sort of look to the future and think the sport's in a really great place and, you know, there's more work, there might be a little bit more work to be done, but overall we're feeling really, really good at the moment?
Yeah, I think the reason we've had the growth is that the heart and soul of this sport is it's just great fun and you get to catch waves with your mates. Competing is, you know, something you choose to do, but you can still just do it on a social level as well. I know there's a lot more crews out there that don't even ever come to a competition. They're just rowing for the fun of it. But look, it's been really heartening to see the growth of the women's. I remember when it first came in, you know, some people weren't very comfortable with it. Good thing is most of those people aren't around anymore for whatever reason. But there's just been some great girls crews who have set a really good tone and set a great example for others to follow. But, you know, there is nothing better than being in a boat with, you know, your mates catching waves and working hard and getting a result, whether that's winning the Australian Trans-Tasman series or whether that's winning your first race or not coming last for the first time. Like, they're all milestones in itself and they should be celebrated. So a lot of these young kids, and especially the young girls, are going out in the same gear that the guys are rowing, you know, and with a few minor amendments.
I believe we're back here now. A little bit more.
I might have been harping on a bit too long there. I think we're back on.
Yeah, I think we're back on here now.
Someone hit the mute button. Should we take offence to that?
Listen, I wouldn't. I feel pretty comfortable when people tell me to shut up. I think that's a really important part. As we see here, the camaraderie between New Zealand and Australia, the growth of this sport is amazing. And we saw a bit earlier here, Jack Ryan from the Currumbin crew with his young son wearing maybe a bit of foreshadowing, wearing the Australian green and gold cap, and big cheers around.
I think that's what I'm enjoying seeing now too, especially with the girls coming through, is how many father-sons, father-daughters, you know. We've actually seen daughter-daughter in Tash sweeps her daughter, so, you know, just so many different combinations. Even in our club at Gerringong, we've got 3 generations who have now rowed for Gerringong, a grandfather, a mother and a son who's going to be in the under-17 final soon for Gerringong. So it really is, it's becoming a sport for all, and I think that's what's really encouraging and keeping more people coming through. I mean, the growth's been amazing. It's been outstanding, actually.
Has been, and I think it's definitely shown this weekend with the biggest ASRL event we've had ever, with the amount of crews that will be competing over these 4 days. The growth's been really good, and even state to state we've seen more crews and more clubs getting into it. We've seen a lot of clubs that haven't been represented either before at this event or have had a bit of a hiatus coming back in. Clubs like Fairy Meadows in South Australia. I'll give a shout out to Point Lonsdale down in Victoria. I'm allowed a little bit of bias up here.
You're allowed plenty of bias. I celebrate the bias. Everyone knows my bias.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. It's and a lot of those clubs are being driven by the fact that they have sweeps. So Fairy Meadow with Timmy McFarlane coming back up to town. And we've been really concentrating hard through the Sweeps Academy to continue to develop sweeps. You're a 5-person crew, and sweeping is a very unique role. And the work that the ASRL has been doing to really push hard to get more sweeps, not only good at it, but just driving the quantity and the quality as well. So don't have to be a top grade sweep. Every club needs a hand just training. So I think that is important too. And that's why we're starting to see a lot more clubs back on the beach, is because we are facilitating and helping getting more sweeps.
Absolutely, and we can definitely see a lot more in terms of getting more sweeps and getting a lot more junior development as well. More sweeps means more boats can be on the water. And I think a big shout out to Mullaloo WNWA that had an absolute army of juniors coming through. I think it's like maybe 20 across the under-19, under-19, just getting in the boat and having a row and seeing those sort of stories, especially in Mullaloo, but across the country as well, has been fantastic for the growth. And hopefully New Zealand can sort of have a look at this event as well and try and get a little bit more numbers to make an already competitive event of the Trans-Tasman Test even more competitive.
That's right. And I think clubs like Mullaloo, once you get critical mass, and that's usually 5 or 6 kids just continually being there. The other thing too is to, help out each other as clubs. I'm a big fan of allowing kids to, if there's one kid in one club and 2 in another, just put them together in a club. Because what you're really looking at is you're part of a surf life-saving movement and you're a surf boat rower. Who you row for is important, and you want to take real pride in your cap. But if you can't get a start at one club, I think it's really great that other clubs will come together without the worry of poaching and all that sort of stuff. It's all done with the right spirit. We had a young boy jump in with us from Fairy Meadow because one of our boys couldn't make it this weekend, and he's having a great time.
Yeah.
So rather than sitting at home listening to us dribble on all day, he's up here, he's with his mates, he's met new mates from Gerringong, and, they're over there waiting for the under-17 final, eating hamburgers.
Absolutely,
great.
Yeah, no, I think it's really great, and I think especially, correct me if I'm wrong, Beck, your Gerringong under-19's crew, this is one of their first carnivals that they've been competing in. How's you're right at the coalface of it. How do you having that development, having this event? How has that influenced the girls to think, hey, this sport's actually really, really cool, and we want to keep doing it?
I think it's one of the events you can't miss as a new crew, whether you're competitive or not, because this shows you what it's like at the pinnacle. It shows you how many people do it, how many people across Australia do it, and New Zealand now. So a lot of the reactions I see from newer rowers when they come to the ASRL is, oh my goodness, wow, it's so big, there's so many boats here, this is incredible. So that's what you want them to see, because sometimes, and especially the country areas, go to carnivals and there's maybe 1 or 2 boats in their division. You want them to come here where there's 30, 40, 50 boats in your division, and to just be a part of, and to see things like the Trans-Tasman series. I mean, and, the ASRL do such a good thing, and they give every single under-19 crew a backpack and a shirt and whatever. It's, that was just a highlight of the kids' day. So they've got something now that they can walk around with at school and with their mates. But yeah, this is just a really enjoyable event, I think, and you're catching up personally with, friends you haven't seen for a while, like us, and they are seeing that and thinking, oh, wow, one day that, that might be us. So, yeah, I think it's one of the events you just can't miss.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, there's nothing really much I can add to that. It's been very eloquently put. by you there, Beck. Like, this event is probably one of the ones that you circle around the calendar. You figure it out. It usually falls on that Valentine's Day weekend. And
what's more romantic than rowing surfboats and standing in the cold and wet and wind? And I mean,
Beck, I'm from Victoria. That's just a given.
Normal.
That's just a given.
Well, there was lots of beautiful hugging going on the beach. Everyone keeping warm.
Yeah.
You know, so the love is absolutely in the air, mate. Like, it's in the air. I can feel it. You know, I can feel it. I was feeling it. I was feeling it. But no, I mean, look at these boys, and you know, they must be so proud to wear that Australian, you know, vest. This young Al Perry standing there, mate. He's an absolute gem of a bloke. He's, I think, 5th generation surfboat builder now with his dad Nathan. And I know his dad Nathan is, you know, he's proud of many things in life, but seeing his kids do well like that is pretty incredible. But those South Curly boys are just good boys, and you know, happy to come and help at the Sweeps Academy and things like that when we need rowers. So that's why they do well, because they just come with a really great spirit about them as well.
Yeah, especially speaking on the Sweeps Academy, will we going to every 2 years? Is that correct?
We're going to move to every 2 years. I think that just to keep it fresh and new, you know, a lot of pressure to keep it every year, but we'll just make sure that we, you know, just keep people hungry for it. And in the interim year, so when we're not having the sweep school at Palm Beach, we will go back to the States and have local state ones and then develop them there, bring them through to the national one, which is designed to be a bit more of an elite level sweeping weekend. And when we go back to the state level, we'll go back to more the grassroots, you know, beginner level. But look, each state's really got on board with the sweep development. You know, myself, you know, personally, we have, you know, Saturday morning sweep sessions for anyone who wants to come. You know, we've got some pretty good people standing there on the beach in Steve Swain and Mal Dunwoody, so that's amazing. I know, you know, WA's doing a brilliant job with Stu over there from Mullaloo, and, you know, the guys in Victoria. Everyone is just seeing now the importance of spending time and effort and just really, you know, supporting sweeps to develop. Because, look, I mean, I fell out of the boat today and popped an oar to the head, and it wasn't pleasant. And, you know, but everyone rallies around you, and rather than, you know, get out of the boat and be like, oh, I'm hopeless, you know, people are like, well, off you go again. And it's like, that's right, get up, go. You know, it's only your pride that takes it in. But you've just got so much support around you, and I've always had that as a sweep. So that's what we're wanting in the Sweeps Academy, is to replicate an experience that so many of us had, and to support us.
And speaking on someone who did go up to Palm Beach earlier this season for the Sweeps Academy, even though that I'm still technically a development sweep, sitting at S1 level, hearing just everyone, like listening to Shane Galovan from Bulli speak about his experiences with his open men's, and Brooksy from Maroochydore, speaking about their experiences from the top end of the sport, is such a fantastic learning experience, not just for people like me, but for people who are like that S friend, have been sweeping for a while, and just hearing stuff that you might, you know, typically get behind the bar after a carnival, and just hearing those stories and figuring out the little niggle things to try and keep the boat straight, but also being able to develop your rowers in a way that makes it fun for them, because ultimately that's how I got in. I remember, if I may, from when I was growing up in Port Campbell, Scott McKenzie was my first sweep.
Yeah.
He said, listen, boys, in terms of the circle of things of why you want to do this, the biggest circle, the one that's overarching everything, is, are you having fun?
Yeah.
If so, then just keep going.
People who are having fun in surf boats go the fastest. I'm a true believer in it. Like, an unhappy boat is a slow boat. So, you know, especially going, you know, I'm going right back to grassroots now, having, you know, really good crews for a number of years. Even there's no difference in an elite crew or a brand new junior crew. If you're having a good time, that boat goes fast. You know, and there's nothing better than going out and, you know, getting a run from the cans and coming all the way through, which we've seen a few of them today, and especially yesterday, you know. But I'm really excited about watching the A grade come together now into two areas, so we can start to mix it up a bit and see who's starting to dominate.
Absolutely. There's no better feeling than catching a nice, clean wave out with four of your best mates and just letting it coast and just enjoying that life. There's been a lot of fantastic memories being made in the boat for myself, but as well as probably everyone on the beach here at the moment. as we're coming up now to the quarterfinal of the under-19 male. We've combined the two areas here, sitting a little bit south of the Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club, right in the middle of the dunes between Wanda and Allura.
Yeah, look, this North Cronulla crew in Alley 1, I've been watching them for a number of years now. Young Harry in the stroke seat, Harry Payne, for those watching at home. He's Tommy Payne's grandson from North Cronulla, and he very proudly wears his Bumblebee cosies. He actually started with me in the boat down in Kiama as a little dweeby, little stickman 16-year-old, and he's grown about 10 foot, and now is rowing in their top junior crew. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff they do at North Cronulla, and Funky is a great sweep, and, you know, he makes it fun, but he also trains them hard, and that's the reason they're getting the good results. But look, any crew here now in this knockout round is absolutely ready to rock and roll for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Keep you updated about how many crews are going to go through here. But starting us out in Alley 1, it is the Palm Beach Prophets. Alley 2 is the North Cronulla Core Lords. Alley 3 from Queenscliff, the Porky Pigs. Alley 5, the Corrimal Blackbirds. Alley 6, the North Curl Ox. And Alley 7 boater here, burning out with Coogee Seaman in Alley 6, and the North Cronulla Jeffs Juniors in Alley 7.
Yeah, look, I just love seeing the development here. We've got a father-son duo in Darby and Darren in the Coogee crew, and they're a relatively newish crew, but good to see them make it through. You know, DD from Queenscliff, you know, he can just take any kid off the street and make them a good rower because of the mentality of the crew and working as a team. So, you know, there's no surprises that these crews are on the line at the pointier end of the racing. And, you know, a big shout out to Corrimal too. I mean, they haven't had crews on the beach for a really long time. And Travis down there, you know, he came and did some match racing with us when the kids were beginners. And he's like, no, I'm starting to build it back up again. He won a gold medal, I think himself, as either a Colt or a 23. Sorry if I got that wrong, Trav. Way back when in the big seas of Kurrawa, and here he is now giving back and sweeping, and he's really enjoying it too. And I tell you what, he's got these young kids at Corrimal moving really well.
Fantastic to see. There's a spattering of crews across the country who've made it through to the knockouts here.
And what you want to be looking for here, I mean, the southern crews coming up here, they've had to contend down in the southern area with a really shallow bank. So this little edge now will bring a crew unstuck if you don't get in and get those first few strokes really well planted and to get the boat moving. So the starter has a pretty hard job here. No one will want to be a starter for quids. Like, someone asked me yesterday, I bet you want to have a start. I said, not a chance in the world. I value my friendship with people too much. Because I tell you what, but they get it right 9 times out of 10, but when they get it wrong, oh, God, you think the world's going to end with some of the sweeps. And I'll take my hat off to them. I think the starters are some of the best officials on the beach, and they're very brave as well. Very brave.
Well, I think that comes down to maybe good conflict management when you're a starter. I think that might be one of the most pivotal skills. And probably the ability...
a degree of ignorance, because you just got to ignore them when they're going up their nut. Some of the sweeps do a happy dance. I swear to God, it's just embarrassing. But, yeah, we've all had it. We've all done it.
I remember there was one time when I was starting, I was really testing my level of friendship with Jeff Matthews as I told him to get back on the start line and a full yell.
I don't think anyone can tell Jeff Matthews what to do.
Well, he listened. He moved back half an inch, so I think that's a win as these crews get out here. And Alley 1, it's the Palm Beach Prophets. Alley 2, it will be, as I'm getting live heads up here, so make sure to check out North Cronulla Core Lords. Alley 3, who's Queenscliff Porky Pigs. Alley 4, Corrimal Blackbirds. Alley 5, the North Curl Ox. Alley 6, the Coogee Seaman. And Alley 7, North Cronulla's Jeff Colts. And it looks like it's a battle between Queenscliff and North Cronulla towards the middle of your screen here, Beck.
Yeah, look, you'll start to see when we get to this end of the racing that there's usually a front pack and a back pack. The back pack are usually not for any other reason behind them because they're just younger. So, you know, a 19-year-old boy and a 15-year-old boy, there's a big difference in strength and in character and everything else that goes with it. So, you know, if you were to sit here and watch this probably in a few years' time, you'll see those back markers are probably the front markers. And that's what I really enjoy about watching the juniors. But look, you can see DD out the front there with his Queenscliff boys. They train really hard. And this doesn't come as a fluke. This is the result of hard work. But Corrimal and North Cronulla there, I see, just as long as they can stay just on their tuck and get a good turn, this will be anyone's coming home to work these runs.
You can definitely see time and time again over the pretty much entirety of today, it is a hard slog coming out, but it is a relatively easier run coming in. Queenscliff start to angle in, currently sitting in first.
And so many different styles of turns too. You'll see some sweeps will grab the sweep oar and pull it. Some will just leave the sweep oar out and not do much at all. It just depends on the crew and what you're used to and what a club believes is the best way to do it. But this is going to be a very tight race. Queenscliff are sitting in pole position here because they'll get first crack at the runs as it gets closer to the beach. But look, I tell you what, North Cronulla is absolutely giving it to them there as you can see them work that run.
Certainly living up to their namesake is the Core Lords from North Cronulla, who've just fallen off the bit of the back of it. They've made some really good distance on the Queenscliff crew. And if you look as well, sitting in Alley 5 in the North Curl Ox, but life under the boat for Palm Beach and Corrimal, we have said. Look at Corrimal go. They are catching all the way up to Queenscliff, testing everything, trying to get that nose down. Can they still keep this runner going? They just
boys.
Might be able to here, Beck Hamilton.
Beautifully done. I called it, didn't I? I'm a bit of a fan of the Corrimal boys, and I don't believe in the commentator's curse. I think that's for people who lose and don't want to accept it. But look, that's a brilliant run there, and you can just see them sitting there and working that hard. Bit coming out of it now, which is good, just to make sure they can get over that line nice and safe. But that's a brilliant win from Corrimal, and equally from all those crews there. That is really well done.
A fantastic effort to push through here. Corrimal on screen at the moment. The black and white checkered caps. A lot of effort, and see the sweep having a bit of a tumble out.
And these back markers coming through with Kuchi and, you know, the other crew on the other side is just, you know, that's just really encouraging for them. And I hope these boys will get out of the boat and be like, okay, we made the cut, we made it through, and we're one of the back markers in our race, but we're not the back markers. We're chasing those front guys, and it won't be long before they grow and their skills develop, and they will be, I have no doubt, right up the front again.
And it is probably serves as probably the first, if you're a first year or second year crew and you've come up to this event, especially in the under-19s or under-19s divisions, like if you can make that cut, that's a massive, sort of confidence booster. We can keep it up with these crews who have been rowing for a handful of years.
Yeah, so a lot of these crews here, we've got Cronulla, Avoca, Mona Vale, Mollymook, Mooloolaba, and Kyneton Rocks, Crusty Critters. They go great in the opens down at South Australia. I know that they've been doing some really good work, and last year I think they won the Open A's and the juniors at the state, which is pretty incredible. But look, you know, Mollymook's doing a great job too. Marty Drysdale down there. You know, being in a country club and trying to get a boat crew together is not easy. You know, you have kids that you train up and they've got to go away for uni, or they, you know, life changes. But Mollymook just always seem to be consistently producing really good crews.
As we see here, Corrimal Blackbirds finishing first with a massive push in that fourth quarter of the race, followed by North Curl Ox. Queenscliff Porky Pitch will finish in third. The Profits in fourth. Core Lords, Coogee Seaman and North Cronulla's Jeffs Juniors round out the 7-boater. We'll keep you up to date here, but speaking on Mollymook, country clubs do have that issue, but it speaks to the strength of having Mollymook here after the ASRL for a handful of years. Just a little bit after 2020 to get more crews up here as Avoca Beach are on screen.
Avoca just seems to be a surf boat breeding ground for success. You know, they had a lot of... We've got a Kyneton fan up here on the veranda, which is good. But well, they've had a great start there, the boys, so I hope they can keep that up throughout the rest of the race.
Fantastically, all crews getting away pretty even in the start. Starts to build up a little bit more as the sets probably start to roll through. There'll be a few little green lumpers here. They start to break a little bit, but it is the crew in alley 1, the Cronulla Hammerheads from 3 clubs down, as they start to see their club, or at least the stroke side rowers see their club in the distance there. They're currently leading in front, the Avoca Wolfpack. We have seen them time and time again. Both their club and these boys row. Mona Vale Black pushing out in front with Jack Monroe, son of Bryce Monroe, who is sweeping at 2 ends of the boat. But like you have said, do not count out the Kite and Rocks crusty critters. Hugh, Jack, Lucas Finn, and the big man himself, Darren Hocking, at the back of the sweep. Inset at the moment is Cronulla Hammerheads, Archie, Rory, Dane, Hamish, and Gary Allman their sweep.
And look, Gaz would be barking orders left, right and centre. He's one of the more colourful characters on the beach, but he's got a big friendly heart and he loves his boat rowing. As long as I've been around, Gaz has been around and probably for a lot longer as well, but he just loves catching big waves. And look, it's really good to see a Cronulla junior crew back on the beach and doing well.
Here we go, Kite and turn around. The white and black can go around as the sounds of the boys up here get up and about.
5 round together. This is going to be a great race on the way home, and I believe they're only taking 3 through or 4 through.
I think I will say 4 through to bring it down across the 3 heats to get to 12, which is usually what we see in these events. But Avoca Beach Wolfpack as well, getting this nice little runner here to push ahead of the other crews, still milking it here. They're likely to go through the gate cans first with a little bit of life building under the crew in alley 5.
Look, this is still anyone's. You can see it's a bit of run of the swell at the moment, so the crews who get first dibs at it will have a crack, and without a doubt they'll excel forward just a little bit. But I tell you what, if you've got it still coming through like Kyneton here, they should not be giving up. But Mona Vale Black is sitting there, beautifully run that little tiny bubble, and Bryce Munro, I believe, up the back there. He's no stranger to just chasing wins after Mona Vale Black won 3 years in a row with their A crew. So
very, very tough here. But a fantastic run from Mona Vale. Kite and Rocks as well. They've unfortunately looking like they're falling off the back here, but it is the Mooloolaba Rustlers, who are pushing through the line. Caught a nice little wave. Avoca Beach Wolfpack might get the little bit of the extra shoot over here. Can they ride over Kite and Rocks? It won't be enough. A little bit extra push here to get through for the last 2 crews, but a fantastic effort from the Hammerheads and from the Jacuzzis from Cronulla and Mollymook respectively. Like you've said, Mollymook crew, country club, punching well above their weight at these events with Darcy, Benjamin, Max and Cameron, and Ryan Go their sweep. As we hear the sounds of Frankie Veltman in the background, a very passionate surfboat commentator.
Well, I think we got evicted after calling the finals a couple of years ago off the live stream because we almost blew it up. We were yelling so loud. We both had a couple of crews in there that we were supporting, and they say, oh, you're not supposed to be biased and all that sort of stuff. I show bias all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. Get behind your crews. I think it's great.
Yeah, I think, well, I feel rude. I feel like rude saying, no, you should try to be as partial as you possibly can, considering I blew up a little bit when Williamstown won last year in the under-23s during the
it's
Aussies.
Unreal.
Yeah.
You got to get behind them, and, they love nothing more when they hear the commentators getting behind them, and it's actually really encouraging, I think, as well. Like, as long as you're not bagging anyone, I think it's totally fine.
Fantastic effort there. And the last heat of the quarter-finals here. The Avoca Beach Dingoes in alley 1, the Currumbin Erics in alley 2, the South Curl Sandy Cracks in alley 3, the Bateman's Bay Hurricanes in alley 4, Anglesey Team A. Fantastic to see the one of 2 Victorian representative teams who've come up to the ASRL Open make it through, and the Mollymook Loose Cannons in alley 6.
Yeah, shout out to the sweep of Avoca, Mitch. He has been absolute superman on the beach today. He's rowed in the state team, he's rowed reserves, and he's sweeping multiple crews. Like, if he doesn't sleep well at night, That's crazy.
He might, if he hasn't slept well, he might not have done enough. I think he might need to do more just to get that extra rest.
I think he probably could. He's that kind of guy. He just loves it. He's a great guy to have on the beach.
Yeah. Just like many other people in this sport, flags have gone up. The officials on the start line are happy with the length of the boats across the beach. In the hands of the mercy of the gun. Arm starts to get a little bit tired for our starter there. Guns have gone up. South Curl on screen, and they are off and away. Round quarterfinal 1, heat 3 of the under-19 men, and they are out to sea. A little bit of trouble, and it looks like it is Bateman's Bay and Neil Innes. We've seen him time and time again with his Bateman's Bay Banshees. Catches that wave quite well, but it looks like Currumbin Erics from Queensland getting the best run of it here, Beck.
Yeah, and the southern end just copping a few on the bow, and look, at this level of racing, that's just unlucky. You know, there's not much you can do about it other than put your heads down and go to sea and go as hard as you can, because, you know, the worst thing you can do, though, is panic about it. If you've got the boat speed, you'll catch them. But, look, that's surf boats. We watch plenty of crews, you know, get knocked about, and, look, they're still copping it now. But, look, I think they've got a bit of boat speed up in that southern end, so if they're in this race, they have every chance of clawing these crews back.
Absolutely. A Clark affair for the Currumbin Erics with Max and Lyle in the boat. Once again, bookending, as we've seen time and time again.
Look, that's a good lead for an under-19's crew to be that far in front just now. That's, you know, I guarantee you, though, they will not be thinking in any way, shape or form, oh, well, we've got this. You know, everyone knows what can happen in surf boats, and you can come from behind, so I would be imagining Lyle will be just keeping them nice and calm and pushing them through, saying, let's extend the lead, let's extend it and make sure that, you know, we are well out in front so we can pick and choose our wave coming home as they come into the turn.
Yeah, that's such a commanding position where you can pick the safest crew. If you know you're going to be sitting out in front quite well, you can pick the nicest crew that's not going to cause much trouble, as we've seen a little bit over this weekend, but it has become a little bit more, quote-unquote, safer going around. But Currumbin go around in first, followed by Neil Innes and the Bateman's Bay crew going around in 2. Avoca following alongside the crew in Alley 3, the South Kirk Sandy Cracks with Angus Dempsey, Liam and Alistair, and Mark Spiteri in his boat at the back there. But Currumbin putting a commanding lead, pushing in through the gate cans here now, Beck.
And that's a great row from the Mollymook boys up the end. I talked at the start about them being hit off the start, so well done to the boys. And looks like we've got a couple of brothers in there in Hugo and Oscar, so bring it home, boys. I'm sure Mum and Dad and the family are cheering you on as they work that little run. Like, they are a great little crew, this crew from Mollymook, and if everything can go their way, they should be there at the end of the day.
Mollymook doing fantastically, but the man on screen there who has rowed them back in, it is the Bateman's Bay Hurricanes with Neil Innes in the boat. Caden, the two Cadens, James and Jacob, pushing through here, rowing themselves back into first waves. Neil calls them easy, and a fantastic run from them. So it is a battle here for the minor places between Currumbin, who had led the race pack for so long. They'll be an easy second, but it is a battle potentially for the 4th place placings here.
For Avoca there, just to have hit that dead water and just fell off the back and stuck in the groove there. So, yeah, very unlucky for them to get 5th place. But hold your heads high, boys, and come back. The state titles are in a couple of weeks.
It is no small feat to make it through to the cuts here at these events. Anglesey bringing us in. Fantastic effort from them. There's been a few injuries in that crew for the Assassins from Victoria, but a fantastic effort from Hudson, Xander, Jude and Jeremy. Jeremy as well, who's originally a member at Altona, who's coming around here. As we're doing a bit of a commentary change here, Beck, I'm going to be potentially jumping out if you're happy to call a few extra races, and we're having Grant to jump back in after his nice little break off for an hour. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Tate. See you soon.
Yeah.
So we just got the Bateman's Bay Hurricanes there. That was a nice win there with Neil and the boys. Currumbin Mollymook taking that important third after being hit off the start. And the South Curl Sandy Cracks taking the all-important fourth spot. But, unlucky to Avoca on that one, Grant. They just got that dead water just at the end, and Anglesea look like they've still got a bit of work to do just to grow into their skin, and I'm sure they'll be competitive as we go forward.
Yeah, we saw that in some of the early morning races, that little trough and that hole, and just dead water. Just stands up, stops the boat, and it's like you got an extra sandbag in the bank in the boat. Not good.
And it's heavy and demoralising as it happens at the same time. So we've got the under-19 girls up. Next, so we've got Newport Nightmare, Mona Vale Menace in Alley 2, Wanda Wedgies, Currumbin Chaos, Maxfield Scott's Head, and in Alley 6 we've got the Allura Sea Monkeys. So really good day for the Wanda girls. I was standing on the beach with some Wanda supporters, and they're having their best day out. They've won for the first time. They've won a couple of races in their career, so they will be absolutely stoked to be here. But I'm sure with Nathan at the back, probably not content to just finish up in this race. They'll be pushing forward for the next one as well.
Yeah, it's always great to see, when they first get around the cans for their first race is always a big smile, and then when they get their first win, it's great. So Newport there on screen. They're, look at them itching to go, waiting for that gun to go. These are big races. Quarterfinals now, pressure's on.
And the Newport girls, they've been previous Australian team representatives, so, drawing them in your heat is not great, but it's really good to measure yourself against.
Yeah, Mona Vale off to a really good start. They wander on the inside. Newport just getting checked a couple of times there, and another little nasty one there, just stopping that boat. But Mona Vale off to a great start.
Yeah, they're always quick off the start, the Mona Vale girls, and I think they're called the Menace, and they are a bit of a menace in a race because they just never go away. They're just girls. They're really great girls out of the boat, but in the boat, they're just tough. And they're a pleasure to watch, actually. And I've watched them since they started rowing a couple of years ago, and seeing them really now progress through well and develop their strength, it's a real pleasure to watch it, actually. And I feel for those crews in, Ali's 4, 5 and 6, again, just getting hit off the start. But, if the waves are there at the start, they're also there at the end, which is what I look for. And, if you get hit off the start and everyone cruises out, it's always good when the waves are there at the end.
Yeah, look, and that's when you see, some of the more experienced crews just knowing to wait, just have some patience and being confident what they're doing. But Mona Vale, that's a big lead at the moment. Then back to Newport, Wanda, and then Currumbin there into fourth spot. So, yeah, let's look for those crews at the top of the screen to hopefully get a bit of a run. We've just seen a wave break behind them, so they'll be hoping that's there for them on the way home.
And all you want to be doing right now is just keeping in touch. Don't give up at this point. And all the sweeps will be really encouraging the girls. I mean, this is a monumental effort from these young ladies to be moving a boat that weighs about 200 kilograms, all their body weight, and then the strength that required just to pull the oar through the water. So it's really admirable what these girls are doing, and to be doing it at this level. I know when they introduced under-19's girls, and Rick Miller was really pushing hard to develop young girls. Everyone was a bit unsure if they could handle it. Well, I think the proof's in the pudding. Even the younger girls who are newer to the sport are really showing now that with time and good energy, you can get them to do anything.
Yeah, look, and you just have to look at that Mona Vale crew, just how they're moving the boat, all in unison. Those shoulders are going back nice quick hands. You're really seeing the strength at the end of the strokes coming in with some of these more experienced crews, and look at them running just on that little tiny run. Nothing there, but they're just getting enough of a run. And Currumbin coming back on a beautiful run, and now we might see the crews at the north of the screen starting to come back to it.
It's
Newport
a beautiful
at the bottom.
effort. Yeah, beautiful effort from those crews in 5 and 6, but this is not over for anybody. Wanda on their home beach. Nathan will be chasing every possible run you can get. And just look, these crews just probably need to be a bit closer in. But this is going to set up beautifully for Currumbin here, and I doubt very much that they'll lose that. Well done.
Yeah, and those two crews at the top, we've got Allura right at the top. I think they're the Sea Monkeys. They might just pull down.
And here we go. We've got a party wave here for the miners.
Wow.
Come on, Newport, get over that. They're a great crew, and they will be really working hard. I hope they don't hit that dead water like Avoca did.
This is our 2 out, is it? We're dropping 2.
We're dropping 2.
Wow, look at that. So, unfortunately, 2 of these crews, Newport just dropping off the back there. Wanda working hard. Home beach advantage there. just got that nose round. You can hear the crowd cheering in the background.
We've got trouble up in alley 6, which is really disappointing. But look at those Wanda girls go.
Wow.
It's their day. I think because they're on their home beach, that's fantastic. Look, the Newport girls will be disappointed, but girls, heads up. There's bigger things to come in a few weeks, which is ultimately what they're aiming for, which is a state and Australian title.
Yeah, great racing there. So that was the first quarterfinal for the 19's, and got a couple more to go, but great racing. Hope all the races are that close. And we just see the wind just picking up another little notch there. It's getting a bit warm outside, actually. I just walked down from the car park and the sun's out, and it's turning into a beautiful day. A little bit of cloud this morning, but this afternoon's really fined up.
Well, thank goodness, because I saw a lot of people shivering on the beach, including myself this morning. So to get a little bit of sunshine, it's very nice. But yeah, that wind is just starting to chop up the water a little bit more, but the crews at this level will not struggle with it at all. They'll actually probably enjoy it. I know a lot of crews really work hard in their training in the chop, so the choppier it gets, the happier they'll be.
Great. So second quarter final coming up. We've got the two crews from Avoca in 1 and 2. So club mates there racing against each other. They'll obviously want each other to get through, but there will be a little bit of pride and claiming rights maybe back at the club. So there's the results there. Mona Vale, Currumbin, Wanda, Home Beach, great result there. Maxwell Scott's Head, Fruit Loops into 4th. And I think, unfortunately, for Newport and Allura, that will be the end of it. They might have some relays if they happen
at the end of today.
The rest of the program, but that might be it for those ladies.
Yeah, look, and that's what surf can do. I mean, Newport's one of the best crews on the beach, if not the best crew on the beach. And unfortunately, when the surf's unkind and you know, it's not your day, it's just not your day. But Michael will coach the girls through that. And, look, they're pretty resilient young ladies, so I'm sure they'll be back on deck.
Great to see. So we've got the two crews from Avoca, then Coleroy, Mordialloc Manta Rays, Palm Beach Propellers and the Coogee Commandos in quarterfinal number 2 coming up. Again, a lot of these ladies will be hoping to get through to that next round, but it's super tight racing, and it is great to see how much it means to all these clubs as they get off to a nice clean start there on the left-hand side for Avoca.
Yeah, just a nice little check there off the start. And look, if all crews can get away here, the Coogee Commandos have been going really well all weekend. Had a few wins, and for a relatively new crew, they're doing very well. And I will show very much a bias here that my niece is in the stroke seat.
Right.
And best mate sweeping. So, but look, they're just loving their rowing at the moment. And woke up this morning, I said to Mills, "You ready to go?" And she's like, "Yep, what a good day, you know." So that's what you want to see, and here she is now. This is their first ASRL, and just like Avoca Beach and things like that, I'm sure that they're all having a tremendous learning experience.
Yeah, it is good. It's such a good family thing. I got into surfboat rowing through my uncle. All my mates have come from surfboats. My daughter got in a surfboat for the first time at 19 on Sunday, so I'm not sure if she'll get the bug, but it's a great way to hang out with family and friends, and you know, for these two Avoca crews to be neck and neck at this stage, it's a real buzz for that club. And then we look back to Coleroy, probably sitting in 3rd position at this stage.
Yeah, this is a very even race, so you know, this is the kind of thing that, you know, if they're all in a line going into the can, it will be who can actually work at home the best, who's done that little bit more work, who can work the swells the better. You know, who doesn't make mistakes. And once you get to the pointier end of racing, it does sometimes come down to who makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, and we saw that in the A men's before, you know, so they're the fastest crews in probably the world at the moment, and just one little tiny mistake, one little clip of the oar, one little mess up at the turn, and it's all over. But Avoca Beach at the bottom, that's a commanding performance at this stage as they're just lining up onto that black can, and it's about a boat length lead, and then we look back to the other crews at the top of the screen.
Yeah, so Coogee and the Alley 5 going in second. Look, this is going to be anyone's. These top 5 crews will really need to work hard on the way home, and that's a great turn from those. You can see the strength coming out of the turn and what a difference it makes. So the Commandos, and he's at Avoca Beach next to them, you know, just really working hard on that. Palm Beach, sorry, that's Palm Beach beside them, up north, so down south.
Yeah, we might actually see them starting to come back here with those little tiny waves sitting up at the top of the screen, but getting challenged here now by Palm Beach
And you can see the Avoca sweep really hugged his can there, and he's coming over. He's coming south because he wants to avoid that dead water that he's probably just watched the last two crews get knocked out in. So they are really going to try and work this and stay in front of it, whilst the waves are sitting up just that bit better.
Wow.
Whilst they cop it on the way out, they'll have it on the way home. And you can see Palmy and the Commandos, go Millsy, coming across the line there, and you can see Avoca really pushing over onto his crewmates to get out of that dead water.
Yeah, so look, they seem to be chasing that little bit of broken whitewater there. They've just gone past. It's obviously that's where the wave's going to break, but Coogee coming down that one. Palm Beach not quite able to drop, but great race there for Coogee.
We might even have a problem here in that Avoca's come right over on Avoca.
Wow.
Richard, I'm not sure that's allowed, but you see Smithy there bringing his girls across the line.
Let's hope it doesn't cause an issue there. He's just snuck in that gap
right
there.
Now. So row, girls, row for that line. And that's the 4 spots pretty much secured. So well done to all of them. That's a great win from the Commandos, with Palm Beach, I believe, coming in second.
There we go. Look at those girls. That shows what surf boat rowing are absolutely knackered there. And it shows what they put into this racing and their training all year, over the years, over winter. Great effort there for heat number 2. I think Coogee might have taken that one, then back to Palmy, and then probably on the line for the 2 Avoca crews.
Yeah,
So,
great effort by the girls. It's not easy rowing out there, but, you know, like I said, you just can't get out there and hope for the best. You've got to get out there and work for it.
we're running a pretty tight program here today. Well done to all the crews for doing the right thing and helping with the officials, and officials are there to make sure we run on time. Starters have been doing an amazing job with such a big difference in conditions from one side of the course to the other. And look at that, we just finished one race and that next race gets on the line.
Microphone's going funny.
There you go.
Yeah, look, the officials and the amount of people, we just had lunch delivered, you know, and a massive shout out to the Wanda Surf Club and the work party, and everyone is helping out because these events don't just happen. They are great for the club and they do involve everyone, but they're exhausting. And to think that there's so many volunteers here doing such a good job, it's a huge thanks on behalf of all the rowers for what they're doing.
Yeah, especially when you consider like a normal, even a big carnival will go for 2 days. This is a 4-day event. And, you know, I know Jeff Wilson from WA was over early, you know, helping set up, and the local volunteers, everyone just pitches in. There's stuff going all over the place.
Yeah.
Moving arenas, moving cans.
It's months of
great.
work.
Yeah.
It's months of work. It's the council applications, it's the funding, it's the entries, it's the uniforms, it's everything. And, you know, it's very easy to turn up and be like, oh, this is not so great, but don't take it for granted how much hard work goes into all of this, and no one's paid to do it, so we all just do it because we love it. But Tash and the ASRL committee are doing a great job, and you know, that's why the event just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it's almost outgrown itself in 4 days. But you know, you take it to an extra day, and that's an extra day off work, so it's a hard juggle.
Yeah, I think it's a great event, and it's definitely an event that the West Australian crews love planning for, preparing, doing some fundraising and getting over for, and we've got a big contingent this year, so it's great to see. So quarterfinal number 3, we've got Metropolitan Caloundra, South Curly, North Cronulla, Janjuk Jets in 4, Stockton Sirens in 5, and then Allura Mermaids in 6. So second of the Allura 19 crews in this one. And then we see North Cronulla and Curly on the screen there with the flag up for the flag judge, and they're away. Nice, good clean jump there from South Curly, and that sweep just really giving that a big heave there. And those girls putting everything in it to get through that first little nasty couple of hits, and then they're into that clean water.
Yeah, the South Curly Runaways, they're just a really good little fast crew. They were the New South Wales state team. You know, over the last few years, they've really kind of dominated New South Wales racing in the under-19s. So be really interesting to watch them grow as they move. I think they're a couple of years off the 23s yet, but yeah, it'd be lovely to think that in a few years' time they're rowing opens and getting the same sort of result.
Well, they definitely should be. That was an amazing start, and just we're probably quarter of the way out, halfway out maybe. and they've got a boat length or maybe 2 on the rest of the field. And really nice, strong layback there, good strong finishes, and you can see their crisp handwork on the right there. That's great rowing there. Nice, strong pressure on the blade all the way through. Their sweep must be really happy with how those girls are rowing. But wow, that's a big lead in a quarterfinal when we've got the best of the best on the line.
Yeah, and you can see this is what I talk about, the front markers and the back markers. So, you know, Jace Bean's girls that he's got at the back there, they're young girls, and a lot of these crews from Allura, they're just younger girls and just haven't been in the sport as long. Doesn't mean they won't be as good. It's just usually time. That's all it is needed. So, you know, it's great to see. You know, every division like this needs the front markers and the back markers, and I just love watching them push through it. And equally, you know, I'm rowing with a few crews at the moment that are the back markers, but we're just starting to push through and, you know, sit in the middle of the pack a bit. So that's really rewarding as well.
There we go. Curly onto that turn first, probably a 2 or 3 boat length lead. Then that would be, North Cronulla there in second position, and then back to Allura and Janjuk in third and fourth. But Curly, wow, out to an amazing lead there, and they're going to have first run at this wave. Doesn't look like there's much coming for the rest of the field, and this would be just about the biggest lead of the day we've seen so far. But great rowing, and these other crews, they're definitely not out of it yet for the vital top 4 positions, and that's...
Yeah, well, now we see it's a racing too. So, you know, it's Bluey there, Mark Lee sweeping the North Cronulla girls. He will bring them through. They don't usually miss a swell either. They're pretty hungry for it. But it will be a battle now for the all-important 3rd and 4th spot.
North Cronulla just dropping off there. Janjuk here, a big lump there. They might not get that, or they might actually get that. But,
go girls,
wow,
push it hard,
look at that.
Hard, stay back.
That is great rowing.
That is brilliant rowing from a young U19's crew. Well done.
Because you've got to remember, obviously, that boat speed picks up as they get on that run, and which makes it harder to row and keep your oars clear. And with that good sweeping there, nice close quarter sweeping. We have
and you can see how much they've come up on South Curly now. So that was an outstanding lead, but 2 crews have literally, you know, almost closed the gap as we cross the line. So in surf boats, it's never over.
Yeah, look at that. That's gone from 5 boat lengths down to 1. And Janjuk came back from the clouds to probably get second there. We'll leave that for the judges. And then one of these crews, or 2 of these crews will miss out, unfortunately. And this is going to be one for the judges, I think, on that line.
This definitely be one for the judges. So they've come through really well there on the bottom of the screen. So, wow, well done, Jace. That's a great row at the end by your girls. Really gutsy, so good job. And well done to the Allura girls with Mick at the back there. You know, they'll be disappointed they're knocked out, but usually after an hour or so you start to realise what you've done and have a chat with your sweep and realise where you can improve, and then off you go again.
Yeah, it is good. And I mentioned before that, you know, Allura really helps us out when we travel and with boats and storing stuff. So, but they're, you know, it's just such a strong boat club, but always smiling, always happy, just like all the clubs. You know, everyone's willing to pitch in and help and carry boats. It's a great community, a community within a community, and you know, it is all about racing hard, but it's spending time with friends. So it's good, great sport.
That's right, and we've got the. This looks like who's lining up now. We got the. I've lost my phone, so sorry if I call the wrong people. It's an
into the
apology
open
in
males.
advance.
So Mermaid there. This is round 4 for the open men. We've got the Currumbin Barbarians, Mermaid, North Cronulla, Queenscliff, South Maroubra, and Tallabudra Myths. So these are the fast boats. Although we were saying before that, you know, some of the 23 crews in the men's are knocking on the door of chasing these open crews down. But these are hot heats, just like we saw in the 19's. Everyone wants to get through. So these are still into the rounds, so not quite as cutthroat. They're chasing points into the next elimination.
And what they've done is the referee decided that, you know, rather than keeping them separate, that they would bring the 2 opens, the male and female, together to race 5 rounds, and the last 2 rounds would be brought together simply so we could mix up the races, that they weren't continually racing the same people all the time, which is a really good call. And I'm not sure I've seen that done at an event before, but that's one of the things that ASRL do really well is they make sure that the racing is as fair as they can get it and gives everyone an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've seen it before, but, they obviously kept them separate, the two arenas, for the first few, just to catch up on some time. And then, mixing in, it's great. They get to race against a lot of different crews. And, I think you're right. It is probably a little bit fairer when you get to this top end of the tier.
Yeah, the South Maroubra crew too here. Massive shout out to them. So they were a reserve grade crew last year, swept by Jules LaRosa. I won't tell anyone his nickname because it's probably not fitting for on air. But look, Jules has been sweeping for 4 or 5 years now and really come into his own the last couple of years, winning a silver medal at Aussies last year with the reserves. And look, some crews might be content just to stay in reserves, but kudos to the boys who have stepped up to the A's. I think, I love seeing them make it through the rounds and do really well. And they're actually very competitive. So, I think more and more crews who are competitive in reserves, winning a medal or not, should just have a crack at it, There's Bobby Byrne. He's one of the greats of our sport as well. Just loves being on the stand now, and big South Maroubra man, so I'm sure he wouldn't show any bias at all off the start. He actually wouldn't. He's not that kind of guy, but he'll be secretly cheering for his beautiful South Maroubra.
So Currumbin at the bottom of the screen, Tallabudger at the top, and that guns up. Just waiting for a nice even start as best you can. It's not too bad. Like I said, they've been doing an amazing job getting as much fair starts and equal opportunity for every crew to show what they're doing. So a couple of little waves just to go under them. There we see Currumbin.
And look at the power off the start. I mean, if anyone gets a chance to watch open men, or everyone ever gets a chance to sweep an open men's crew, and equally for me, an open women's crew, you have never felt power like it, can you? It's absolutely incredible. And look at that Mermaid Beach crew. They're known for their quick starts, and, at this level, that is an outstanding start, that's for sure.
And Currumbin there, and South Maroubra just getting caught a little bit. But, I agree. The power, you almost got to hold on. And look at them smash through this one. I mean, that's a good 3-foot face there, and they've just gone straight through, kept that momentum. Currumbin have just taken advantage there to come back up on their shoulder. And then Queensy in third position at the moment. But that's this is great rowing, and nice, good lean back, clean exits. And Currumbin, really nice catches there. That's great timing.
And for those watching at home, if you want to know the power of their stroke, you can see off the white blades there's some swirls. You know how hard a boat is being pulled by how big the swirls are off the blade, and you can see that every single one of these boats have got some pretty big swirls coming off it.
And these guys will be going fast now. They'll get around that can, and then they'll just drop it another gear and just chase everything. And we've seen Bulleye do it so many times, just turn nothing into something. And, Mermaid do it, Currumbin do it, Queenscliff can all do it. It's there's nothing quite like it when you're standing at the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much for Mermaid then, a 1.5 stroke turn. I mean, that's absolutely brilliant. They have been knocking on the door of success, and when I say success, I mean they're winning medals left, right, and centre. But the big one they want, I'm sure, is that gold medal coming up in a month or so's time. So, whilst an ASRL one is nice to win, the true glory comes from an Australian gold medal at the Australian Championships, and they'll be aiming for that. This is what I tell all my rowers. This is a very big event to win, but equally it's a bit of a dress rehearsal for the big dance in a month or so.
And then we've got North Cronulla there. They're sitting probably waiting for a bit of a wave there. Queenscliff just running that one. They've gone past Mermaid there. But Mermaid have got their opportunity now coming up onto Currumbin. And that is some great rowing. Getting that nose down, coming neck and neck with Queensy and Currumbin.
Look, and this is the runs that they don't miss them in A grade. South Maroubra very unlucky there, just a bit too far out of it to get it. But look, it's never over. Someone can slew, someone can stack it. But look, these top 4 crews, this is going to be anybody's now. It's just going to be the luck of the wave.
Yeah, definitely. And again, so we're into points. They're chasing points. So a first is much better than a second. We're in the quarterfinals. It's just to get through. But Currumbin, Mermaid and Queensy there. Another one for the judges. And those guys are spent.
They will absolutely get out of the boat and have nothing left in the tank. And what they'll do now is go back, get out of the boat, go back and have a run, get the lactic out of their legs, fuel up again, and be ready to go.
There we go. Maybe not even get out of the boat.
The North Cronulla famous Bumblebee Cozies, they've never changed and not allowed to change either. It's a great tradition North Cronulla have that they still, row in their Bumblebee Cozies and celebrating 100 years this year. Congratulations, North Cronulla Surf Club, on 100 years. I know they've been celebrating for a while now without a clubhouse, unfortunately, but we're sure the things are all going to go their way and they'll be back in a clubhouse once they get through just the paperwork and things like that goes with it. But can't stress enough the importance of, a wonderful clubhouse for members and what it does for the community as well. So hopefully North Cronulla soon will be back in their boat shed. They've got boats all over the place at the moment, which is a bit of an inconvenience, but they're toughing it out and certainly not affecting their performance by the looks of it.
No, definitely not. They're always up at the point in there. So we got Bateman's Bay in 1, Red Beach from New Zealand in that orange boat in 2, Bulleye Gold, don't need any introductions there, the superstar crew, Fremantle Burritos, the state representative crew for WA, Avalon Beach Pinkies, and then another South Curly crew in the Sneaky Nuts. So pretty hot heat here and great opportunity. I was talking to some of the Fremantle crew before and it's a bit daunting to line up next to Bulleye, but again, they're excited about the opportunity.
Look, the Bulleye boys, they're certainly a really class act, both in and out of the boat. I watched them before, and you might not believe me when I say this, but there were some young Bondi juniors just struggling to get their boat off the beach to pack it up, and they'd clearly just raced and ran over and helped them lift the boat, So that's the kind of guy the Bulleye guys are. That's why their boat goes fast.
Yeah, that's right, yep.
They're good people.
Yep. So just flags up there, waiting for the gun to go up. Bateman's Bay at the bottom. And then we've got South Curly Sneaky Nuts at the top of the field there. So crew's able to just find their own level here. The check starter will call them back if they're creeping out too much. But you can see crew's just finding that spot. Off to a good start there. A little bit of a hit there for Bateman's Bay just to get through. Fremantle getting clipped as well. But have a look at Bulleye there. And then the New Zealand crew there just sticking on their wash.
Look, you can see just what a little check does to an A crew. Whilst it doesn't stop them, it just gives the others just such a clear advantage, and you can see even though Bateman's Bay got that little check off the start, they're back into it. And, this white water won't even stop them. They'll just go over the back, lock it in and drive that next stroke really hard.
Yeah, we found yesterday, and, it was a bit more of a surf yesterday for interstates and then into the afternoon racing, and it wasn't necessarily the waves that were causing the issue. It was those nasty little chops. You get 2 or 3 in a row and it just hits and hits and hits and slows the boat right down. You'd almost rather hit a wave than hit 2 or 3 of them in a row. But have a look at that. Curly at the top of the screen. Bulleye neck and neck with them at the moment. Then back to Bateman's Bay in 3rd position. Nice tight racing as we saw. But again, we've seen in racing all day. It's even Fremantle sitting in 6th at the moment. They're not out of it. They're a well-renowned crew for chasing waves and never giving up till they get to the end.
Well, they've got plenty of practice over there with the Fremantle doctor running those swells in, and I think that, today is a race to the cans, but I think it's a really good shot here with the drone, as you'll see that the crews who have been working hard to run the swells and to work the swells under fatigue will be the ones that come out the front. So running swells is great, but when you've got nothing left in the tank and your sweep is screaming at you to find more, to keep the composure, to keep the length, it's a really, really hard thing to do. And these A crews make it look so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. We might see that now with Bateman's Bay just getting a little run, and that's nothing there, but they'll get enough of a run just to come back up. Bulleye now getting their chance. South Curly getting that run at the north of just going past their gate can, but Burleigh This is where we see them do their best work, just turning something into nothing. And, yeah, great rowing there. Look at them sending that through. This is just chasing that extra little bit of push. And you're right, these guys are absolutely fatigued, and they're just needing to work hard on that. Curly sitting nicely there. Burley won't stop until that nose gets right over the front. And it is fattening up in that little rip. You see them having to keep rowing. Now Curly's turn to row, and the rest of the crews.
They're just starting to sit up nicely in that alley 1-2 there for Neil. So you can see he's going to have to work harder than everyone else because it's fattening up, whereas the other two are just sitting on it. But he's working through that period of dead water, we call it, really well. And hopefully he'll be able to push right through this now to give him that lift over the line, which I think he's done.
Yeah, and then there's that. The crews at the bottom have been getting a bit of a shoot and that last little push, so that might have just kicked them back in. They had to do the hard work, but then they get rewarded at the end. So.
And look, that's a great row from the Fremantle boys too, you know. So it's really, you know, you see a crew come last in a race, but, you know, they were probably one of the quickest crews on the beach, you know. So it's just unlucky if you get hit, but look, it happens. But they'll go again. They've got another round to make up those points, and I know they had some good wins in their early races in the southern area.
Yeah, so I think they're well placed. And Juice, their sweep, he's been taking them all over out of the metro area in Perth down to Secret Harbour, which is an hour away, up to Lancelin, chasing these type of conditions, knowing that he's obviously spent time over in Queensland for a little bit. But those boys and quite a number of the WA crews have been going out looking for waves, just to get used to chasing the runs.
And I think that's what you need to do. If you want to be good in every condition, you have to chase the conditions, which means driving more than an hour, you know, to training sometimes. Or, you know, when I was first learning to sweep, I went up to Queensland for a couple of goes at it, just to be able to be familiar with it. So when you come for a carnival and the conditions are familiar to you, it's a big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, even just negotiating a shore break or an outside bank, or needing to lift, it's a different. You can't just race in one condition all the time. As we see some of these little shore dumps starting to come through. Again, we mentioned before, it won't sort of wreck your race, but it can definitely put a big dent in any race plans if you get clipped nice and early.
And I think it's about how you recover from it too. These A-grade guys will push through that. You know, we've got a clip, just keep going. You know, learning to overcome the adversity of a clip is something it's hard to teach the young kids sometimes. But once they get it and they realise that, you know, you just got to get over it pretty quickly and get on with it, you're away.
Yeah, so we've got Mona Vale Black at the bottom of the screen, Currumbin Barbarians in white. Another Mermaids crew, Mermaid Kennards, and they've been a form crew over the years. Amanu Outlaws from New Zealand, Lura Wilco, and Queenscliff Rollers at the top of the screen, who look like they've just been caught and tangled up with a lure there. So that's not what you want. But bottom of the screen, Currumbin doing a great job there, and Kennards just to get over this little one. They might have just snuck through that shoulder. Big hit, and they're all away, back to maximum boat speed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened up there. I missed it, but certainly looked like a lure may have come over on Queenscliff. But look, that's why we have course judges. They will have multiple points now that we're in one area of people watching that racing. So nothing's ever done deliberately, but there's no need for anything argy-bargy out on the water. They'll sort it out when they get in, the officials, and they'll just get on with it, these guys.
So Mermaid there out to a little bit of a lead there over Currumbin, and let's see that other crew there. Mona Vale, in third. It's a great race, and then New Zealand there in fourth position, equal third. So good racing. That wind is just coming up another couple of notches. We've got some sailing boats out the back taking advantage.
Yeah, they've got their spinnaker up coming in from the nor'east, so it's it'll start to really change the conditions here over the next hour or so, I would imagine.
And there we go, Mermaids there. That's a great shot of that turn. That's a two-stroke turn. A couple of strokes and they're back to maximum speed, chasing that first little run, which some crews have different setups. Some will have the one of the rowers having a look. Others leave it to the sweep to call what's coming out the back. But Mona Vale and Currumbin there just starting to open up. And Allura have come back right up onto their tail here. So that's a pretty good row, considering they got caught up nice and early. and we're going to just about be setting up for another party wave there. But at the moment, it's Mermaids out to a very commanding lead.
Well, it's a nice lead, but in A grade, it might not be enough. They've only got to fall off the back of one, and then you've got all 5 sitting in a row, breathing down your neck. And I'm sure that they will be absolutely belting this now, and you can start to see the runs form up at alleys 5 and 6.
So there we go. That's surf boat rowing there. Monavale just trying to push over, and they'll probably get that nose over.
Yeah, and you can just see, unfortunately, Mermaids come across in front of the Currumbin crew, but it doesn't seem to have impeded him. So, you know, unless you're arguing to get through in the next race. But I don't think the officials will have too many problems with that. But he has come right over. He should be in alley 3. He's currently sitting in alley 2.
And Allura and Amana Outlaws there, just dropping off the back. But Allura, again, not out of this with Currumbin and Monavale there. Still chasing those all-important points.
And all that was happening there was, you know, Mermaid were in a great spot and he was just chasing a run. So, you know, not like I said, not too much wrong with it as long as you don't impede another crew. And the other crew was far enough behind that they had room to come and steer the course that they wanted to steer. So I'm sure there'll be no issues.
Good baiters there for the, red and white checkered there.
Yeah, you certainly know they're on the beach, that's for sure. There's a few colourful cozzies on the beach. I think, you know, some of the young kids are having a lot of fun with their cozzies these days, and I see a few sweet faces in places that I'm not sure I really want to see them, but, you know, all a bit of fun.
So there we go. We're into round 4, heat 4 for the Open Men's. South Curly Blitz, Wanda Wild Hogs, Coffs Harbour, Boat of Friendships, North Cronulla, McMaster's and Avoca Beach in alley 6 there. So another high quality field for the Open Men. Coffs Harbour saw a really good race for them before. Earlier on today, they had a bit of a hit early and then ended up coming back for the win on that bottom can. North Cronulla, Brooks A's, always another good quality crew, and McMaster's, and then Wanda. I mean, Wanda have got some great boat crews at the moment.
Yeah, and I see Tracks. Yeah, Tracks, Trevor Robson at the back of the helm. A really great sweep. You know, been around for a long time, so you know he usually jumps in when they're pretty good. So you know, I wish them all the best on their home beach.
There we go. Check starters happy there. You can just see that water moving, starting to move around on that inside bank, left to right, also right to left. And always makes it a little bit trickier for the bow 2 rowers. They've got to be pushing and pulling. At the same time, they're trying to keep that boat balanced and trim, as well as needing to jump when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just dealing with a bit of an edge. But these guys, it's nothing for them. I was lucky enough to sweep an A crew in practice a while ago and jumped in and thought I was going great until they left me on the beach.
And the sweeper, that's always the trick. So Wanda there, really just putting in 3 or 4 hard halves, 3/4 strokes to get it up and running. But Coffs Harbour there, great little start. And then South Curly at the bottom of the screen. That definitely seemed to be getting a bit of an advantage off the bottom 3 at the start. But like we've seen, the top of the screen does even out.
That's right. So this is a classic beach start. You can see them all in a row, but on a slight diagonal, which, you know, is usually as a result of just being hit by waves in that area and not being hit at the bottom. But, you know, it's a toss of a coin as to which end you would like more. Do you want to get out clean and possibly nothing on the way home, or take a few hits and know that they're there at the end? I don't know the answer to that one, but I'll tell you after.
Depends. Depends each time.
Depends on the result,
yeah.
I think.
And I think, like you mentioned before, you know, some of the younger crews may not have that ability to adapt so quickly, where these more seasoned rowers that have had 4 or 5 years in the gig, they'll be able to hit and then adapt and then hit a wave halfway out, change their race plan. The sweeps will know what they can and can't expect of their crews. But at the moment, it's South Curly and Wanda. Great display of rowing there. Curly just looked really relaxed, just letting it run. No panic stations, just letting it run, making that boat do its thing.
Yeah, and look, these South Curly Crew and the Wanda Weapons, look, they have just been... Oh, sorry, it's not the Wanda Weapons. It's another crew, but Swept by Tracks. But look, these young rowers are coming up through the Colts now, and the Colts division for a few years was just so strong because these guys were in it. So, you know, to see them now rowing A grade at a top level, that includes, you know, the Wanda Weapons as well, and the South Curly guys, you know, standing up to row A's, I think is very brave. And look at them go; they're very competitive.
Yeah, look, Wanda there just getting chased down by Coffs Harbour and North Cronulla there. The Brooks A's have come probably through into second, but look at the top of the screen, McMaster's and then Avoca Beach. They're definitely not out of it, as we see South Curly there at the bottom of the screen pushing hard, just getting every little inch of run out of that boat. And then North Cronulla there still pushing, but Wanda on their home beach being chased now by
And
Curly.
they're just sitting on that bubble. You can see like there's nothing in it, but they're just working it just to get the momentum, and it's got them that few boat lengths ahead.
And then I think that's McMaster's or maybe Avoca at the top of the screen.
Yeah,
just
that was a great run that they worked really hard for, that the crew next to them didn't get, and look at the results. So, look, again, all important points up for grabs here now that the two areas have come together.
And Curly here just hunting for that little push, that last shoot across the line. But again, tight racing, and this is for points. So this is 1 point is extremely valuable here when you think of, you know, you can either sometimes get knocked out on a countback.
That's
just
right.
From a race, you know, and so every single little point counts, whether you go from 6th to 5th or 2nd to 1st. It's highly valuable.
Yeah, there's Matty Collins at the back there. He was a long-time person on the Northern Beaches and has moved up to the North Coast. So great to see him, you know, working with the local club up there, Coffs, to have a competitive A grade on the beach again. It's he'll be stoked with that one.
It is good. You know, you see a lot of these very experienced sweeps. You know, you think it would all be all about having a really good A crew. But they spend so much time and investing energy and their expertise into the younger 19s and 23s and, you know, some of the Masters crews and even just, you know, 25-year-olds that want to try rowing for the first time. They invest their time and because, one, they love it, but two, they know that it's important for the development of the club itself.
That's right. If you can bring your kids through from juniors to Colts and through into Opens, it's a really rewarding experience to see them do well.
So Heat 5, Round 4, we've got North Cronulla Perds A's, another quality crew, Palm Beach, Probation, Rosebud, McRae, Angry Otters, Chitten Beach, Cray Raiders, and Mooloolaba Sea Anchors. So just 5 in this one, shuffling the numbers around. And that wind is definitely picking up. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of white caps very soon. We've got a bit of a squall coming through.
Yeah, definitely. We are just seeing a large sailing boat. You'll probably see it on the drone when it goes up there. They are absolutely flying with their sails up. So this is a rower's worst nightmare when the wind starts to come up. But look, these guys won't have too many problems with it.
I'm getting some audio from down on the beach. Almost sounds like it's raining probably, but it's not raining. It's just that wind picking up a little bit as we've got 5 boats in this. And again, they're just trying to avoid that little middle area, causing a few issues.
Yeah, they'll hold these boats as long as they need to. Whilst we're in a really tight time frame, the starters will do everything they can to get the fairest start away. As I was saying before, it's a really tough job being a starter, without a doubt. And, you know, hats off to the guys who are doing it and being brave enough to do it. They do a great job.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being a starter and maybe not having your best start and you get 4 or 5 sweeps looking over their shoulder at you as they take off. But
throwing their arms up in the air, blowing
I know.
up. Like,
and then as soon as you ask them to do it,
I can't say I'm not guilty of it.
They run. There we go. Rosebud there just getting off to a nice start. And North Cronulla there at that bottom of the screen, putting a big bend in those oars and just powering off those legs. Palm Beach absolutely flying on that rating. And then back to Rosebud there. And then a little bit bit of, again, those crews at the southern end of the field seem to be getting caught up once in a while. But at the moment, North Cronulla and Palm Beach have dropped that rating back a little bit as they've caught up. But great racing there, and a few little bounces, and that wind just starting to pick up.
Yeah, you can just start to see the bow wave and the spray that's coming off it. It really just in the last 5 minutes has picked up a lot. So all you'd be working hard for now is to get to the can, because as soon as you turn the can, you're going to have the wind up your bum, and the chop and everything is going to be in your favour. So it is a hard slog to the can now, but again, the power and the horsepower of these guys will push that through. And look at Per Days there. They are just cruising through it, keeping their bodies back nice and long and strong, no panic, and just driving everything through the legs. And I'd say they'll be first to the cans, but they will have to work really hard on the way home, given that they're in that alley where there's not much lift coming through.
So great views over the back of the course there into Cronulla, straight in the middle, and then North Cronulla just off to the right there. I think just out of screen. Great stretch of beach. You think about these 4 great clubs all in a row on one small stretch of beach, as we see North Cronulla just absolutely swing around that can like they'd grab hold of it. And Palmy, another great turn.
Wow, Palmy's turn was fantastic. They cornered like they were on rails then. That was amazing. And we just see the crew in alley 3 there just getting a little bit caught up, but seem to be pushing out now as well.
And Palmy absolutely flying on that one, just getting that run, coming right back up onto North Cronulla.
That is everything you want in an A-grade race. Look at that, keeping their bodies back, working the runs. That's heaven.
And so that'll now fatten up, and they'll all be back into maybe some dead water rowing as we wait for the next one. Next with Rosebud there just pushing on that next run, and Palmy will see that coming, so will North Cronulla. They'll know they've got 5 or 6 strokes before that next lift comes, and then they're on to their next chase. And I think Palmy will see their rating absolutely skyrocket here, where North Cronulla look like they just really use strength to get those runs. So 2 different styles, but again, separated by just metres.
That's right, 2 different styles, but as long as all 4 people are doing the same thing, you're winning. So which one's right, which one's wrong, doesn't really matter.
It's like the answer before, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah. So Palm Beach there and North Cronulla there with Rosebud there. They're going to be chasing for those points, but here we see North Cronulla come through for that last surge. I think Palmy might be safe there. The North Cronulla and then Rosebud into 3rd position.
Yeah, well done to all the crews there, and all important points, just finishing and get your points, so they'll all add up at the end. And if you're watching it, you can see the tracking on live heats. You'll be able to see on the front page of the division, it's a couple of dots to the right-hand side, and it'll show you where each crew is sitting.
And so moving into the last heat of, heat 5 of round 4, heat 6 of round 4. And we've got the Wanda Beach Moby Dicks, Port Kembla Happy G's, Wanda Weapons, definitely one to watch on their home beach, Mona Vale Megalodon, and Burleigh Head Mowbray Park Bobsled's another club that over the last couple of years have really built their boat section and coming to the forefront. May not have seen much of them 3 or 4 years ago, but they're up and about everywhere when it comes to results over the last few years.
Yeah, and great credit to Matt, the sweep there. I remember Matt started sweeping, 4 or 5 years ago, and he didn't have anyone. Matty Smith, then he's built that up from nothing, and equally developed his sweep skills. And here he is lining up, in A grade, which is really cool. All right, and we're going into, as we go into round 4, heat 6 of the Open Mail, I'm going to hand it over back to Phil Stefano.
Thank you. So hopefully we've got this wind issue sorted out. We'll see how we're going. For those watching on live stream around the world and at home on the beach, I know people are watching it from their phones on the beach. So it's a great setup here for the ASRL. And like we mentioned before, the volunteers and tech crew do an amazing job. As you see the weapons there, and there's none better than the weapons at the moment going around and pushing through. So we've seen the crews at the bottom of the screen getting a slight advantage on the start, but not when it comes to the weapons. They've said this is our home beach, we know what we're doing here. Port Kembla there in 2nd, and Palm Beach at the bottom of the screen. So we got Phil back here. He's had a quick break. He's been down at the merch shop, I think.
Went to the merch shop.
Buying everything.
Went past the Croker pick-up point. Shout out for Croker. Anyone that's got gear to collect, go and see Darren down at the pickup station next to Wanda Surf Club. Went down and seen the beach commentators. Seen a few of the sweeps. The area's changed. It looks very tricky off the beach. It probably doesn't do it justice on the screen as to how tricky it is that first 10 or 20 strokes to get away. But Wanda,
absolutely,
they know their way around this beach, and they're showing you why. And just as we turned up, Grant, the wind shifted and it's come right up.
Yeah, so we're going to see Whitecaps pretty soon, I think. But Port Kembla there in second place, and then probably back to Mona Vale, and then Burleigh Heads, and then Whale Beach. So, but Wonder Weapons home beach.
Yeah, back to the current champions at the ASRL. So, sorry, mate.
Our TV screen's about to blow away, but we're holding it down. As we see Wanda just coming into that turn. We saw Palm Beach rip a turn in the last race, and that's the one that, they got caught up there.
Starts and turns.
It's very unusual for that crew, and they are a dead boat at the moment. As we see Port Kembla probably saying, well, let's capitalise on this, and the rest of the crews have said we've got a chance here. But they're back up and running. Port Kembla on a run. Wanda just chasing that first run. You can see the spray starting to come off those oars. As we just see Whale Beach there at the bottom of the screen, again getting caught up. So I reckon that wins, just catching a few of these crews on that turn. But Wonder Weapons pushing it through those gate cans. Port Kembla there as well. We've seen these crews come from the heavens today, and Whale Beach will be hoping to dial one in.
Yeah,
but at the moment it's all Wonder Weapons.
Look at that surface there. You feel that wind. It's onshore now, and it's tough. And the Weapons have dropped over that little runner, sitting nicely, well balanced boat there with spinner on the back as they pick it back up, one stroke and staying on.
You can see just the size of these little chops where there's a boat and you can't see the bow or the stern. You can just see the rowers. That shows just how big some of these chops are. But Palm Beach, Port Kembla there just trying to push on as we see Wanda just coming forward a bit just to take a bit of weight off that nose, and they'll shoot through for the all valuable points.
See there,
everyone
the boys
just helping out. Yeah,
helping
good
out
work.
the boss, and that's what top crews at the top level can do. Pretty much without thinking, things like that happen. So
Mona Vale there, just pushing up onto Port Kembla, but they'll come through for second. Mona Vale, and then I think that's Burleigh at the top of the screen and Whale Beach at the bottom. So that brings us to the end of round 4 for the open men. I think there's one more to go, and we turn our attention probably to the open ladies now.
What a great day's racing it's been so far. Still a few to go. Speaking to Peter Van Duren earlier, and he says the full program, and tomorrow's a busy day as well. So the ASRL Open 2026, hosted at Wanda Beach. It's thrown up all conditions. The Great Bait Bay, it's a great place to be. Shout out to the Wanda Surf Club.
Yeah, it's great. I had one of their steak rolls before.
Cracker.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they've got it worked out down in the barbecue.
It's good. So, first heat for round 4, Avalon Beach, Coogee DMGs, South Curly Shakers, Mona Vale Mayhem, Port Kembla Parasites, and Northcott Chin Chin. We saw them in the WA State Rep crew yesterday.
Good team, Chin Chin.
Yeah, good. Yeah, really
they feature pretty heavily in the women's usually.
Yeah.
Top half of the bracket.
Yeah, definitely. They came over for the Australian team tryouts, and I think they might have been 4th on points. So, yeah, really close, and they were doing well on the short course, but had to head home early and get their plane. So, yeah, Jeff Hegarty's got them running really well. And they've, they've been around for a while, but they started their campaign back in June. You know, they're really committed this year.
And, that's excellent.
And I mentioned before, some of the WA crews have been travelling to find waves, and most times the Chin Chin are somewhere they've gone north or south, chasing some waves. So
that's
good.
what it's all about. And I guess when it comes to going to the Nationals, often on the East Coast, up in the Goldie, it's definitely usually a few waves. So
yeah,
you want to get that extra practice or the different breaks.
Yeah, and look, by the time they get to the Aussies, they would have done the Australian trials. They've done the ASRL.
Yeah.
You know, getting that experience.
Regular fixtures.
It's good, yeah.
Jeff should just rent a place over here. Move in. There we have the national champions on screen. South Coco Shakers. Gus Patiri in his Australian shorts. Rep shorts from earlier today. He's under 23 Australian Burley team doing very well.
They did, didn't they? They took the pressure up to the Open Cruise in New Zealand, yeah.
Yep. That's their second time being the rep team for Australia in the under 23 development squad. So doesn't get easier from here.
No, definitely not. So we got Mona Vale there just a little bit back on the line. I think they're just getting themselves organised. And then Chin Chin on the left of screen through to Avalon Beach on the right. So great drone footage there. Coogee there, just lining up. One of the rowers will have their eye on the gun and the flag. And
shout out to the Coogee girls, friends of mine, locals. Known those girls for some time. They've been together a while now. And they're performing regularly in A grade at a high level. And that's the thing with A grade. Sometimes it can take a little bit of time just to find your way and then experience the top division, but it's not out of reach.
So just waiting there for starters, and we're off to a nice even start there. Bit of a check at the top, but they'll have clear water very soon. Chin Chin just getting caught, and then Avalon Beach at the bottom of the screen hitting one as well, and then Curly in the middle. Look at that.
Curly in the
Big
middle,
chops.
powering away and seem to get the least of the action, but there's little bubbles coming towards him now, but nothing that looks like it's going to break. And there's the sweep's eye view. Great camera work right behind the girls. You see that steady finish and that hold at the back. That nose is nice and flat. Both running along nicely.
Coogee, great start there as well. And then back to Port Kembla in third, Avalon and Mona Vale, and then the Chin Chin, a little bit of work to do, but they've come up quite nicely. But yeah, it's always an interesting, sweeping out, heading out through this chop. It's you feel a bit bad when you say we've got one more chop, one more wave, and then there's another sneaky one coming. But Coogee there, starting to run that nose a little bit better, and nice flat boat there from Curly as they're coming up through the gate cans. We just saw the sweep of Avalon there. Just step forward, just to give a little bit more weight onto the nose. The further you do step forward, it gets a little bit tricky to sweep. So the real experienced sweeps can pull it off today. But you'll find when they come back into the wave zone, they just take that step back, get a bit more leverage. But yeah, it's an important part to balance the boat. But if you can do it, it's great. If you can't, might as well stay back.
Yeah, best to stay back, and especially if you're learning as a learning sweep, it's best to. The most important thing is you trying to set up the balance for your crew.
So we've got the Shakers just going around there. We saw a couple of crews get caught up with this wind change in the last round, and Coogee looked like they've just hit a couple going in, which is not what you want. But Curly kicking away, and you watch Coogee come now.
There's Coogee, and there's the Port Kembla Parasites as well on the yellow can, turning and getting out of there. So Jack Patterson and the girls pushing along. So it's pretty clear first, second and third for now. As the Shakers streak it out there and pushing along with another little runner.
So we've seen here, Phil, with this arena, we saw, Lawn earlier on in the day and Avalon Beach, even though they're back out of it a little bit at the moment, as we see Coogee just absolutely pushing down this big lump. It's not going to wave, but Curly will probably be able to get that nose down. You see that spray just starting to kick up.
Yeah,
their nose has dropped.
Yeah,
look at that.
They're going to pull down that. That's a good size wave. There's a good one behind Coogee now, and they're in no man's land. Coogee for the late takeoff. Port Kembla have rode onto it, and Coogee have got a steep one.
Mona Vale and North Cop will also come through.
See that bow just flaring out. See, Gus has lost it with Curly. Macros held that one with Coogee, as says Jack Patterson. It's a racing through to the line, but it looks like South Curly are going to get there. They're not quite across yet, as Port Kembla trying to get across.
Curly are good.
There
Port
they
Kembla, Coogee, and then Mona Vale and Northcote battling it out for 4th and 5th, with Mona Vale just getting that push down. So all important points here, Phil, with these ones, when no one's getting knocked out after this one, but they're chasing points, and, you know, crews miss cuts by 1 point and countbacks. Yeah, 5 rounds. Yep, 5 rounds.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's every point super valuable. So well done to those crews. That was almost another wind change halfway through that race, as we see Avalon Beach just come across that last little bump.
Yeah, there's Avalon getting across now, and 5 rounds for the Opens. Some of the under-23 girls will feel a bit let down.
Yeah, they had 2 in the end, did they? And
yeah, 2
wow.
and a cut, so...
Wow.
That's the way the cookies crumbled for them, unfortunately, this year, and I was in that camp. But shout out to the boozers if you're listening. We should go training Sunday morning down here, so set your alarms, girls.
No rest.
Be part of the action at least, and get those races that we missed out on going. Let's row the course.
So into Heat 2 of the 4th round for the Open ladies. We've got the Brighton Broncos in number 1 on the left, or they'll be on the left. Collaroy Giants, Point Leo, Allura Wilco, Maroochydore Bells, and from New Zealand, Red Beach at the top of the screen. So there's the Wilcos there.
Red Beach, I believe the rep team for New Zealand. So it'd be good to see how they mix it up in this field now that they're back in to the action, and they'll be in that borrowing that Newport orange coloured boat.
We saw them beat the Australian team 2 out of 3, so in form.
Yeah.
That was great, the Trans-Tasman, the close racing.
Absolutely.
And 23s taking it up to the Open Cruise. New Zealand coming through to 2 out of the 3. The rest of the Australian crews dominating, but great racing.
Yep.
But they're all back in the mix now. So Brighton, Collaroy, Point Leo, Abyss, Allura Wilco, Maroochydore Bells, and Red Beach from New Zealand. There they are there.
Yep. Borrowing that Newport boat, climb a hull. Any of you boat enthusiasts out there?
So flags up there. And off to a nice clean start just on the bottom there. Red Beach off the top there. They're going to try and get over that shoulder. They've been just checked. Wilco in the middle. And then we've got Collaroy having another great start there. Look at that. Look at this wind picking up now and that spray coming off. It's Brighton at the top of at the bottom of screen through to Red Beach. And there's Collaroy there.
Ding-dong battle again. The Collaroy Giants, the Australian Giants against the Kiwi Red Beach in the same race. So the Aussie team now, they've been out more than
that start.
Look at them go now. Up and over. More waves coming through the course. But it doesn't seem to be slowing Collaroy down because they're on a mission.
Yeah, just that nose. Every chop, big spray there, and another one here to go up. And another drop.
Great
another
blade
swell.
work and another one.
But it's great, you'd see the really good crews just somehow rowing over as opposed to hitting and bouncing. And a lot of that's the timing and what the call is from the sweep. But Collaroy there.
They are so relaxed,
great
right?
Start, yeah.
So you see them at the back just relaxed and the boat just does its thing and they're not knocking any momentum off this boat.
No, and then back to Point Leo, probably in second. Wilco in third. Then we've got Red Beach and then Maroochydore there. But Brighton Broncos definitely not out of it yet. They'll know that. They'll just be saying, let's just stick to our race plan, do our thing, get this boat running, we'll get around that turn and then dial a wave to come home. But at the moment, it's all about Collaroy. Good boat length back to the next crew.
Nando Anderson on the back of that boat for Collaroy. So it's not the first time they've been out today.
Here we go, Collaroy just coming around that turn. Probably the best turn we've seen in a little while there. Caught up a little bit, not too bad.
Taking 3 though and just getting on with accepting it's going to be a couple more and out they go. It's not a bad idea on a windy day like today.
It's just that wind pushing you onto the can and you get caught up. Those oars get free. But look at this, second, third, fourth and fifth all in a line there.
What a race.
Yeah, Maroochydore, Allura, Point Leo, and the Red Beach all in a line, and this is hard racing. They're all chasing Coleroy, but Coleroy just sitting back and letting that run. That's
Sending
beautiful.
it, as they say. They're clear leaders coming through those gate cans. But the rest of the field are, as you said, all in a line there, so they're doing well to try and catch Coleroy. And the Kiwi side down in Alley 6 are going to pull over something.
Nice.
And they're on.
Could this be another battle of the Trans-Tasman round 4?
Why not? Unofficial bragging rights,
Yeah, wow.
but they've eyeballed each other enough times already today. And as you said, all the points are important. These two getting max points.
Yeah, really important. Coleroy there, they want that extra point. And then Maroochydore Bell's probably into third. Allura Wilco just trying to pull onto that wave point. Leo as well. There we go. Coleroy, good win there.
Great skills from the girls there. You see Endo just commands and off they go. There's the Kiwi side
Here
there.
we go. Maroochydore coming right up onto Red Beach. I think they'll be. I think they're good there. But
Red Beach get
look
across.
at that coming through. Wilco coming through. I think in fourth.
Point
Point
Leo,
Leo.
Jeff
Wow.
Matthews. There's nothing in the A-grade racing at the top in the women's, is it? They're all top crews. Someone has
Good
to
to
come
see
forth.
smiling there. That's good. Smiling about something. Probably about, what did we do wrong to not get anything? But good to see. Look, they're all tired. They're knackered, but we all love surf boat.
Don't we?
It's surf boats.
Yes,
that's it, you know.
we're here together. Can't all win all the time. But it's a great carnival to be at. Great experience. It's a road trip for a lot of these clubs coming to the Big Smoke. It's plenty to see and do in Sydney and Sutherland Shire. What a place to hang out.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And, you know, we've mentioned before the local council, the city's done an amazing job helping everyone out, getting stuff moved along with the volunteers. You know, people like Jeff Wilson that come over and carry stuff and move stuff and lift stuff and tape stuff all day.
Tireless.
They just keep going, don't they?
We're grateful for all of their work. Top down at the ASRL, as well as the council. Same faces keep turning up and keeping our sport going.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're very lucky.
So, yeah, we got the results there. Coleroy, Red Beach, Maroochydore, Allura, Point Leo and Brighton Broncos from South Australia in sixth position. So, Heat 3 coming up. In position number 1, Avoca Beach, Currumbin Hunters, Burley Heads, Broadbacks, Lawn Lobsters. We saw them have a great come from behind win before. Palm Beach Pursuits and Mooloolaba Chop Sueys in 6. There we go on your screen. You know, Currumbin, so many crews, don't they? They just keep coming and coming like Palmy.
Yeah.
It just doesn't end.
Well, I'll tell you who's done a great job coming back on the Goldies, the Burley Heads team.
Yeah.
Matty Smith has started a little something down there. They say something's brewing, I think the tagline.
Yeah.
One of their sponsors in the brewery, but well done to the Burley team knocking on the door and featuring some of the rep teams this weekend for Queensland.
So Avoca Beach there on the screen for Heat 3, Round 4 with, nice little setup there. Good-looking boats, that Avoca Beach. I like that little decal at the back, bit shiny, bit of bling. And then off to Palmy there.
There's Charlie Plugger Trotter. Those shorts he's famous for wearing. Arguably...
Might need a new pair of shorts. They're a few years old, aren't they?
Bit of manscaping required there for Plugger, you reckon?
Right, for starting.
They're famous, those shorts now, so I reckon he'll wear them until they're see-through. So, getting away with it. Oh, smashed on the line was Avoca up here in Alley 1. You see Currumbin in Alley 2 getting the best of the water, getting out pretty well. And next to them, Burley Heads, as I said, pushing along in their new black boat. Next to them, southern side, it looks to be a bit of white water coming through for Alley 3 and 4.
Yeah, we've had these are some of the bigger waves that have come through. We've
There's Burley copping it, Lawn just bouncing over, but up in Alley 6, it's Mooloolaba Chop Sueys. They're one of the strongest ladies crews around at the moment. So the Chop Sueys and Currumbin setting the early tempo as we head out to sea in these changing conditions. And now it's really going a bit more testing on the blade than it was earlier today.
Yeah, and you know, some of these crews may put an extra spacer in. They may probably not quite steep enough to drop into what my crews use. We call 7's, and you just drop into a 7/8, bit of a shorter catch. Still keep the length, but maybe not quite there yet. But again, definitely different conditions.
It's a good call,
than, you know, 1 hour before.
Tempo. Yeah, no, it's good. Everyone's got a different way of explaining it and stuff like that. 7/8. As we say, the rate needs to come up a bit to the wind just to keep that momentum. So you've got to find the speed from somewhere.
Yeah. And look, sometimes you do it and it doesn't work, so you say, well, back to long. Then
right.
That's better. That's right. And obviously each crew's different, and each sweep's got their own different calls. But at the moment, Currumbin is coming into that turn. Great turn there.
Racing through there.
Maybe not.
Currumbin to Burley.
And
up to the Mooloolaba Chop Suey's.
It around.
Great turn for Burley there.
Yeah.
And they're out of there.
Gone.
They got the best of that by far. Maddie Smith, his girls. The Currumbin, no strangers to the front of the pace. And they are flying. They found a little run there with
Burley and Currumbin just
Will McDowell on the back.
Wow.
Finding a little bubble. So it's a northern end here coming through the gate cans.
Currumbin there just starting to lift that rating a little bit. Burley still staying nice and long. Maybe saving something for the end, but just letting that run, that laying back, letting that nose drop where Currumbin is straight into that next stroke. And here come Burley. Just like a steam train coming through. And here comes a wave. This is going to be a good wave, Phil.
Yeah, it's fattening up for Currumbin and it's fattening up for Burley. Looks like Chop Suey's are going to miss out, but Currumbin have knocked it off. They're on. And Burley's still trying to get on there with the long, steady strokes. And up go Currumbin now as they row across the gutter and the wave fills up. It's a 2-horse race for here. Shooting to the line. Long strokes from Burley. Trying to get down it. It looks like they'll get their nose in front on the finish line, the Burley team.
That's great racing, isn't it?
Absolutely great racing. I might call in for technical advice here. I'm going to see if we can get a bit of assistance. Stand by.
So we just saw Burley there. Almost if they kept that rating all the way through, nice and controlled. Might have a bit of carnage here as Avoca. Might need some brakes there. But they'll across the line, so that won't impact that finish there. But great racing there. With Palmy there just finishing off the tail of the field. But so
great
that was round 3, yeah, wow.
Tough A grade
more to
racing.
go, I think.
Absolutely. And where else would you want to be? Rather than at Wanda Beach. And if you're not, you can tune in. Spread the word as I look down. See one of the workhorses of the ASRL, Scotty Edwards, commentator, sweep. Sets us up, packs us up.
Just keeps moving, doesn't he?
Doesn't stop, and I see how he's fueled. There's plenty of protein in that sandwich. And shout out to the Wanda Barbecue crew. They're doing a wonderful job here, the Wanda Surf Club.
So results there for that Heat 3. Burley, Currumbin, Mooloolaba. Lorne came into 4th, Avoca Beach, and then Palm Beach Pursuits in 6th position. So Heat 4 coming up now. We've got Surfers Paradise Spice in 1, Wanda Wahoos, 2, Queenscliff in 3, Collaroy Crusaders in 4, and the Palm Beach Pirates in 5th. So Palm Beach will be at the top of the screen. Surfers Paradise just on the right there.
You have a little commentator's tidy up around the place here.
Yep, Phil's come in and said, let's tidy this up.
Let's tidy it up.
Bit of rabble.
Yeah.
But Surfers Paradise there, nicely set up, waiting for that start. I don't think the gun's up yet.
Spice, the final last year, the girls.
Yeah. So doing a bit of rearranging here, so we'll see how we go shuffling around. But Surfers Paradise on the bottom there, just starting to get that nose of the boat just into that wind a bit, which is just coming from the left or from the bottom of the screen.
There's the gun. And there's the gun away and Wanda's in. See Spinner jumping in there now. And not just getting stuck on the shoreline. And a bit of carnage for the crew in Alley 1. And that's going to be costly. that was
Surfers Paradise there.
Paradise and Palm Beach going backwards.
Wow.
Wow, it's all happening here. So, as we see out to sea, our tech team just opened up the doors for us and we are back in business. We can see what's happening. This is a great
So there's carnage on the course and carnage up at the commentators' booth as well. But
we're making it work.
Getting there.
We are making it work, settling in for a wonderful afternoon of racing. And, yeah, wow, a couple of crews with early trouble there.
Haven't seen that for a while. They're still just getting themselves organised.
They're
back up and running.
Yeah, a rollick or a gear failure or what happened there. But Wanda with Spinner on the back, keeping that rate up. Queensy girls also right there. And the second of the Coleroy teams, Gav Scott on the back, also right there. So it looks like a bit of a race in 3 for now, but Surfers Paradise have done well to row back up into that one.
And look, you know, Palmy won't be worried, or they'll be a bit worried, but they won't be thinking it's all over, because we've seen these crews come through. And with this wind, you know, before we had waves helping out, now we're going to have runs and chops as well.
And how good's the view?
It's good, isn't it?
Hey?
You know, much better.
Hey?
We can see.
We're back, baby. No, you just need to work with our guys in the tech team. They can do anything. I reckon later on they could get the drone out past us, wave hello, and then get back out to the racing. So, looking out to sea, Queensy, steady, keeping that nose flat. As you can see, it's just carving through the ocean surface. Long, strong tempos from these 3 leading crews. 2 from the Northern Beaches and 1 right here at home in the Sydney branch, the Wanda girls. But it's Queensy in and around first with Cheryl on the back of that one.
Good turn. So these sweeps have obviously seen this wind change and giving themselves a bit more space between that can, as we see Surfers Paradise just swing around into 4th. But Queensy, they've gone. They've seen something in front of their boat, and like Wanda has just called it, said push down hard, and Wanda absolutely flying, coming right up onto Queensy there. But they're a boat length ahead. We see Wanda and now Surfers Paradise starting to make the most.
And here comes Wanda up the middle with a little run there, trying to catch up to the tuck of Queensy. And if Queensy can pull down it, they can't. They're going to fall off the back. That's going to bunch up this field at the front. So as we see out to sea, it's Coleroy still in the top 3. Queenscliff in front, just from Wanda and Coleroy. Surfers Paradise, the Spice have not given up with Hughes on the back.
And Wanda again, another kick. There we go on the screen. Great shot there. The Wanda ladies there just pushing hard. Queenscliff going for another run. Surfers Paradise now, they've seen something.
Seems like the boat's getting stuck in that gutter once they get here with nothing. But here comes Surfers. They're trying hard to spoil the party at the end of the day.
Go.
They're going to have the run on the boat, and Queensy's a dead boat. And look at Surfers Paradise go past them with Wanda as a late shoot. Wow.
Jeez. Surfers gone from about last probably into first.
Oh, wow.
You know, close.
Tell you, sadly for Coleroy, they got 4th. And that was through no fault of their own. They rode like champions. Just the nature had a different idea, and the runs came through, and that's why we love this sport.
What a great view there. All those club tents from all around Australia, all the boats there. Bit of a few storm clouds there, and we're just swinging back. You'll probably see Wanda. I just missed Wanda Club there. Host Club doing an amazing job.
Host Club is doing
an
amazing job.
Different colours of all the different clubs, jumpers, caps, boats, bathers.
Yeah,
talking about
heads,
the bathers
young
before.
Heads, the bathers, as in swimsuits.
Yeah, sorry, bathers, togs.
No, I'm with you.
Togs, right, bathers, yep.
Yeah, sluggos.
Yep.
Dickies, dick stickers.
Sweeps wearing board shorts or bather. What do you reckon?
I'm a wetsuit short guy.
A wetsuit short, right, yep. Well, there we are.
Hey, guys. There we are. Bit of airtime. That's about the distance that I look good from too, that far away. So
remember the timestamp so I can send the kids that. So look at that.
Moment in time.
So
I was working.
Round 4, heat 4.
So
I know this looks like the.
It might be the under-17's.
Wow, here we go. Under-17's. This is another great addition to the ASRL calendar, isn't it?
Pioneers of these sort of innovations, the ASRL. and it's an inclusive sport from the young right to the old.
So this is a straight. I think this is a straight final. I reckon we got 7 boats down there. So we got Mollymook, Gerringong, South Curly, North Cronulla, Corrimal, Maruya, and Avoca Beach. Here we go. We've got the starters. Isn't that great? And it's good to see some other clubs, not the traditional big surf boat clubs. I mean, South Curly's there, Cronulla's there, Corrimal. But, some of these other, smaller clubs.
Yep.
And that's probably the most even start we've seen all day. So well done to these 17s.
Wow. And some of these crews might be actual crews, and other teams might be a mix-up of certain crews.
Geez, look, Mollymook at the bottom of the screen. Not sure if they're 17. They look like they've been rowing for 3 or 4 years. They're doing a great job. And don't forget, this is a final. So
this is a final. And as we look out to sea,
Mollymook at the bottom of the screen. Curly probably second at the moment.
Mollymook jacuzzis. South Curly right there.
Palm Beach Pirates just bumping over a big one there.
Corrimal doing a good job there with Travis on the back. Getting these programs up and running with the Corrimal team, and they're loving the surf boat adventure.
It's good, isn't it?
It's wonderful. It is.
And I'll tell you what, these young guys, they're handling this really well in what's pretty bumpy conditions. And you just see a lot of spray coming off these boats from where we're sitting. And they're just coming through the gate cans, which in one of yesterday's races I thought was the turning can by mistake. Yeah, not good. So the girls have had that on replay at home.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know.
It's been there.
But didn't matter in the end, so that's good. So we see...
Those gate cans were so far out, though.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Yeah. But again, you should have asked the stroke one of them. Have you seen their gate cans yet? Anyway, you see Mollymook drifting, getting back up to their can. You see Corrimal on the inset shot leading the way. They're doing a great job up in alley 5. They're going to turn first on the blue can. So we've got a 7-boater here. All the cans being used.
Mollymook just coming up. Nice tight turn. That's going to take a bit to whip that one around. But they're away. And Curly on the run home. Corrimal, I think. Is that Corrimal there? Probably in the lead. And look at this. Curly with a run.
Chasing. And then maybe Avoca on this. And it's good to see the strength of New South Wales. But encourage some of these other states to get their young teams on this line next year.
Corrimal, Curly, Avoca. Here we go. Curly's got their turn of having a crack, but there we see Corrimal there.
And they're on one.
Oh, wow.
Corrimal.
What a great display of surf skills from these young fellas.
What a time to be a winner. The Under-17 ASRL Open final. We think it's a straight-out final.
Yeah, and Curly, that's almost wave of the day.
Late takeoff.
Corrimal have got a bit of dead water. They're going to have to keep this boat speed up to stay ahead.
Avoca's chasing up in alley 6 as well.
Here comes Curly.
So, Corrimal's going to hang on, are they? Curly.
Jeez.
Spitteri's trying to hold this one. What's going to happen on the finish line? Wow.
That is close.
They've come from everywhere. We'll have to leave that to the judges.
Wow.
What a race. Corrimal led most of the way. South Curly never gave up. Avoca were right there and snuck on the dais, I reckon. North Cronulla doing a good job. Maruya also well represented, as was Mollymook now, the jacuzzis. And then in the Gerringong team.
Well done. Well done to all these. And these sweeps for, investing in the future of this sport. But that was great. 7-boat final. Super tight racing. And look, they had good skills. That wouldn't have been easy to hold that and to be able to row at that speed.
It's an absolute
Corrimal
buzz having these young guys and girls in and out of it. And that was a huge row there from all those teams. And
so we'll keep our eye out for the results. But you can usually see from the cheers on the beach a little bit before we get the official results. But we'll see. And now we're going to have the under-17 ladies, I believe. No results yet. Under-17 final coming up. So here we see the starters 6-boat final. Mordialloc Manta Rays, Mona Vale Menace, Allura Team A, Collaroy Cutters, Newport Nightmare, and Stockton Sirens. So,
well, this will be a
Mick
good
there
race.
from Allura with his under-17 crew. And there's the results. Curly.
Wow, come across it.
Corrimal, Avoca Beach, North Cronulla, Maruya, Mollymook, and Gerringong there closing out the 7-boat final. So well done to the under-17's finals. First medals handing out. Yeah,
well done.
Yeah, well done.
Surprise, surprise, South Curly's picked up another gold, eh? Strong club of the years gone by. And starting at that age, they're looking up to their peers in the gym and in the boats around them. It's absolute mecca of surf boats down there, South Curly. But good work to all those clubs and those country clubs. And as we move on to the ladies,
so Mordialloc will be at the bottom of the screen, or to the right of the screen, I think. And then through to Mona Vale, Allura, Collaroy, Newport, and Stockton Sirens.
It's a great drone shot from our pilots and our team. You see Michael King there from Newport. And I think the team from Collaroy, that's their actual crew. A lot of these girls this would be their full crew.
All right, into the 19th.
Yeah.
Break for a minute and then come back. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to head off for a bit, go and move the car, so I don't get in trouble. But thanks, Phil.
No, thanks, Grant. Don't go too far away.
I won't. I'll be back.
Swap you over. Good to talk. And as we welcome El Presidente, great Tash Tunney. He is on. Welcome. Good afternoon, Tash.
How you going?
I'm great. What a day's racing. Just had the final under-17 boys.
I know, Corrimal, so close.
So close.
So close.
Yep.
Good row by the boys.
Trav's doing a good job with those guys. And South Curly there. Now into the females. Mordialloc down here in Alley 1. Mona Vale in 2. Allura in 3. The Collaroy team in 4. Newport in 5. And the Stockton Sirens in 6. We've got a bit of an angle of view now. Line of sight.
We do. Down in one area now.
How's your day been?
Good. We raced in the 19's, didn't get through the rounds, but we did have a fill-in the 2 seat, so makes it a bit tricky.
See handlers there jumping out of the way, getting out of these boats, and all the boats negotiating a bit of a bump on the nose. Those first 10 and 15 strokes again have proven hard in this division. Stockton coming to a stop with more to come down there for the Stockton girls and the Mona Vale team. James on the back of those girls. He's out to a flyer from Mona Vale.
Cracking start from the girls there with James.
Yeah, they have put the foot down. They want to get out in front and make this a non-negotiable. And as this wind picks up, you see they're handling it beautifully and they're skipped away, and there's a few more ways for the back markers to row over.
Stockton Sirens just doing well there, hanging on to second place at the moment. You can see there's a lot of bouncing going on. Those bows are up and down.
Yeah, so Mordialloc pushing
Mordialloc, sorry.
No, that's cool. In Alley 1, Stockton getting belted up there in 6, so... But you're right, the Jars hanging on now, and as the race settles out and lengthens out, you have Mona Vale pushing through the gate cans. They're just sort of a couple of lengths ahead already of this Mordialloc team. As we've seen, anything can happen on this course.
So it's a great little race, the under-17. Started 3 years ago now at Lawn. And just, it's a really good opportunity. It's such a big, broad division, and I think like a 19-year-old versus a 15-year-old, they're so different in size and maturity and skill. And it gives these kids an opportunity to see where they actually truly sit against their peers. And it hopefully whets their appetite. They know that they're actually, you know, even though they might be getting beaten by some of those bigger, older kids, they're actually not that far off the pace. And when matched against their peers, they're actually all doing well.
Yeah, well, the Mona Vale team sort of proving that they might have been together for a bit longer than some of these other crews.
Yeah, definitely.
To be fair. And sometimes it's the way the ages work out as to what crew you're in and which people you're rowing with. And trying to maximise your junior career and your under-23 career.
Yeah, and I think James with Mona Vale Menace, he's been a little bit of a product of the Sweep Academy. I remember him there at the first year. There was him, me, Matt Smith with Burley, all wobbling around on the back of the boat like giraffes with skates on, and they're all sweeping fantastically. They're doing really well.
And it doesn't hurt for those guys with the cattle they've got. A lot of guys and people around there, so it does take a bit to keep the boat section running. And here goes Mona Vale trying to work a little runner back towards the wave area. And it's Mona Vale in clear lead, but the rest of the field's coming back at Morty Alex right there. Newport is right there. So Mona Vale on a wave. Well
so
done
there's a
to the
crew to
Menace.
watch here because these girls have got at least another 2 seasons, I would say. If they're under 17s now, they'll still be under 19s in 2 seasons. So I think if they can stay together, it'll be really interesting to see where these girls end up.
Absolutely. Look out for some of these names. It's Morty Alec now chasing a little run across the gutter. They're going to pull onto it as a Newport. There's waves out
Fantastic
the
row.
back. You look up in alley 6. Stockton's come back.
Morty Alec trying to hang on to this one here. Oh, get down it, girls.
They will, but well done to Mona Vale.
Breathe a sigh of relief there. Newport in 3rd place coming across at the top of screen. Michael King sweeping those girls.
Great effort from all of these girls. You see Coleroy there and Stockton coming across the line and Allura.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting there were 10 under-17 crews entered in the females. We took the top 6 that placed highest in their 19 rounds through to this final.
I see.
So there's actually more depth there in those girls in the under-17s. Is pretty good, having 10 under-17 crews battling out and going around the cans.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Yes, yesterday the under-23 girls, short program.
Now, where are we up to in the schedule? Where do we rotate back to? Under-17.
Back to open male. I've got a thing down here, and it looks like it's round 5, heat 1 of the open male. And in alley 1, it's going to be the Wanda Weapons. In alley 2, the Amanu Outlaws from Amanu Beach, New Zealand. In alley 3, the Currumbin Barbarians, Whiteside, with Glenn Williams as the sweep. Alley 4, the Burley Heads, Mowbray Park, Bobsleds. In alley 5, Fremantle Burritos. And then alley 6, Allura Wilco. So another hot race in A grade, another hot racing division. 5-boater. Last round of the round robin. So we'll see how these crews fare, and all these points very important. And we're shouting out to the Tannehills, all of them, on their way home. Wish you safe travels, guys. Lovely to see you today, Aaron. Love your enthusiasm. So, all the teams there just getting set. There's Barbarians, Whiteside. Glenn Williams, the back of that boat. The check starter now is happy. 5 boats in the line. Amanu in alley 2 from New Zealand. See the just waiting on an even start. You see those check starters flags there. Wind's turned on shore.
Jeez,
the east.
6 heats in open mail. When was the last time we saw that? It's been a while.
6 heats.
Yeah.
It is. It's good effort.
It's really good to see. Open women up to 4. Last year they were 2.
That's excellent.
So it's yeah, good to see the numbers up.
Would have been a dream to get more under 23 girls racing. Yesterday
Yeah,
they
it
sort of
didn't-
got the short
Yeah.
end of the stick.
Yeah, and I think you know, like I got plenty of calls at 7:15 at night, but there's not much I can do at 7:15 at night. I think if the the ideas were flowing earlier in the day, we would have had the opportunity to look at options and try different things. But I think when it was raised, when it was spoken about earlier in the day, the feedback I've had was that it was talked about that they would go to 2 rounds if we needed to for the women, if they ran out of time. And at that point, there wasn't any pushback or sort of unrest. But typically when crews don't get through, and then it starts to, you start to have people saying, hang on a sec, this isn't fair. And we need to bring that thinking forward. So it's not just when you get knocked out, but it's before, we need to think about what can we do. And we knew coming in today was a big day, and we need to get through to get Sunday down so that Sunday can finish at about 3:30 to get everyone home. So we have a good problem in that our numbers are the biggest they've ever been, and last year was the biggest they had ever been before. So we've got really good strength and growth, but I think we're reaching the cap of 3.5 days. We really can't squeak, particularly if we get bad weather. The interstates, the weather slowed us down yesterday morning, that surf. Yeah. We lost a lot of time out of the program, and I think we're now sort of hoping on a prayer that we get good conditions to deliver the program in full, and that's always risky. So the reality is that we probably need to bring masters through to the start of the day on Thursday, maybe put the interstates on the Thursday afternoon, move that out of that program. So then we've got 3 full days to have that focus on the normal program and have that flex in the program.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout. A lot of those interstate teams probably would have been ready to go.
Yeah, they usually fly in by lunchtime Thursday. So, I think given it is the state team, most people are willing to take that bit of time and commitment and come over a bit earlier. So, chatting to Spency, I got a spray from Spency this morning on the beach. So, that was one of the things we spoke about is, bringing the interstates forward and putting them on a Thursday. So, and I get it. I've been in the same position. I remember the days when it was like 2 rounds or 1 round and a repechage and you were gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I get we got 5 rounds of opens.
Well, last year, or probably the last 2 years, the criticism has been that there's been not enough focus on the opens. We haven't given them enough. We need to prioritise the opens and make them the priority event.
Yep.
So we put our heads together, and lots of people had, in the survey responses, had suggested 5 rounds. We looked at our options, and we thought that was the best way to sort of incentivise people to go to opens, which it's worked fantastically.
Yep.
Now we're getting criticised for doing it. So.
Well, as we look now then back on screen, it's the Wanda Weapons team that is stretching out this lead. And here they go.
They've been rowing well today, haven't they?
They sure have. And they're rowed into a little bubble and an up in alley. 5 is Allura and Wilco.
Wilco's jagged one.
You see Wanda and Allura. Wilco's a trying.
Oh, Wilco.
Filled up for Wanda in that gutter in the middle.
Yeah, tricky alley there.
And they're pushing hard, the Wilcos. And they're going to find their way across the finish line. So it looks to be what you see there on screen. Allura into first. Wanda into second.
Great row there.
Then Cruz from behind. Amanu from New Zealand.
Bit of a party wave on here for third.
Garumban just in the guts of that wave, as is the New Zealand team. So all these points are important. And we will leave it to the judges. Wow, I think Garumban just...
Garumban maybe.
A good throat angle there, and Fremantle in 5th, and then the team from Burleigh, the bobsleds.
Good job.
So we're back on second heat of the open boat now. The big men's division, we have North Cronulla in alley 1, we have Queensy in alley 2, McMaster's in alley 3, Bateman's Bay in alley 4, and then a Currumbin boat up in alley 5.
Look at that big gap there. Is that a bit of a hole through there? Is that what they're trying to dodge?
I think it's a bit of a dodgy hole to start on. Yesterday in the southern area, they dropped a can or two.
Yeah, it looks like they've dropped a couple of cans there.
So we'll see as they head out.
How's the McMaster's boys been racing?
Yeah, they've been solid.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good.
Queensy good?
Queensy's
Haven't seen
up
anything
there.
in the north, so I've been in the south all weekend, so...
Well, yeah, all back together now. And you see Mona Bateman's there with Neil also performing pretty strongly.
Currumbin got third in that race off the New Zealand crew. They are very close fourth and Fremantle fifth. Burley had 6 there. Nice to see a fairly even start too. It's not, big scalloping and crews sort of stuck unevenly at the start, which is good. So we're into round 5 here, aren't we?
Round 5, heat number 2. Away we go. Hooters on as they push along. You see North Cronulla in 1, Queenscliff in 2, McMaster's in 3, Bateman's in 4. We think a gap in 5 and maybe Currumbin in 6. Long way down the beach is Currumbin, and it seems like they're in another race at the moment. As these first 4 boats up this northern end have got the tempo up. They are flying. So it's North Cronulla Brooks A's from the Queenscliff A Rollers. Bottom of screen up to McMaster's.
Interesting to see the different techniques. So you can see Bateman's Bay at the top of the screen with the red around the boat have quite a quick back turn. So they come in, their hands are away, they're rocking over quite quickly. In contrast, you look at North Cronulla or Queenscliff down the bottom and they've got that real send, little bit of a micro pause almost, and laying it back at the finish. Quite different in their rowing techniques.
Yeah. Just the little technical aspects of it. Sharper, quicker catch, maybe a touch shorter in Bateman's.
Yeah, it's interesting the different techniques still make a boat move, right?
Absolutely. As they say, as long as the 4 of you are doing it together.
Doesn't matter what you do.
No, within
loosely.
Within reason, for sure. But you see Queensy powering away. They look like they've done a bit of work in the wind. DD's got them tuned up, and they're going to go around that green can as they just get a bump as the boat approaches that can. But they're around.
Great turn.
Real sharp turn, yep. Then it's Bateman's and North Cronulla pretty much even, but Neil's got that boat in and out, and he's picked up a bit of a distance on North Cronulla. And then it's McMaster's and the Currumbin team. So Currumbin did turn on the white. They're up in alley 7. Waves coming
waves
from
building.
behind.
Here we go. Let's see.
So, Queensy, couple of lengths ahead, trying to get on these waves. Bateman's now lifting the rate down the southern end, and they're going to get on one. And will that form the same wave as Queenscliff? Will it catch up to the wave ahead?
And you can see Currumbin far left of screen there, just pulling onto it. I don't think Cronulla are going to get on it, but that's a great race from Currumbin down the end.
Well, North Cronulla
are on as well.
Yep. So you got your 2 leaders, and Bateman's have come from nowhere and pushing Queensy for the win, and they might get over the front of this Bateman's with the run. They will.
Great run.
Neil Innes. Great effort
Flying
by Bateman's, yep.
Currumbin too sneaking in for 3rd place here.
Queensy.
Good race for them. They had that end where they looked like they were miles away from everybody else in their own race.
And doing it tough was North Cronulla and McMaster's. You know, I had to be honest, I'm not too flash on this alley 1 up this end.
It's always death by alley 1, isn't it?
Yep.
So that's our 2nd heat.
Yep.
of round 5. We're going to be moving into heat 3, round 5 for our open males. So we'll almost be halfway. Still plenty of people down and around on the beach, soaking up the scenes. We had a little hint of blue sky and sunshine before, but that was quickly chased away.
Yeah, no, the day was threatening to come good for a while.
I know, I know.
Now it's just back to business.
No, I snuck off actually to have lunch with my girls after we knocked down. I think it's the first time in 10 years I've left the carnival before it's finished, and I felt like I was wagging school.
Yeah. You feel like you're missing out once you're elsewhere anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I shouldn't be, but I hang with the girls and come a long way, so sure. There's our drone pilot. There.
Doing something creative in the background there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we've got Red Beach for New Zealand in Alley 1, North Cronulla Juice in Alley 2, Mona Vale Black in 3, South Curl Blitz in 4, Port Kembla Happy G's in 5, and the Whale Beach Moby Dicks in 6. And we've got Port Kembla on screen there, swept by Jack Paddo.
Yeah, they're going pretty well.
No surprises there, and we can just see Whale Beach just on the right of screen there with the whale on the bow. Hey, when I was in the race earlier today, I think it was the second or third race, as we're going out, Wilco's on my left, a seal jumps out of the water, does a big arch in the air, and then disappears.
Wow.
It was so weird.
Yeah, no,
so weird.
Healthy, across in Botany Bay, there's a heap of seals.
I wasn't expecting to see seals here. Like, I know in SA we get them all the time, but I was like, isn't it too warm up here? Like,
yeah, no,
it was bizarre. But
they're friendly,
yeah,
the Sydney seals.
Totally flew out of the water, and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to throw the girls off. But inside, I was like, oh my god, there's a seal.
You didn't say anything to the seal.
No,
I was going to ask you, speak seal.
No,
Special,
I don't.
lingo.
Down in South Australia, we're different.
Funny things you see when you're sweeping.
Yeah,
the wildlife.
middle of the race, it just went through the course before the cans.
I had a sweep shout out to my man Moe. He was a dolphin man. So that was at Mollymook, and there we go. Away with the Mona Vale, 2-footer jump start. There's Munro jumping in on the back of that one. You see, getting the best of the waters, North Cronulla with the rate right up. Not quite full length there on their stroke, and they're driving it away with a very high rate, and up and over they go. And it's North Cronulla just from South Curly, who has the same tactic, the blitz.
Michael Hawkins there sweeping the North Cronulla crew on screen. Connor Dillon, Michael DiFrancesco, Tony's son. Yep. Lachlan Craven and Kane Butterfield.
And there's a big one for North Cronulla to get over. New Zealand team's doing well, as the South Curl blitz are. North Cronulla again, just getting checked as they're heading out to sea. It's North Cronulla from South Curly Blitz. And then the Red Beach team from New Zealand, the New Zealand Open men's representative team in that orange Newport boat. So it's a great display of strength from these men. You see these boats powering out to the ocean, the onshore wind, tricky conditions.
And you can see, compared to the 17 race, that extra weight in the boat stops that bounce. The 17s were bouncing the whole way out. They keep the bow down. They're able to push that boat forward.
Yeah, a lot of them not fully developed at that young age. There's definitely a difference in the rowing ability and the rowing technique, but as you said, the weight in the boat can be a good thing, though, with those lightweights steering the boat.
So they kind of skate across the water, don't they?
Well, yeah, you just take your chances and keep them in the seats. And
North Cronulla, South Curly round. South Curly looking like they've got the better of the turn there. It was a good turn.
Hopefully not impeded by a wide...
redhead.
Yeah, no.
Port Kembla.
Port Kembla. I'll say Aussie Port Kembla. So the blitz getting a different end now. Alley 4. They've been stuck up in Alley 1 a few times. South Curly, so they'll be happy with this end of the boat, and they'll be happy to be this end of the field up front.
It's a few little bubbles, but I can't see much coming through at this stage. So
it's only half a length in front of in these three boats at the moment.
South Curly have found something to hook onto there. North Cronulla trying to milk that little one, slipped under them now. But they're going to have to work most of the way home, these crews. Redhead here, driving to get down this one.
That's
get down
the Kiwi side, Red Beach. They've done it.
Good stuff. Look at that.
So Red Beach, the Kiwi team, Ali 1, proving that it's not terrible, but they're not home yet.
Oh,
North Cronulla are going to try and hook over. And South Curly are out in front.
Dead water
no
there.
man's land, yep.
You can just see that run out. Oof.
So all these points important. As they cross these lines, they're going to have to work out to the finish cut who's going to make it and who's not.
Good finish there by
Right
Red
on
Beach.
the line, it looked like Red Beach and North Cronulla there. It's South Curly into third. Monaval might sneak the points off Port Kembla. It looked like the Port Kembla boys pulled up early just a touch and now to see the Wild Beach team, who I think are a younger team stepping up to A grade for extra racing.
It's good. That's what you want to see, is those younger ones coming up and having a crack.
Yeah, it's absolute effort. So the temperature's dropping down here, but the racing's heating up. Getting excited. The Lura Surf Club in the shot there. Where are we up to? Heat 4, Tash.
We are. We've got Heat 4. We've got Mooloolaba Sea Anchors in Alley 1. Queenscliff Go Like the Clappers in Alley 2. Avalon Beach Pinkies in 3. Bulleye Gold in 4. Kyneton Rocks Prey Raiders in 5. And Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship. I love that name. Sitting in Alley 6. So Bulleye have moved over from that south area for rounds 4 and 5. How'd they go round 4?
Yeah, they were in front. I was on the beach watching at that time. But they had a win. You see the Boat of Friendship, Matty Collins.
Down the
Rude
far
boy.
end, top of screen.
Yep. Kyneton Rocks just getting the worst of the water on the nose. As they race out to sea, the rate is right up, and it's Queenscliff there doing an excellent job with Avalon and Pacemakers Bulleye. As these boats start to lengthen, you see that there's
Here
a
we
one
go.
breaking for all of them. Look across the top.
Oh, Queenscliff snuck through there.
Just got no white water on the Queensy.
No
And
check
the
at
second
all.
one.
Oh, stop the Pinkies. Bulleye
Avalon.
managed to power through. Oh. See the pumps going on the Avalon Beach. They got a boat full of water then.
Yeah. And that's put them back to the field too. So, Queenscliff leading at the moment. Shero on the back of that boat from Bulleye. Then to Mooloolaba, you'd say. Just ahead of Avalon. Then Kyneton Rocks and Coffs Harbour.
Very even at
All
the back
in the
there.
line, yep.
Be interesting to see coming into the turn with a Bulleye with Shane being a lefty sweep, whether he can pick up a little bit of distance here and close that gap with Queensy.
Well, Wellington's the left-hander. Juloven's the left-hander. It's a great way to stand.
You
As
left?
they go in, I am, yep.
Yep.
So as they go in, Shero sneaks inside that green
Oh,
can.
what is
Here
it?
goes Juloven pushing. But that's windy out there. That
Yeah, Bulleye, look at that. Gained some distance there. Coming out. They're going to put the afterburners on here and give it all they've got.
Yeah, and Avalon doing a good job around the turn and just sneaking out there too with a little bit of a lift on a run there. So first three boats are pretty clear for now. It's Queensy chasing another run there. And they work their way to a
Queensy.
length in front from Bulleye as they're coming through the gate cans. Avalon in third.
Avalon
All
on a
these-
good run here.
Yes. Queensy now lifting. Trying to pull it down a little something.
Oh, I reckon they're onto something here, Queensy.
Certainly looks like it's starting to
Oh, look at Bulleye come,
pull
though.
for them.
Over the top.
Oh, that is amazing.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible rowing from Bulli. Again, they've turned that into nothing.
Oh, and Avalon
something.
have hit dead water, and they've now got the rest of the division coming up on them.
Yeah, and you see up the far end, it's going to be Queenscliff and Bulli at the front, and the other 4 boats are right in the line behind.
Malulabar on the inside here.
There's Queensy.
Sitting in 3rd spot at the moment. Kyneton going for it now. And Avalon Beach has slipped back to a last place almost.
That'll be too close to call for here, so we'll see.
Gosh. Oh, Av in 4th maybe. Too close to call. I think the boat of friendship might have snuck through for 3rd. How was that pull, that bulleye, just dropping down that wave then?
Yeah, they weren't going to be happy with Queenscliff just taking the run next to and off them, so they decided they'll just keep rowing and pull down. Dead set, nothing.
Wow.
At the end of the day, they finished in 2nd on that race, we think, but it was a great row from Queenscliff. Take nothing away from them. So moving into
Heat 5,
Heat
2
5.
to go. In Alley 1, so 5-boat race. We've got Alley 1, Rosebud, Macrae, Angry Otters from down in Victoria. North Cronulla Perds, just from next door. Mona Vale and South Kelkel Sneaky Mutts from the northern beaches in 3 and 4. And Mermaid Beach Merveys in Alley 5. So 1 Queensland crew Victorian and the rest New South Wales.
And Matt Hickey on the back of the Mermaid team. They've been going pretty well as an A crew. Powerful Mermaid Mayhem now have some playmates. So they're going well, the boys, the Murphys.
Rosebud Macrae on screen there. So Victoria, it's over. Is it on the not the lawn side? I think it's over the other side.
The other side.
Rosebud Macrae. So Adam Jeffrey in the bow, Thomas Skidmore, Matthew Baker, Matthew Jeffrey, and David Higginbotham on the long oar for Rosebud Macrae.
Yeah,
with the starters here.
Inside the bay, Rosebud.
Yeah, just around on that side. Yeah, on the Mornington side. Yep. Yep. Kind of looking across at Lawn or Geelong almost. Yeah.
Facing in though. Probably not many waves down there, I wouldn't imagine.
No, they might have to pop over the other side, I reckon.
Yeah.
Come down this way.
It's a beautiful coastline though we're blessed with.
It is beautiful part there down there. Just see the starters are just out of the right of screen, but we have a start here.
Wow.
Oh, Rosebud not getting off to a great start there. What was,
I don't know if the...
I don't know what happened then, but...
was a tough one for most of the crews there, squaring all of them up, but North Cronulla...
Perds.
Again, the powerful Perds crew, the New South Wales representatives, getting away nicely with Rosebud next to them, also getting away nicely.
South
Sneaky
Curly.
Nuts right there. The Mermaid Murphy's also not far off.
So with Purdy on screen right now. Little check for them there. Mermaid just getting over that one. Not really holding them up too much, but certainly North Cronulla have had a really good start here and they're hanging on to that lead.
Yeah, they're a top crew, the North Cronulla Perds, Aussie medalists, South Wales rep team. Pretty much a home beach here for these guys. Birdie's got them moving well.
Yeah, look at the send. It's great, isn't it?
There
Just
too.
look at it, length, catches, good backsplash. Good synchronicity.
Great display of surfboat rowing there for the guys. Hose, clean blades, tidy catches, good timing. You see North Cronulla just rating a touch slower than South Curly and Rosebud, but still getting the boat done, and around they go, and what a turn from Purdy.
Beautiful
Wow.
turn, take it on in two.
Then South Curly not to be outdone and tidy turn. Then Rosebud's going around from Mermaid. Mona Vale just dragging the chain on this one, so there's Purdy now.
And as we've seen, whoever's in front now doesn't mean they're going to win the race. There's lumps and bumps and runners coming from all sides.
There's a couple of real heartbreakers out there, and That's Valentine's Day.
It is.
So we've got a shout out to your loved ones, Tash.
You got a hot date tonight?
Hot date? No.
No?
No.
I'm surprised you're not marrying anybody today.
Surf boat's more important. I was happy to do any weddings this year at the ASRL. I did shout out earlier
Did you?
at the Aussie Rep Trials.
Imagine that,
So
having an
North Cronulla
ASRL wedding.
to do it. North Cronulla, though, getting the wave they wanted to be a wave ahead of the field.
Beautiful.
And that's Purdy's bread and butter.
Oh,
at the
Rosebud
front.
McRae. They had a slower start. I don't know what happened, but then come home really strong here.
North Cronulla now working over the gutter, taps it up for 2 or 3 more, and then back down the front. That's well done for the boys.
Great stuff there.
There's Rosebud thickening up there for him now.
Got to
Holding
work
on
it
to
there,
it.
hold
Has
it.
he got it? No, he's lost it.
Got to give it
He
some.
won't hold it there now.
Or maybe Rio.
Sideways, but
Yep, he's going to scoot across sideways.
with that being the case, I think South Curly will get the points.
I don't know. He might have got the tuck around first, I think.
Well, I'll leave that one to
We'll
the
see.
judges. Yep, and then Mermaid coming
Monavale.
through into Monavale. So
Rightio, one heat to go, and then over to the girls, yeah? Over to the open women.
yep.
So we're heading into heat 6.
Beautifully.
We've got a 5-boat race again. And still don't have results. Oh, here we go. Results are just popping through for the heat 4. So heat 4 was first place to Queenslift Go Like Clappers, Bulleye Gold 2, Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship 3, Avalon Beach Pinkies 4, Mooloolaba Sea Anchors 5, and Kyneton Rocks Prey Raiders 6 there. And on the line is heat 6. Oh, Rosebud did. They snuck across for second. They got the tuck across first.
Did they?
Yep.
Great effort there.
Good stuff, Rosebud. So
Yep.
here we go. Last
go.
round, last heat for the open men. Mermaid Beach Kennards, quality crew there in Alley 1. South Maroubra Mavericks in 2. Wanda Wild Hogs in 3. Talabudgera Myths in 4. And Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs in 5. So sweeping the tally crews. So we've got 2 Queensland crews here. So good amount of interstate crews still in and about and coming to the competition, which is good to
Big
see.
names too, those crews. The
Yep.
Tally Myths featuring in the final last year, as with the Kennards team, I believe. Definitely the Tally boys got 3rd last year. Kennards 4th, equal. So got Trax Robson back on the back of the boat, and Wanda winding back the clock is Trax Robson.
Sneaky Nuts were in that final.
New up and coming A crew South Maroubra Mavericks
Ooh.
after a silver medal last year in the reserve grade, doing well in the division this year. There they are, getting it away there now.
Not the best start for the 2 seat there from Mermaid, but it's not going to hold them up.
See there, Mermaid not getting much of a bounce across the nose as the others are. And it's all the way pretty evenly there, but Mermaid got the jump on the field down in Alley 1, I'd say.
And something just coming through, there's a little bit of white water for some of these crews. It's going to scoot between them.
So, as they're driving on, you see Mermaid driving out to sea. South Maroubra just getting a boat full, and that's going to stop them by a length. South Maroubra, that's a shame because they've been moving so well. Jules LaRosa and the boys. So Mermaid up in Alley 1, going over the wave you see there. That's a good sized wave out the back.
Tally doing well just up the top there. They're just starting to peg back these crews, and I think they'll be into 2nd place, I reckon, by the time they hit the cans, if they can keep this pace on.
Absolute screaming race. We're joined by another one of the greats, my friend Rebecca. Welcome back, Beck.
Beck's back with her.
Beck is back.
Going wobbly head.
Back again. All right, so I'll pass you over to Beck and I'll join you again later. Thanks, Tash.
Thanks, Phil.
Welcome back.
Okay, back with this race. We do have Mermaid Kennards in 1st place here. South Maroubra have moved into 2nd. Tally sitting 3rd, and Wanda Wild Hogs in 4th. Oh, South Maroubra flew into that turn. My God.
Yeah, great turn.
They had a great turn there. The whole back slid around. That was fantastic. got the boys excited. They are up and out of the can. Really taking it to to Mermaid Beach Kennards.
Yeah, I was talking about these boys before, Tash. They just stepped up to 8th this year after winning. Oh, I was just talking before, Tash, about the South Maroubra crew stepping up from winning a silver medal in reserves last year, first year race. Yep. So they're really showing that it can be done. And, doing really well. Really well. Great experience for them too to get 5 rounds, good hard racing in this division. Oh, look, the 5 rounds by the ASRL has been unreal. Like, this is exactly what the A grade want and need to be ready for the big dance in April. Yeah. Mermaid there, pretty comfortable down this little run. That'll keep them ahead of the rest of the field. And then we've got coming together on a wave now. Tallabudger have snuck onto that little run on the edge. Wanda is trying to stay in front of it. South Maroubra also is just petering out for them. They're going to try and chase it down. Here they go, South Maroubra. Won't miss much these A-grade crews. Excellent, good stuff. That's a great row by all the crews. Really good row. That was a solid race then. Tally sneaking through for 3rd place, I reckon. Wanda Wild Hogs in 4. And up the top of screen, it is the Wanda Beach Cheese Dogs. So that was a hot race. Really good pace on that one. So moving into our open women. Last round for the day. And do we know yet, Tash, if they're running the surfboat relay? I am not sure. My, race to cut was that one. That I'd my preference had said to PBD was the relays. I think the relays are good for the eastern states where they have all their crews, but for the interstate clubs, it's actually really hard to... Yeah, it's a hard thing to put a crew together, and it kind of just becomes like a local race. I think time might get the better of us. Yeah, I think so as well. By the time we get through this, we'll be hitting close to 4. And we've still got medal presentations to get through for the Trans-Tasman test. So yeah, it's a very full carnival now, and I was saying before, it's a victim of its own success that it's doing so well now. Yeah. And, it's kudos to you and the committee who have done a great job in building it up over the last 10 years or so. But I think I was saying to Phil before that I think we're at a point now where we're wishing on a prayer that we get good weather. And that we need good weather to deliver the program in its entirety. And when we're doing that, we're dicing with death, really. Yeah, that's right. You just need a nasty wave. Like we did with the interstates yesterday, that really slowed us down. The turnaround time slowed down with the conditions, boat rollovers, etc. So we lost a lot of time in our interstate program, which then impacted the back end of the day. I was talking to Spency this morning. I was getting a spray from Spency this morning. And when do you not get a spray from Spency? Well, it wouldn't be a carnival if I didn't. So, no, he's very good. You need... He's always well-intentioned. You need the devil's advocate there, someone who gives you that different perspective. But we spoke about it might be time to bring the interstates to Thursday afternoon, so pull the Masters forward to Thursday. That's right, yeah. Interstates Thursday afternoon. Then we've got 3 days now to let the program grow, but also deliver it and not do those harsh cuts that we get stuck doing when the weather turns south. Right, so. Yeah. Well, here goes the open women. They are an absolute pleasure to watch. And Palm Beach Pirates just here on... No, that's not the Pirates. That's the Pursuit, Palm Beach Pursuit. No, it is the... No, it's the Pursuit. It's Palm Beach. It is. It's a 6-boat race. So in Alley 1, we've got Palm Beach Pirates, 2 Wanda Beach Zenith, Palm Beach Pursuit in 3. We're with Coogee in Alley 4. Mooloolaba Chop Suey's, the big candlestick the other week in Alley 5, and Wanda Wahoo's in 6. Well, there's a crew in here very close to my heart, and that's the Coogee JMGs. I swept all of these girls right from the very start when they went every which way but straight with me. And so to see them now doing so well in Opens, and I'm not allowed to talk about them, apparently, because of the commentator's curse. I'll say they're terrible, but the results tell a different story. But Macro up the back there has been hugely supportive of women's rowing and hugely supportive of my sweeping as well. So yeah, it's really good to see. All the best. Three of us up sweeping this weekend over the championship, and at Collaroy the other week, 3 of us. So I think it's the first time in the sport we've had nationally 3 competitive sweeps. Yeah, that's right. And everyone will have seen that Tash and I raced each other today, and I lost the beer on it. So I've already paid up, which is good. But look at these open girls. I mean, it's hard to tell on the screen here, but this is really choppy now and really blowing. Bouncy. and they're just keeping those noses down and just powering through. The strength of these girls is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. No, they're doing really good work here. Great length from Palmy there. Really good long stroke. Dropping the catches in at that point furthest, closest to the bow.
And I think with a lot of these girls, they're so good at running the swells home that even though they're a little bit spread out on screen, they are all still close enough to come through from behind. And if you want to get first to those cans, which Palmy and Coogee will go in first, you want to get out of that can and onto those runners quickly as possible. Even just to turn that boat around now with the wind is very hard. That's a great turn from Palmy. They've absolutely accelerated out of that turn.
Yeah. Coogee coming out hot too. Oh, look at Palmy go. They are chasing that runner. They'll milk that as far as they can.
So we're still just racing for points at this stage. So when they bring the areas together, it's, again, a great move to bring them together to mix up the points a bit. Everyone's really applauding that on the beach. And so good feedback for the organisers there. But look at those runs coming through from Ali's 5 and 6. Oof. That's amazing. Well done, Mooloolaba. They won't miss much.
No, quality crew, very experienced. Know how to push themselves as well, these girls. There's a little bubble here.
Here we go for Coogee and for Mooloolaba. This should push them through.
Here we go. Go Coogee. Coogee's on. Oh, we've got a 3 boat. Oh, they're going to come up on Palm Beach here, I reckon.
Yeah, they've been coming up on them all afternoon at that end. So copping a little bit going out up that end, but coming home strong on the waves. So, again, they'll be absolutely fighting for points. Mooloolaba just really struggling to hold that, but doing a great job as per usual. And it looks like Coogie's going to go hard here for the win just to cement a little bit of superiority and a little bit of a feel-good, just to come over first. But,
just sneak off the back there. Tell you what, coming through hot at the back, there was another 50 metres in that race. It could have been a different result.
And well done. I mean, these crews coming in behind, whilst they're coming in behind, they're still so fast. Just those little bits and pieces, little bubbles that you've got to chase, all the chop work you've been doing is coming into its own right now.
So just looking through the points so far for the round robin for the women, we've got Collaroy Giants sitting up the top on 40 points. They haven't dropped around. So that's an impressive effort. The Australian rep team.
Our Australian rep team, that's pretty amazing.
Few free rides through, but they still won their fourth round. Burleigh Heads Mowbray doing fantastic, 39. Red Beach, also New Zealand team, 39. Currumbin Hunters on 37. Surfers Paradise Spice, 35. And then we've got dropping down to a few on 34, 33, 32. So those crews up the top, Red Beach, Burleigh, Collaroy, Currumbin, crews to watch out for.
And we're taking 12 through to Sunday?
Yes, I think we're trying to start Sunday with all
12 crews.
12s pretty much.
Yep. 12s and 24s.
I was going to say the Resis and 23s have got the bigger ones because they started out bigger. So
the next race we've got Point Leo, Maddie Smith doing a great job there, building up Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Avalon Beach, Sweet Feet or Sweet Cheeks?
Sweet Feet. Sweet Feet. He was a foot model.
Who was a foot model?
Nathan Wellings. That's why he's called Sweet Feet.
Wow.
You'd have to have a look at his toes one day.
I'm not a toe person, so I will not be looking. Red Beach, New Zealand, Mona Vale Mayhem and the Collaroy Crusaders, swept by Gavin Scott.
These girls are red hot at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing really well. They have a great warm-up routine too. Lots of high kicks and... Yeah, I was actually pretty impressed.
Dynamic sort of movement, yep.
Being the ex-dancer that I am, I do take note of the...
the height.
The warm-up routines, and I'm pretty impressed by the Burleigh Heads girls.
Yep. Who's your pick out of this one? I'm going Burleigh. Or Red Beach. Burleigh. I'm going back to Burleigh. Oh, Collaroy. I don't know. The longer I look at the list, I'm not sure.
I think they're all...
This is actually quite a hot heat, really.
It is a really good heat. And this is what you want at this time of year, is just to be racing and racing and racing and just getting the miles under your belt, under pressure.
There we are. Sweet Feet on the screen, slipping into the boat.
Tap dancing.
Pretty even start there. I'd have to say that it's Point Leo down the bottom of the screen with Burleigh that's got the best of it.
Got the best of it, but yet again, Collaroy just get that little check up in alley 6. But you wait, they will absolutely fly home, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're sitting well in the top places at the end of this race. But just look at the power of that Burleigh crew.
So strong. Little check here for them. Just a pause and off they go. Drive away.
Lots of debate on the beach about the pausing over the waves, whether you do it or not do it, and whether you lose boat speed.
I think it depends on the crew and the skill. Like I know with my junior girls, giving them time to come forward and have that pause allows them to just to gather themselves.
And get their oars out of the water, because they usually won't beat it.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're quite skilled enough yet to row through some of that stuff, and so you've got to give them time to pause. At this level, they can.
They've got the power just to push through it. I mean, watching open women, this is, for most people, a masterclass in women's rowing. It's just outstanding to watch just the power through the stroke.
They're solid, aren't they? They're just strong.
And the driving, drive through the legs is amazing.
Maddie's very relaxed there.
Yeah, he's. I look at Maddie and think he's one of my, the proudest things to come out of the Sweeps Academy.
Sweeper, yeah, he is. Him and James from Mona Vale.
Yeah, he made a real effort to come down to New South Wales for a couple of things when he was really fresh. He's an ex-board and ski coach and decided that he wanted to make the switch to boats to get Burley going again. And here he is, he's just worked so hard. Like, it's not just like the rowers who work hard. The sweeps work really hard too, and he's always asking questions and got great mentors, I'm sure. So it's hats off to him for the work that he's done. And hopefully, he'll be joining the ranks of, the other great board and ski paddlers who have, come through and done some great work.
Point Leo, nice little run there. They're just taking that for all they can. Pretty even across that top of screen there. We've got Coleroy, who have come back into second place at their third place at this stage.
No surprises there. They're just such a strong crew. And
Red Beach sitting in the middle in the Newport boat. So probably even with the Coleroy crew. Point Leo, little push here, up the rate. Just quick those hands around the finish.
You can tell when a crew's been rowing together for a long time. Everything just happens in complete sync, and that's what you dream of as a sweep of a crew, is to just have 4 people for a long time.
Yep.
And you can't beat it.
Dee McNamara there in stroke seat. I rode Aussies with Dee in WA when we threw a scratch crew together.
I think I remember that.
That was hilarious. Currumbin Coalition. Burley, straight up the back of him here, onto the run.
I mean, they're just fighting for points now, and,
that'll bring them up.
A little bit of ego on the line here, so why not have a go at it, girls?
Burley, you're going to sneak past. Well done. Don't know where the line was or who got it.
I think Leo got it. I think they just had a late surge there.
And Red Beach crossing third. I think Coleroy might have just missed out with a 5th there, possibly.
You just jinxed them, that's why. They were a clean sweep, and that's all right. They've got more than enough points to see them through to the Sunday for finals.
That was good tight racing for those girls too. All 6 close across the line together. And we have our 4 heats in the women. How good is that?
Look, we talked about it as a challenge we have to overcome, is to how do we get more open crews on the water, and both men and women. And I think that there's been some little changes happen this year, and a lot of B crews having a crack, being brave enough to step up, and then just things like this, like, having 5 rounds. We talked about it, having 5 rounds just to give them a solid day's racing. And I think people will hear about this, and you might just see some more.
Yeah, and I think it was good, though, that the reserve numbers actually held the same, or the Resi women went up. So we've gone up in the Resi women, we've gone up in the 23 women, we've gone up in the Open women.
It's great.
So it wasn't, I kind of had this fear that we would just be like shifting the chairs on the Titanic and just moving crews from Resis up to the Opens without actually bringing people in.
Yeah.
But we've actually brought in new crews and new numbers, and our 19s, while some have transitioned to 23s, they're actually holding firm as well.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I think the under-19s girls, for me, are a really interesting space in that, I think we're just learning a lot about the load on bodies and things like that. I think we're all managing it really well. I don't think we can educate sweeps enough on, the load. They're taking the same load as an open men, essentially. So, still lots to learn in that area, but I think we're all taking the right approach.
So Mauritius Bells here on screen in Alley 1, Lawn Lobsters in 2, Brighton Broncos in 3, Queenscliff Sheros Angels in 4, North Cottesloe Chin Chin in 5, and Surfers Paradise Spice up the top in Alley 6 with a pretty good start.
Northcott's had a bit of a shocker, but don't worry, just get in and go, mate. Don't worry about it.
Just go.
It's
one of the things you can't protest is that start.
Yeah, so the rules suggest that you cannot protest the start. It is the sweeps call as to when you go. The only thing that makes you feel better is if you wave your hand around a bit, and, carry on like it's everyone else's fault. But unfortunately, it is the sweeps' decision to go, but it is very hard to hold back a crew, especially when you're rowing opens, that you would stop a crew from going. But, it happens every now and then, but you just got to let it go and get back on with it. I'm sure she'll be making up for it now through her effort on the oar.
Two-seat here for Maroochydore. She was in their second crew, in their Resi crew. They've made a bit of a switch and brought her up into this crew, so she's quite young. She did start out her rowing at Port Elliot down in South Australia and has moved up to Queensland, and she's found her way into a crew with Megsy.
Very handy crew too, by the looks of it. So, yeah, I love hearing those stories. I mean, people travel around for different reasons, work and uni and things like that, they get to just go and join the surf club and all of a sudden they're rowing again.
Trying to learn how to row with rounds.
Oh, he's rowing rounds.
Yeah. God, ask Corey about rounds. You'll be stuck
great
for
debate.
hours.
We need to have a proper debate with an adjudicator and everything about rounds and squares.
Rounds versus squares versus cleavers versus the spoons. But good job here for Maroochydore and Lorne. They've really gone out together here. Clear leaders. Up the top of screen,
Surface Paradise.
Surface Paradise. Hughes on the long oar.
Yeah, he's having a good day too, Hughes. He's got those crews moving well. He's built that up a bit as well at Surface Paradise, so well done to him. It's not easy to go to a club when there's nothing, and then you start all over again, so it's good to see that he's got quite a few crews on the beach as well.
Next, he's actually taking a stroke with that stroke oar, so he takes it from the girl and then pulls the oar, actually taking a stroke for him, whips him around.
Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. Every time I've tried it, I've ended up in the drink. So I just get the oar out and hope for the best. But there's a lot of different style turns, and you'll see it so much more on the drone shots.
Yep.
Of different people doing different things. So I find it quite entertaining. But in the old days, they used to do this full pivot up and over their head and swing it around.
Crazy, wasn't it?
There was a sweep from South Curly did it for a long time.
Yes.
Might have been, was it Termite Lowry?
I think maybe.
Someone did it.
Doing it not long ago.
It was like a full dance production at the back of the boat going around, but it worked. So,
Here we go, Lorne coming up on Maroochydore. Megsy's going to get down this little run, I reckon. That'll see them scoot past Lorne, who just can't stay on that one. It's just petered out for them.
Just that flat patch through the middle there, but it's good to see Alley 1's got a bit more movement in it now, because it was the alley of death about an hour and a half or so ago.
Oh, in the dead water there for Megsy.
Lorne's going to have one right here. But it's building out the back too for
three
Surface
crews
Paradise.
at the back. I was going to say there's 3 crews at the back that are sneaking up. Won't impact Lorne or Maroochydore. See them through. Lorne will cross first. Great job there. Maroochydore across in second, Surface Paradise in third, and tight for the minor placings here. Northcott, after that start, they've done a really good job to pull themselves back into that fourth place.
That's really well done. And, yeah, like I said, that's just the maturity of the Open women. They can just put it behind them and move on. Well, Lorne's pretty happy with that one. Well done, girls. High fives all round. You can go home and get warm now.
Hopefully live to see another day.
Got one more race here, and so a big shout out to all the officials for the day. It's been a long day it's been a cold day in the wind, but they're all here. The guys sitting out on the stands, they're wet and cold, but they do it because they love it, and we really appreciate what they do as well.
And I think the Wanda Work Party, the host club, have been phenomenal. They were here from Wednesday. They were working through the week. They've continued that through the weekend. Nothing's too hard. There's nothing they haven't been able to do. So they've been a fantastic club to work with, and have really delivered on what they needed to sort of help get this off the ground and support it. So it's been really, really good from Wanda. And we've had to push down a little bit towards Allura, which is not ideal, but they've been really good with that. Allura let them run the barbecue up there yesterday. So it's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that, whilst there are rowers and there's sweeps, and, everyone's got a place in surfboat rowing and the surf club. So whether you're a volunteer or whatever, everyone just loves being around it. So, I encourage anyone to just, you don't have to be a rower, you don't have to be a sweep. Just come and help out, and you find yourself amongst a pretty cool bunch of people.
Okay, so we're on the line. Flags are up. We've got Port Kembla Parasites in 1, South Kirkhill Shakers in 2, Coleroy Giants in 3, Currumbin Hunters in 4, and Allura Wilco in 5. And we've got Will McDowell sweeping the Currumbin Hunters this year, so Lyle's girls.
Wow, that's a big handover.
Lyle just felt that he had too many crews and too much on.
Yeah, right.
And so he asked Will to if he would step up and take the girls. And what a amazing crew to be able to learn from as a sweep like this.
Yeah, that's right. And good luck to him too. He's been really working hard too. He's
really solid.
Competing with the best now, and there's something very special about rowing opens. I think when you're sweeping opens, it's a different kind of pressure, because you're not there just to win, but it's because everyone is good enough to win. It's the least mistakes, and that includes you as a sweep. So I think that it's everyone's pretty nice to you on the lines in the 19's and 23's and stuff. They're like, oh, you can move over a bit in A grade. No, totally different.
I'm like in 19's. I'm like, am I in the right spot?
Yeah, that's okay, Tash. Just move over a little
just
bit.
Go that way. There's a hole there. Keep moving.
Once you start rowing opens, and that's it. Move over. And they're cheating or whatever. But but again, once you get off the water, it's all fine.
All right, Paddo's got his girls with a nose in front here from South Curly Shakers, and Coleroy Giants also just sitting in equal second, I'd say, with those girls from South Curly. Going across after that into the Currumbin Hunters, and we've got Allura Wilco on the outside. Had a bit of a slow start. Allura Wilco just got checked off the start, which just held him back, but they've done quite well to stay in touch. And
don't write them off.
I wouldn't write Wilco off. He seems to
on
find
his home beach.
If there's something out there, he will find it on the way home.
Yeah, that's right. And everyone we've watched, Coleroy before, get checked in that alley. So as long as you're just staying in touch, then anything will be possible coming home.
Yeah. Geez, it's bouncy out there, isn't it? They've gone past the gate cans and they're still bouncing out of their seats.
Yeah, it's just the wind getting underneath it as well. I mean, these Coleroy Giants, so they've been around for a while now, these girls, and they are just consistently good. That's hard to do.
Here we go, into the turn. Who's going to get it? Haddo hanging on to the oar. They're all hanging on. Let's see.
That's a very even turn
very
from all
tight.
of them.
What a hot race. Port
You just
Kembla
see Port
straight
Kembla
out of the
straight
can
on one. That's your dream. Well, your dream is it goes all the way to the beach. But it's always nice to get one straight out of the cans.
Coleroy. Nose ahead here. South Curly trying to push in the middle and stay in touch with the other two. On the outside, Currumbin Hunters. Quality crew there.
Yeah, there goes Coleroy. I mean, they just don't miss runs. I remember commentating on them a few years ago and just saying how they just come home so strong, and here they are again doing the same thing. So,
Currumbin, though, look at this.
Well done, girls. That's beautifully run. Just holding those body back.
Good
here we go, party wave.
Woo! We girls.
Yay! Go the girls. Yeah, the girls.
Here we go. It's going to be a race to the line.
And this takes the ultimate concentration from the rowers and from the sweeps. And look at that. That's just bad luck that Currumbin are going to pull
get down it. They're going to get it.
But how much harder they're working than everyone else.
Look at it go. Oh, what happened to South Curly? It just hit that dead water.
Just hit a doubler and sucked up on him. But
good racing.
Yeah, great racing. Well,
I reckon Coleroy, Kembla, Currumbin, South Curly, and Wilco just coming through on a little wave.
Yeah, that's a really good row from the Coleroy girls, and they'll be happy with that to end the day, and looking forward to seeing you all back tomorrow. I think that is actually the end of racing by the looks of the fact that the boats are pretty much all packed up on the beach. So Tasha's just jumped on the phone. She's probably getting an update that there is no relay, unless it's a sprint race. So I'm pretty sure that there is no relay. So we'll be back on deck tomorrow, guys. Not sure what time racing starts, but we will look out for the ASRL socials, and we will get back to racing tomorrow first thing starting with quarterfinals.
Yeah, so I think first thing will be getting some of those larger divisions down, and then we'll come into the groups of 12 and be cracking into the finals. So
I can't wait to watch it.
Hot day of action. Like if anything, that we've seen today is to go by, we're in for some good racing in the open men. Starting to see different crews that we haven't seen before stepping up. So the Pinkies have come up. So there's a whole new mix of crews in there. So.
Look, I think the Opens is, everyone just backs Bulleye in, and so they should. They are an absolute class act, but, the people are chasing. They're chasing hard. So, but look, and even the young kids, I'll shout out to all the 23s and 19's kids who have rode in some pretty tough conditions over the last couple of days. So if you're sitting at home and you're a bit bummed that you haven't made finals, just be happy with the fact that you actually got out and back. I think that's a big deal for a lot of crews, but, the crews that are left are good crews, and you just get down there and watch them and learn from them and be a part of it.
It takes time. It takes a good, 3-4 years really to build a quality crew and to be up there in that mix. So, yeah, good stuff. All right, Beck. We might
see you tomorrow.
Leave that broadcast here. We're going to do medal presentations for the Trans-Tasman in a moment down in front of the Wanda Surf Club. And sneak off to dinner with my club. So, fantastic.
Lovely.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.